Welcome back to the 12th day of the 12 Days of Scrubs. Thank you guys so much for the continuous support throughout the year. Anyways, this video is going to be on Nerf War stories, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here. Today I've got a story time for y'all about a very embarrassing thing one of my friends did when he was home alone one time and thought his house was getting broken into. It should be a pretty funny story. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it.
Turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a feeling. Got so damn high that I'm touching the...
Alright, so this story was told to me by a childhood friend of mine last time we were hanging out about how he, thought his house was broken into one time, so he started home aloneing and fortifying his house. And obviously, he was pretty embarrassed because, you know, it's not exactly what was going down. He ended up looking pretty stupid, but it was a pretty wild story, so I figured it's one that I was going to share with you guys because I thought y'all would find it entertaining. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. I will say, though, if you're a kid home alone and someone's breaking into your house, don't try to 1v1 the robbers, just call the police. My friend was 13 years old at the time, which was, you know, the age where he could stay alone home for the first time. Obviously, it's not that big of a deal to stay home alone, you know, but the first time you do it, it's a pretty big deal to you, and since he had never done it before, he was also, very excited for it. It almost felt like this was a real responsibility, you know, his parents trusted him enough to stay home alone. He obviously was taking it pretty seriously, and before he was allowed to stay home alone for the first time, his dad had given him the speech about how, you shouldn't open the door to strangers when you're alone, and how when no adults are home, he's in charge of the house, so it's up to him to protect it, you know, and that he needed to be careful since no one was here, that type of stuff. Which, listen, you know, is probably a little bit of a paranoid speech to give in terms of you have to protect the house. Don't answer the door to strangers. That rule makes sense. Being if I'm not here, you have to defend us from robbers. I don't necessarily know that that's the best advice. Anyways, after his dad's speech, my friend was a little bit paranoid because of the fact that, A, it's his first time home alone, and B, his dad had given him this whole, you need to protect the house speech. But regardless, the day comes and his parents are all right, we're gonna leave you home alone. We'll be back in 8 hours. Good luck. And so his parents end up leaving. And for the first little bit, he's very excited. He's running around. He's eating ice cream, bro. He's this is the greatest day of my life. But pretty quickly after his parents are gone, it sets in that he's a little bit too scared to have been left home alone. He's getting really paranoid at every noise he hears, you know, and he's oof, maybe I don't want to be home alone for the next 8 hours. But at the same time, he really didn't want to call his parents and admit that he was scared and couldn't do it because, obviously you never want to do that. So he just decided that he was going to swallow the fear and get over it, you know, nothing bad was going to happen, and he just was going to deal with it. And that being said, he started to hear noises and stuff from outside the house, and honestly, looking back on it, he admits it's probably just normal stuff, but because he was already a little paranoid, in his head, he starts envisioning that you know, there's a burglar truck outside, and basically they're casing the joint getting ready to break in. And he's just so scared of the idea that there might be people outside trying to break in that he sprints around the house, closing all the blinds as fast as humanly possible, right? He's no one's gonna be looking in this house. And at that point, he decides that he's gonna have to protect the house like his dad said, you know. He had obviously seen Home Alone, as most of us have, and so he decides that if he's gonna protect the house, he should booby trap it and protect it, which, you know, I think's a very dumb idea. Don't get it twisted, I'm not saying you shouldn't protect your house, but I feel if you're so convinced that people are breaking in, it's probably better to just call the police than it is to take things into your own hands and start putting Hot Wheels by the front door. If you're so paranoid, you're actually gonna start setting up booby traps with flamethrowers pointing in the direction of door handles because you think that there might be burglars outside. You don't even know if there are, you just think that there are. Maybe you should just call the cops. You know, you shouldn't be trying to 1v3 the burglars as a 13-year-old, clearly a little paranoid, if they are out there. I feel taking things into your own hands isn't gonna go very well. Even in Home Alone, if it wasn't for the dude with the shovel, that would have ended very, very badly. Regardless, he starts running around the house, grabbing everything he can to potentially make some traps to stop the robbers, you know. He runs into his dad's room, and he grabs this, huge bookend that his dad had that was in the shape of a fist. He was just thinking that he could make a trap out of it, you know. And this thing probably weighed 1 or 2 pounds. He was awesome, this will make a good trap. I can use use it to, punch someone in the face. He goes from his dad's room, he runs down to the garage, and he's just looking through everything, throwing stuff everywhere, making a mess. He grabs some fishing line and a 2x4 and runs back up with the fist, the 2x4, and the fishing line. And the way that their house was set up, there was a staircase above the front door with a banister. So he puts the 2x4 in the banister and he takes the fishing line and he basically makes this little pendulum looking thing with the fist on it that's on this 2x4 pointed at the front door, and if he lets go, this fist is going to swing down and punch whoever's walking in the face. Obviously a little bit inspired by the paint can scene, but at that point he's like, all right, there's a trap on the front door. I don't got to worry about that. If anyone comes in, I can just punch them with this giant metal fist bookend thing. So that's not got to be worried about. He runs to the back door and he's like, crap, people can look in, so he puts some blankets on the back door to make sure no one could look in. And then he decides the best way to secure the back door is to glue it shut. That's really stupid. Obviously, he's just panicking and freaking out. But regardless, he decides to glue the back door shut. So he runs back to the garage and he's looking through everything, making more of a mess. And he finally stumbles upon some wood glue. And he's like, oh, perfect. Now I can glue the back door closed. Runs back inside to the back door and starts filling the door jamb, all the cracks in the door, everything with just glue. And listen, I don't really know what in his mind that was going to do, as if they were going to open the door, and it was just not going to work because of the glue. If someone's kicking in a door, I don't think wood glue is going to do much. It's just a horrible idea. It's going to be impossible to clean up. It's going to cause problems for the door if nobody breaks in. And I'm not really sure it's going to stop the robbers in the first place, but whatever. He had already done it. He fills the entire back door jamb with all this glue and whatnot. He covers more of the windows, and at that point he goes to his room and he grabs his airsoft gun and he's hiding in the living room. And it's not I guess obviously all airsoft guns aren't extremely powerful, but he had an electric airsoft gun that could fire pretty fast. It was pretty strong. Not gonna do a whole lot against robbers, but in his mind he was feeling safer, so he's just kind of sitting in the house, just waiting, listening to everything going on outside. And obviously it's not a whole lot of traps. He had just kind of glued the door shut and put the fist by the front door. My friend is definitely smarter now than he was back then, but when his paranoia was in overdrive, he was just all right, I'm just gonna secure the house. And as his paranoia is in overdrive and he's sitting in the living room, he hears a knock on the door, which, under normal circumstances isn't that weird. You would just go to the peephole and see who it is, and if you didn't know them, then you don't answer the door. But obviously, because he had already convinced himself that there's a burglar truck outside and everyone's here to rob him, he just decides to ignore it and act like he's not home. So he's just not saying or doing anything, and they start banging on the door. He starts to hear a voice being like, hello, hello, but he just doesn't reply to it. And after all that banging, he's now freaking out even more, and what really scares him is he hears whoever was just knocking on the door start to walk around the side of the house. He hears they're crunching on the rocks on the side of the house, and he realizes that they're going around to the side gate. He doesn't know who it is, but he's just listening them go into the side gate and come into the backyard. And then he hears them walking on rocks around the corner of the house, through the backyard, and over towards the back door. And so like I had said, he had put some blankets over the back door. Usually that was just kind of a glass back door so people could just kind of see into the house, but he had done that just in case someone came into the back door they couldn't see in. But he hears them start to get to the door and they start knocking on the back door really, really hard. And obviously, at that point he's pretty convinced somebody's broken in, because it is weird for somebody to be going around your backyard and knocking on the back door. I don't think that's something that many people are doing on a daily basis. I will give my friend that. At this point he's basically 100% convinced that someone's trying to rob the house, because yeah, it is weird to come around to the back door. Clearly it's not the UPS man dropping off a package. If he's knocking for 5 minutes at the front door, nobody answers, and he's going for a backyard exploration trip. At least I hope it's not the UPS man, dude. It would be a little bit bizarre if they were all of a sudden just walking around your house's property. Hey, nice backyard. Do you mind if I take a dip in the pool? No, thank you. Imagine FedEx adds a new program where you could have your packages dropped off in the backyard to avoid porch pirates or whatever. You just have all these people going through your backyard. Dog attacks would skyrocket 700%. because, there's the meme about them already attacking mailmen, and now you're gonna have them running through the backyard. Bad wombo combo. Obviously, in this guy's mind, though, anyone who's going to knock on the back door, fidgeting with the back door, is not there for a good reason, because, it is very, very weird for them to be in your backyard. Anyways, whoever's in the backyard starts trying to open the back door, and at that point, he gets a rush of bravery, probably the adrenaline starting to hit him, and he decides to run to this balcony that's upstairs that you could see the back door from and just see what's going on. So he scrambles upstairs like a quarterback under pressure. He gets out onto the balcony to the right of the back door, and he's like obviously not trying to get noticed, so he opens it all slowly so the person he can't hear him. And he gets out onto the balcony and he starts like literally stealthily crawling over to the edge so he can see what's going on. And as he crawls to the edge of the balcony, he sees this guy. He can't see who he is because he's got a hoodie on with the hood up, trying to get into the back door. And like I said, he had his airsoft gun with him, and it's not like those can really hurt anyone, but it definitely doesn't feel good to get a bunch of airsoft bullets to the back. So he decides at that point to light him up, which I will say is an absolutely horrible idea, dude. Like, if this is a robber who is trying to break into your house and steal things from you, I think shooting him with an airsoft gun is only going to make him angrier and let him know that someone's definitely in the house, Like, call me crazy, but at this point, if you've gone out onto the back balcony and you see someone breaking into your house with a hood up, wiggling your back door that you don't know, you can probably safely assume that they're a robber, and it's okay to just go back inside and call the police. This isn't something that you have to handle yourself, but my friend, just having a burst of adrenaline, decides that, no, it is something that he's gonna handle himself. Anyways, my friend opens fire on the robber with his airsoft gun, and immediately the guy kind of starts to like flinch and yell because he wasn't expecting it, and they do hurt, and he runs away from the back door and sprints around the side of the house where he can't be seen anymore. And so my friend is like, aha, I got him to retreat. In reality, now, like I said, you just kind of blasted a guy who's breaking into your house with an airsoft gun. But at that point, my friend is feeling this rush of bravery, like he's somehow taken down this entire criminal syndicate that is just hell-bent on breaking into his house. So he starts to yell, come out with your hands up, once again, I think kind of forgetting the fact that it's only an airsoft gun. Like, it's really probably not a good idea to be like, come out with your hands up when it's not, you can't do anything, bro. But to his surprise, two hands pop around the corner, followed by a voice that's just like, it's me, it's your Uncle Jim. And suddenly, my friend is starting to be like, oh, maybe I'm a little bit stupid. And around the corner, followed by the hands, comes the guy with the hood off of his hoodie, and sure enough, it is his uncle. Like, this dude that he had just been convinced is breaking into his house that he lit up with his airsoft gun is just his uncle trying to get into the backyard. And so obviously, my friend's starting to feel like a moron. Here he is thinking that he's Jason Bourne, but in reality, he had just, lit up his uncle. But immediately he gets pissed and he's like, well, why didn't you just like knock on the front door? He's like, I did. I was knocking for a couple minutes and I was saying hello. Nobody answered. So I decided to come around the back. And obviously my friend's still annoyed and he's like, well, why did you try to come around the back? Like, what do you need? What are you trying to get into the house for? And his uncle's like, well, your dad told me to come grab this from the house and I figured that like someone had to be home, and if you weren't home, then like I was just gonna go in the back door and grab it and it wouldn't be a big deal. I didn't realize anybody was home, otherwise I probably would have said something sooner, but nobody was answering. Like, I assumed the house was empty. And at that point, my friend's kind of like, all right, fair enough. I guess if you were knocking on the door for several minutes, and nobody was answering, you would assume that nobody was home, but like I still feel like going around the backyard is kind of weird. And at that point, he's like, yeah, well, your dad told me that there was a strong probability the back door was unlocked if for some reason you weren't home. Like, I just assumed you were on a bike ride or whatever. I didn't think anybody was here because no one's answering the door. I just thought there was no one literally in the house at this moment. He told me the back door might be unlocked, so obviously I was just gonna go around to the back door. And he's like, well, you do realize that by wiggling the back door like that, I thought that you were a robber. And he's like, yeah, I understand why you were thinking that, I understand that in your panic, but do you understand that like I'm just doing what your dad told me to do? And at that point he realizes, all right, it's just my uncle, I'm gonna go let him in. So he goes downstairs and opens the back door and he lets his uncle in. And almost immediately his uncle is like, what did you do? Because he sees all of the glue on the door, and of course it's gotten everywhere. The door itself sounds like it's struggling to open. Something that I think my friend had forgotten is that glue still has the property of gravity, like in this scenario. Obviously he gets this now, like he was a lot younger, glue still has the properties of gravity, even when you've put it in cracks of doors or just into door jams in general. So he had like really overflowed all this glue into this door. And as you know, gravity had done its thing. It had come out of the door jam and just gotten all over the carpet. So there's just this huge patch of carpet that's now just absolutely covered in glue because he had tried to glue the back door shut. And his uncle's like, "What did you do?" And he tells his uncle he had thought someone was breaking in, so he tried to booby trap the house, and one of the things he had done was try to glue the door shut. And his uncle is like, "Well, I would definitely try to clean that up because your parents are going to be pissed. And on top of that, why would you booby trap the house instead of calling the police if someone was breaking in?" And my friend really didn't have a good answer to that because there really isn't one. You know, it was definitely the wrong choice to start gluing the door shut. Anyways, his uncle grabbed what he needed to grab and did help him for a little bit cleaning up the mess. There wasn't really much that they could do to clean it up quickly because obviously glue in the carpet is glue in the carpet. So he cleaned it up, he left, and his parents end up coming home, and almost immediately his parents just see this ginormous clump of glue in the carpet. You know how parents just have that radar that like whatever you did wrong while they were gone, they're gonna find almost instantly. Yeah, that's basically what went down. So he starts telling his parents everything that happened, and they're like laughing, thinking it's funny, trying not to be mad. I mean, obviously they're not stoked with the situation because nobody's hyped about a bunch of glue in their carpet, but at the same time, if your son's telling you that like I literally tried to glue the door shut and then sprayed my uncle with an airsoft gun because I thought someone was breaking in, like it's like, all right, clearly you're not ready to stay home yet. You know, it's kind of more on them because hey, first time he stays home this happens. Could you imagine time 4? He's gonna have like a literal air force at the house by the time they get back. What I don't get though is like I had been staying home for a minute by then. You know, I know everybody's different, but like at 13 I wasn't booby trapping the house anytime there was the smallest noise. For some reason though, he ended up not getting in a lot of trouble. His parents were just kind of like, it is what it is, which I guess is the best outcome possible if you're him, right? More than anything, he said that the worst punishment he received from it was the fact that like everyone in his family calls him Kevin McAllister to this day, and he's just never been able to live it down. But I mean, how could they, bro? Like you literally started pretending that you were defending the fort like you were in Home Alone. Obviously, they're gonna have to make fun of you for that. What are they supposed to do? Just pretend that's not funny? Regardless, overall, I would say don't try to fight robbers. You know, if they're crazy enough to be breaking into your house, they're probably crazy enough to do other stuff, and you shouldn't 1v1 them. But that'll do it. I just thought this was going to be a funny video. If you guys enjoyed, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. If you really want to help me out, I'll put a link to the intro song down below, along with the link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or, of course, you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. It's another great way to help me out. Last but not least, I do put my story times up on Spotify if you want to check them out. Link in the top of the description to go listen to that. And you can also get the merch, which is pretty fantastic. Link can also be found down below. Be sure to go get some. On that note, though, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and Merry Christmas season time. As you can tell, it's day 2 of the 12 Days of Scrubs, the yearly series where we just kind of go over my favorite videos from the year. If you're looking forward to it, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. If this video gets, I don't know, 10,000 likes, then Santa will double your presents this year. That's the word on the street, not true. Other than that, if you want to get the Karen Christmas sweater, link down below. And yeah, without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Get some hot cocoa or whatever people do these days, and relax. It's a story time from my childhood. I don't think I've told it before here on the channel, but basically one of the people I used to live next to, and another kid and I used to have like our little group we would hang out with in the neighborhood, and we ended up getting into an insane situation we shouldn't have been in, and we all stopped hanging out after that. Our parents stopped being friends. It was just crazy, and it all revolved around one person being kind of cringe. Either way, I thought it would be a very entertaining story time y'all would enjoy, so yeah, without further ado, let's get right into the video. Alright, so way back in the day when I was a young little whippersnapper, I would spend a majority of my time outside in the neighborhood. Things certainly have changed. I describe myself as a little bit more of a cave troll now. But back then, as soon as I would get home from school, I would get my homework done as fast as possible, then go outside and like ride my bike, play sports, whatever it may be. And we had a lot of kids in our neighborhood, but there were two that I really got along with. And for the purpose of this story, I'm gonna name them Red and Green, just because I've been playing some Pokemon recently and those names sound like good ones for this story time. You know how it is. You know someone's cool if they're just named after a color. Like, whoa, all right, man, you got some mysterious thing going on. Either way, Red, Green, and I would hang out like more than any other kids in the neighborhood. We would hang out with other people, but it just so happened that we would be the ones like over at each other's houses. We would play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 together, split screen style in the basement of one of their houses. And it's rare for houses in Las Vegas to have a basement, so I remember being like, whoa, he's rich because he has a basement. So if you're out there and you have a basement, congratulations. Younger me would have thought you were rich. Either way, we were all pretty cool, and we would do just normal things. We're pretty into street hockey there for a bit. We would have airsoft wars, just that type of thing. And naturally, because we would hang out a lot, our parents started to like get to know each other better. And for a while, we would just hang out basically every single day over at someone's house. And it was a pretty good time. But Red wasn't necessarily the greatest influence in retrospect. Like, don't get it twisted, we were friends. But, you know, hindsight's 2020, and he was not exactly the best influence of all time. A few of the times I've gotten in, like, big trouble at school was because of him. And listen, at the end of the day, I'm my own person. I could have said no, but he would put ideas in my head like, hey, let's skip school. Hey, let's do this. Hey, do you want to, like, I don't know, shoot the garage door with an airsoft gun, stupid things. And he was older than me, so it didn't happen often, but every now and then we would get in trouble together. And Green was the same age as Red. They were both a little older than me, and when Green became our good friend, it kind of worked out. Because Red had to chillax a little bit, someone could push back against him, and obviously I could have, you know, I just felt like I don't want to piss off the older, cooler kid, but whatever, we had stopped getting into as much trouble, and every now and then Red would still try to be like, hey guys, let's go do something stupid, let's go do this, let's go do that, and Green would be like, no, we're not gonna do that. So my parents enjoyed that the group had gotten a little bit bigger because the stupidity had dropped a little bit, but eventually Red just started getting smarter about how he wanted to do dumb things. And Christmas was coming up, and we were all talking about what we wanted to get for Christmas. And at the time, I really wanted this, like, I don't know if anyone remembers this company. They made, like, spy gear for kids. I can't remember the name of it right now. It might have just been spy gear, to be honest. But they had this, like, remote-controlled tank car that had a camera on it. And I really wanted it, and that's what I was going to ask for Christmas. And Green was like, I really want to get a new Xbox, so that's what I'm going to ask for Christmas. And Red says, oh, I'm going to get a go-kart. And all of us were like, dude, you're gonna get a go-kart, that's sick, your parents are gonna get that for you, like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, I was talking to my dad, he says he got a go-kart when he was my age, so he's gonna get me one so I can start learning how to drive. And obviously, Green and I think that this is the coolest thing we've ever heard. Like, when you're a young kid, one of your friends having a go-kart is possibly the coolest thing you can think of. In fact, at the time, we were like watching a spy movie when he told us he was gonna get one. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a scene where the kid's like driving on go-karts away from somebody on the road, and we just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And on our mind, we're like, yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing, bro. We're gonna be being chased by the cops on this go-kart. Everything's gonna be going awesome. Clearly, if you're running from the cops in a go-kart, things have gone very wrong for you, but we were too young to like really think it through too much. High-speed chase in a vehicle that can only go 35 miles per hour. And in all of our minds, we were imagining that the go-kart he was going to get for Christmas was going to be like one of those racing go-karts with a little bit wider base to it, so they're hard to flip over, low to the ground, whatever. But Christmas comes along, and I get my spy car, Green gets his Xbox, and sure enough, Red gets his go-kart. But it does not look anything like the go-kart we were expecting it to look like. It was more of like some pipe kind of wrapped around a lawnmower engine that some dude had made in his garage. And it definitely did work as a go-kart. Like, you could start the engine, it had gas, it had brake, it had a steering wheel, everything you would need, but it just didn't necessarily have like a very well-engineered design in terms of, as I said, those racing go-karts are made in a way that they're hard to flip over, they're designed to take turns well. Well, whoever had just kind of welded this cage onto this like lawnmower engine didn't really think about that because it was high off the ground and the lawnmower engine was raised up in the back. So it was very top heavy and tall, which meant that it was just very easy to flip over. And so on Christmas, we're over at Red's house and his dad is giving us this speech about like, hey, you guys gotta be careful, you know, this thing will flip over, only 2 people in it at a time. I know there's 3 of you, but don't let all 3 of you get in it. You know, don't do any sharp turns, don't do any jumps, cause like it's not made for that, it's made for getting around, you guys can use it, blah, 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 and gave us some pretty strict rules. And those are all very responsible rules. If it's already a little bit top heavy, the last thing you want us doing is cramming into it as much as humanly possible and doing sharp turns. That definitely is not an ideal situation, and I get it, 2 at a time, blah, 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 blah. Like, all those rules make sense. The only issue is our parents weren't exactly with us all the time when we would use the go-kart. And obviously, we would get around the corner and then be like, okay, everyone get in. Because one of us wasn't going to walk along while the other 2 were in the go-kart. And I'm not saying that was the smartest decision I've ever made. There's a reason that the story ends with us kind of like distancing ourselves friendship-wise. But what I can say is we didn't really listen to the rules. We were constantly like taking it out into this desert trail that we had behind our house and jumping it. We were driving it for like the first 2 days, and after that, I ended up having to go out of town and visit my grandpa, who lived out of state at the time. And so I was gone for a bit. And while I was gone, Red and Green kept goofing off in the go-kart, learning how to do new things, finding jumps, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't know about any of this because I didn't have a phone at the time. They didn't have a phone. It was just like not an era where everyone had an iPad. So I didn't really know what was up. But I come back and they pull up in the go-kart to my house as we're unpacking. And they're like, dude, we have to show you something. We discovered something awesome in the go-kart. And I look at my dad and my dad's like, all right, have fun, but be careful. And remember, you know, don't overload it. Because he knew Red's dad, so he had kind of gotten like the same little rundown on the rules and whatnot. And I said, okay, I grab my skateboard and I start following them down around the corner. And we get down around the corner and they go, dude, we found something new we can do with the go-kart. It's so much fun. Oh, you got to try it. It's a really good time. It's sick. And I'm thinking, all right, maybe they found a spot in the desert where they were building jumps. Maybe they found a straightaway where they could go fast. Something along those lines. Because that was what would be fun to me. I didn't really expect what they said was a really good time because it just wasn't. They said, we've been flipping the go-kart. And I look at them like they're crazy because that's probably the craziest thing I've ever heard. Why would you purposely be flipping something that you're driving? I mean, maybe for some people that sounds like a good time, but I feel like every time I've been watching a truck race or something and something starts flipping, it's never on purpose and it's never something someone wants to be doing. And especially in this go-kart that's already top heavy and like doesn't have a super intense roll cage on it. There's no seat belts. I'll be honest, the idea of rolling this thing and flipping it on purpose just sounded like being stuck in a metal death trap. So I wasn't exactly jumping at the idea of getting involved with this. So I'm like, I don't really know how to feel about that. It doesn't seem too fun. I don't really know if I want to. And they're like, okay, just watch. So I take a step back, they get in the go-kart, they start tearing up, and when they get close, Red cuts the wheel hard left and it flips. And it like rolls onto its side and it slides for a bit and it makes this ugly scraping sound, just metal against the concrete. And then I just hear laughing and I look and they're both giggling their heads off. And listen, from where I was standing, it didn't look fun. Maybe this is just me not trying to get a Darwin Award. But I told them, yeah, I mean, I'll watch, but I don't want to flip. I really don't want to flip in it. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't want to. And they're like, oh, come on, quit being a baby. And I'm like, look, you can call me a baby. I don't want to. Because it just looked insanely dangerous. I just did not want to be involved. No thanks. So whatever. They just kept flipping it over and over and over. And I'm just kind of standing there watching it. And after a while, I get bored and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go inside and play some video games. You guys have fun. And they're like, all right, bye. You're still a wimp for not wanting to flip it. Whatever. I go inside. And my mom goes, "Are they safe on that go-kart?" And obviously, I'm not going to snitch on my friends, even though they were doing stupid things. It's not like I'm going to tell my mom I wasn't doing anything. So I say no, because the last thing I want my mom to do is tell their mom they're being unsafe. Da-da-da-da-da. And my mom's like, okay, well, just be careful. And at the time, I was really into Madden. It was Madden 09 with Brett Favre on the cover. I remember because I was playing my like superstar character. I made a character. I was playing through his seasons. And I'm playing this game, and I hear like the doorbell ring. I hear my mom answer it, and I hear her coming upstairs. And she comes in and she says, "Hey, your friends are outside. They want you to come back outside." And I'm kind of like, ugh, I don't want to flip this stupid go-kart. I don't say that out loud, but I know that they're about to convince me to do it again, and I just don't want to. It seems like a stupid idea. I'm not interested. So I go downstairs and I see them, and they're like, we're not gonna do that thing, because my mom's standing there, so they can't say we're not gonna flip the go-kart. They said, hey, we're just gonna go explore the desert. And so I was a little bit more interested in that. So I go out to the garage, I get my bike, because we had like a mountain bike type of thing, and I start following them in the go-kart down to the desert. And there was this spot down to the right around the corner from my house where there was this big fence that somebody had cut open that you would go through to get to the desert. And when we get there, they say, get in, like all three of us are gonna ride. And this was something that we had done before, so it's not like I was scared, but I tell them, like, I don't want to flip, okay? I do not want to flip. I'll get in and we can go explore the desert, but don't flip it. Just let me get out. If you want to flip it, like, do whatever you want to do, but let me get out. And they both go, okay, whatever. And so I get in and we start going through the desert, and we're going down this road, and we're probably going, I don't know, this thing couldn't have gone that fast. It was a lawnmower engine. Maybe 15, 20 miles per hour, maybe, but like about that fast through the desert. And Red starts being like, we should flip it. I think he thought maybe once we started driving it, my mind would change and I'd be like, yeah, send it. That wasn't happening. I still thought this was stupid. I'm like, no, come on, man, I don't want to. So he's reluctant, and he's getting like more intense and trying to peer pressure me. He's calling me a baby. He's getting mad that I don't want to do it. And so like I say, just take me home, bro. Because listen, I'm not going to get yelled at like this. Like, you know when someone is trying to get you to do something and it stops being like a fun friendship way? Like, it's no longer, come on, man. It's like, you're being a baby, and you're like, I don't want to do it, dude. Like, you can scream at me and call me a baby. I don't want to be here. But whatever. I'm like, take me home. I don't want to hang out anymore. Just take me home. And they're annoyed, but whatever. I'm insistent that they take me home. So we turn around and we start driving back. And we get to the part where we're going to come back through this gate to like get back on the road to the house. And when we come through the gate, Red slams on the gas pedal and we start flying forward. And I guess it wasn't weird to go fast, but just something about the way he did it made me and Green both go like, what are you doing? And the way that we're sitting is it's Red on the left in the driver's seat, me in the middle, because I was the smallest, and the middle was not really meant to be sat in, so I was just kind of like supporting myself up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then Green on the right. And just because it's not made for three people, they kind of have to like have their elbows out a little bit. And so Green and I are like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And Red goes, we're gonna flip it. And we get to where the road is like, you have to come off the sidewalk to get into the road. I don't know if that makes sense, like from this gate thing. And so the go-kart goes off the curb and he cuts the wheel and it flips. And as it's flipping, I just remember looking to my right and realizing that Green is like falling out of the go-kart a bit, and he's what it's flipping onto. So I adjust a little bit and like put my feet against the right crossbar that was going up. It's a crappy roll cage, but there is a cage on it. And I kind of stop it and I hear it go thump, but we don't slide. And I look and the go-kart is laying on top of Green, who had fallen out and gotten hit when it flipped. And I jump out and I'm like, Green, are you okay? Are you okay? And Red is like, Green, are you okay? He's freaking out. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. But basically, as we were flipping, what had happened was Green fell out and had like gotten kind of like his bottom half was in, his top half was out. So when it flipped, it landed on top of him and we slid for like an inch. And Green is on the ground and he lifts his head up from like where he is. And I will never forget how gross this is. I'm hoping this video doesn't get demonetized, but just road rash down the entire right side of his face. And when I say road rash down the entire right side of his face, I mean he's looking like Two-Face. And immediately, me and Red are like, oh my God, bro, we have to get you to the hospital. Like, we got to take you to your parents. And I'm starting to like be like, we got to get him to his parents now. Like, we got to get out of here. And then Red, for whatever reason, realizes that he's going to get in trouble for this. And he's like, no, we don't have to tell him. We can just like clean it ourselves. And I look at Red and I look at Green, who is looking like Two-Face from Batman at the current moment. And I say, there's no way we're going to be able to keep this a secret. There's just no way. Like, even if we were makeup experts, half of his face is missing, bro. Like, there's no way that we're going to be able to keep this a secret. And on top of it, even if we could, he probably needs to go see a doctor. Like, he needs to go see someone. He needs help, bro. Like, this is not okay. And Red's reluctant, and he's like, well, I'll take him. I'll say we flipped it. But you go home and just say you weren't with us, because if there's 3 people, then we broke multiple rules and I'm going to get in more trouble. And I look at Green and I'm like, Green, do you need me? And he goes, no, I agree. My parents will be more mad if there was 3 of us too. So they both agree that I should just dip out. And they're like, don't tell anyone you're with us, because we're going to tell them that we flipped it and that's how he got hurt. And listen, I'm younger than them. I looked up to them a lot. And like, should I have kept it a secret in retrospect? Probably not. But at the time, I was just going to keep my mouth shut and go home. I was fine. I don't know why I wasn't injured. Red wasn't injured. Like, we were okay. So I go home. I come inside and my mom's like, how was it? Awesome. The desert was great. I like go upstairs as fast as possible, get on my PS2, and I start playing Madden, trying to just avoid my parents. I knew if my parents would talk to me, they could tell something was up, because I was still freaking out about what had happened. But I'm sitting there playing games, and then I hear the doorbell ring. And for whatever reason, as soon as the doorbell rings, I start getting nervous. I'm like, ooh, I don't know why I'm nervous, but something about that makes me nervous. And I hear like a woman talking, and I hear my mom talking back. And then out of nowhere, I hear my mom very frantically going, what? And immediately, I just knew that, like, something happened. And I hear someone running up the stairs. And sure enough, my mom, like, flings open the door so hard it was like a gust of wind, like a bird Pokemon when it first learns gust, bro. I almost flew away. What do you mean the go-kart flipped and you were on it? Are you crazy? I told you not to be on it with 3 people. You're such an idiot. Why would you do that? We told you not to. We have those rules to keep you safe. Da-da-da-da-da. And I'm just looking at my mom, and pure panic, bro, because I didn't plan on getting caught. It wasn't in my plan. And in my stupidity, this was dumb. I shouldn't have done it. I try to just deny it. And I go, I don't know what you're talking about. And my mom goes, well, Green's mom just came over here with him and showed me the half of his face that he's going to have to go to the hospital for right now. So you better start explaining what actually happened if you ever want to be able to hang out with them again. And at that point, I'm like, oh, crap. And the first thing I asked my mom is Green okay? Because the last time I had seen him, he had just told me to shut up. And my mom's like, they're going to the hospital because it's a really bad road rash, and they think he might have a concussion, and they want to know what happened from you, because obviously Red is going to try to save his butt because it's his go-kart. And at that point, I didn't want to snitch, but it was like too serious for me to not explain what had actually happened. Like, it was just too serious. So I start telling my mom, I'm like, all right, they were both flipping the go-kart. They were both having a great time. Us 3 have been doing it in the desert because we thought it was safe, like getting in the go-kart together. We know you said not to do 3 people, but we decided to do it. On the way back, they kept trying to say flip, and I kept being like, no. And then we came back onto the street and he flipped it, and then and then they told me to come back because they didn't want to get in trouble with the 3 people and blah, 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 blah. And my mom's like, okay, so let me get this straight. Basically, they said that flipping the go-kart was a ton of fun. You didn't want to flip the go-kart. All 3 of you were in it. Red decided that he was going to flip the go-kart to show you how fun it was. Green fell out because there was 3 of you in the cart. And I'm like, yeah, basically, that's kind of what happened. Essentially, yes. And she's like, you are never to get in that go-kart ever again. Do you understand me? The fact that you were ever on it in the first place is ridiculous. None of you were responsible for that go-kart. I can't believe they got it for him in the first place. But if you ever get on that again, you will be grounded forever. Do you understand? And like, obviously, she's pissed. I understand why she was so mad. I mean, one of the kids in the neighborhood who lived across the street has like half his face missing at the current point of time. Like, it's just an insane situation. But whatever, the rest of the day is very awkward in my house. My mom's pissed because I tried to keep it a secret. My dad's like, you're an idiot because your mom's pissed. It's just not a good situation. A day later, though, Green's mom comes over and she talks to me and she's like, what happened? So I tell her the same story and I ask how Green is because I'm curious. I don't want him to be injured. Obviously, none of us would like this situation to end up how it ended up. And she says that he's going to be okay. He probably won't have any permanent scarring and he had a concussion, which is like, considering the injury, he got really lucky. I'll be honest. There's a moment right when we flipped where I was like, oh my gosh, I think he might not get up. Like, it was insane. It was a very hard slam. So the fact that he was going to be okay was great news. And, you know, in retrospect, I can't believe that Red was, like, trying to get us to cover it up. It was a very serious thing. I don't know. We were really little kids at the time. Probably too young to be driving a go-kart, to be completely honest. Like, I don't even think any of us were in the double digits yet, just cruising around on a go-kart. But either way, obviously his mom thanked me. She leaves. And after that, we really, really very rarely interacted. And when we did, it would be one of the most awkward experiences of my entire life. Just to give you guys an idea of how weird this was. This happened when I was maybe 7, 8 years old, like somewhere in that range. Pretty young, right? So they probably were like 8 or 9, whatever, a little bit older than me. And obviously, like, it was awkward for a year or two, but you would think at some point it would kind of go back to normal. Like, you can't really hold on to anger you have at somebody from when you were 9, because people just change a lot, you know? Like, if somebody was still mad at me for something I did when I was 9, I'd be like, bro, I'm 23 now. Like, you're really gonna hold on to that? But for example, even well into high school, if I went to check the mail at the same time Green was checking the mail, like, we would both go to the mailbox, and if he saw me coming out of my house to come check the mail, he would literally, like, start taking evasive maneuvers like I was an enemy soldier in his territory, dude. It kind of felt insulting, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, do I have the Black Plague or something? Do I have some contagious disease I'm unaware of, dude? Super flu or whatever it's called? I'm just saying, man, he would literally avoid me, start taking evasive maneuvers, zigzagging, like walking as fast as possible away from the mailbox. And listen, maybe he just didn't want to interact with me, but was zigzagging necessary? It's not like I'm an alligator trying to chase you down, literally treating me like I got the bubonic plague. And what really bugged me about that, right, is like, I understand if Green was mad at Red and just wanted to ignore him forever, never interact with him again. The guy literally, like, slammed you on the ground under a go-kart, gave you a concussion. I can understand at that point being like, this friendship has just ran its course. But I don't know why he's taking evasive maneuvers and running away from me, bro. Like, I didn't do anything. I was not behind the wheel. I was just along for the ride that you guys told me it was gonna be really fun to be on. Oh, no, trust me, Ryan, flipping, it's a blast. Now you're gonna be mad at me because you got hurt when it flipped? Tisk, 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 my friend. Seriously, though, I guess I could understand it. It's just more awkward than anything. Like, even if you really want to avoid your neighbors, there's just only so much you can really do about it. As for Red, we just didn't really interact a whole ton after that either. I think that was more out of embarrassment than it was him, like, I don't know, really hating me, though. And I kind of realized the whole constantly being peer pressured thing was not my favorite thing in the planet. Like, I kind of realized that anytime he had a bad idea, he made us all go down with the ship, which sucks. You don't want a friend like that, you know? If someone makes bad decisions, let him make bad decisions alone. You don't need to bring the whole crew down with you. I do feel a little bit bad for my parents, though, just because they used to get along relatively well with their parents, and after this, it just kind of put the whole situation in a weird position. Probably because Green's parents were mad at Red's parents for buying the go-kart in the first place, and I will be fair, I don't really know if 9-year-olds need to be driving go-karts, bro. That just sounds like the worst situation of all time. Kids can barely, like, ride a bike in a straight line without falling over. You're just gonna give them a motorized vehicle and expect nothing bad to happen? It's a miracle something stupid didn't happen that was more dumb or more dangerous, or even sooner. Like, the fact we were able to operate it safely for a week or two is kind of impressive. Honestly, I don't really know what they expected. That was always going to end very stupidly. It's been a while since I've done a scary story time, but I see comments saying when's the next one, so here's the answer to that question: today. I think it'll be something you guys enjoy, and be sure to press the like button if you have ever drank H2O before. Yeah, that's right, all of you, and without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, I have a cousin who is a very outdoorsy man. He's like one of the dudes who just loves to hike 9 days out into the wilderness, stay there for a week, hike back out when the only thing he takes with him is a knife, just like the most insane outdoor dude ever. And I have like camping gear. I'm not Les Stroud, I'm not Bear Grylls by any means, like don't call me Survivor Man, but I've camped before. Like that's basically my outdoor experience, but whatever. On the 4th of July, we were hanging out and he was like, hey, let's go on like a little 3-day camping trip thing. It'll be really fun. We'll hike out into the woods. We'll have to drive a bit to go to a place that has woods, but it'll be a great time. And I was like, sure, why not? Went home next day, got a couple videos done, and was like, let's go, baby. Let's get this camp on. So I go over to my cousin's house, and he's got gear, and I brought some of my own gear, and he's like, all right, we're going to drive to a state pretty nearby. And they have these woods here. We're going to park here, and we're going to hike 8 hours in, so we're in like a super remote place. And I was like, all right, man, whatever you say. But I did warn him that an 8-hour hike for him is probably like a 12-hour hike for me. You know, I'm not saying that I can't do it, but I definitely am not going to be able to just be sprinting up a mountain like, oh, this is a great morning workout. Oh, this is better than cereal. Like, I don't know, man. That's just not me. And he was like, yeah, I know. It would usually take me about 6, so I figured 8. And I was like, all right, that's fair. We get in the car and we're driving there, and he starts telling me about how the last time that he camped out here and we were going to hike to where he camped last time, there was some things that he had seen that were pretty weird, and he was hoping to see them again. Which was not very comforting to me, you know, like I said, I've been camping before, but I definitely had never hiked like miles out into the middle of nowhere to just have a good time. And especially if I had ever hiked out into the middle of nowhere and started seeing a bunch of weird things, the last thing I would ever want to do is go back. But I guess my cousin was like, well, whatever. I'm the more experienced outdoorsman. If all else fails, I can just sacrifice Ryan to the wood demon that we're going to be fighting. And it'll all be good. And listen, if that would have happened, I wouldn't have been here, so I didn't get sacrificed to the wood demon. We're all good. Either way, I'm definitely curious as to what he saw, so I asked him, like, well, what weird things did you see? And he just said he would hear weird things at night, and he would wake up, and stuff would be moved around, but nothing would be taken, and, I definitely did not like the sound of that. Like, that's pretty weird. When he said he had seen weird things, I'm thinking more like, oh, I saw an unidentified flying object in the sky, probably a meteor. I didn't realize that he was hearing things at night and things were being moved around. This definitely wasn't making me feel more comfortable, but at the same time, I didn't want to look like a chicken in front of my cousin. I know everyone's like, wow, you know, I would have just let him know I was scared. I'm not afraid to look like I'm scared. Good for you, man. My cousin's very intimidating, and I wanted him to think I was cool. I don't regret it, because it was fun. But yeah, I was freaking out on the inside, but on the outside, I'm trying to play it cool as a cucumber. I'm like, oh yeah, that'd be really cool to see. In my mind, though, I really hope that doesn't happen. So eventually we get to the spot where we're going to leave the car. So we get out, we get all of our stuff, and he's like, all right, let's go. And we just start hiking. And the hike really wasn't that bad. Like, thankfully, I guess he had kind of thought about the fact that I don't have a ton of experience hiking for like 8 hours with 50 pounds of crap on my back. Because it was basically straight. I mean, there was some incline, obviously, but we would go up an incline, come down a decline for a bit, which that part kind of sucked. But it wasn't an insane incline. There was no mountain climbing. I didn't have to like climb rocks or anything. It wasn't that bad. We ended up getting there in like 7 hours. Which, sure, it was slower than he would have gone, but, like, it wasn't as slow as he expected me to be. I was a little bit proud of myself, and the first thing I noticed when we get to this spot is that it is desolate, man. Like, there is nothing around, and that is obvious to anyone who has done this stuff. I'm sorry that I'm a total noob at it, but when you hike for hours and hours into the middle of nowhere, it's insane how desolate it is, and it's really, really weird how, like, quiet it is. Not absolutely silent, you know, but it's weird that you don't hear cars, you don't hear planes, really. You don't really hear anything from, like, the human world, which for people that spend a lot of time in the woods is probably like, no duh, that's why it's so great. But I had never really been in a situation where it was this desolate before. So we start setting up the camp, and there's this little clearing, and as we're setting up the camp, my cousin is like, all right, so here's the plan. There's a creek about that way, so we'll go get water after we set up camp. And After that, I figured we'd set up a fire, cook dinner, and just get a good night's rest because we hiked all day. And I'm like, all right, that's fine with me. So we set up the camp, and that probably takes us about an hour. And we had decided to just bring a 2-person tent just because it was easier to not have to lug a 1-person tent each. So we get that all set up, we set up everything, and we take our food, we throw it up over a tree just in case any bears decide to come 1v1 us. Notice how I said 1v1, alright? Because my cousin is the one that's going to be taking on the bear. He would have gone full Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant, man. I would have been standing there like, bear, bear, bear. That's a joke. Obviously, I would try to help my cousin if a bear attacked, but we just wanted to avoid it. So we put our food up in the tree and we start going down to this creek with our like jugs of water, like these big containers of water, and we had brought water purification tablets. So we go down to this creek, we get the water, and it was maybe a 15-minute hike away from the site, which meant that it was just far enough away where it was out of eyesight. We couldn't really see it anymore. And we're getting the water and we come back up, and the first thing that we both notice as soon as we get back to the camping site is that things have definitely been shifted around a little bit. Not a ton. It's not like everything's all flipped upside down like something, an animal had rampaged through our site, but definitely enough for us to notice that things had been moved. For example, this is really weird, I swear, bro. I don't understand. Maybe he had someone out there pranking me, bro. I still don't know. Our sleeping bags had been like on certain sides of the tent, and we had all of our stuff, and just our sleeping bags had switched sides. All of our stuff was still on the sides we had left it on, just to confirm that that's how we had set it up before we left. And now the sleeping bags are switched. On top of that, like, coolers were just flipped around. Like, we had the openings facing towards where we were going to be sitting so they would be easier to open. They were like not full of anything yet because we had left the food up in the tree, you know, but we had just kind of situated them that way, and they were flipped around, so that was weird. And I started to panic a little bit in my brain. I still wasn't going to outwardly panic until I saw my cousin's reaction, but in my mind, I'm like, oh, I don't want to stay here, bro. Like, I'm ready to put my pack on and hike back out. I'm really not trying to be dealing with this whatsoever. I know it's probably a bad idea to hike that much at night, but I'm not really trying to stay here after what's already going down. And my cousin looks at me and he seems a little bit freaked out, like I can just see it in his face. And he goes, okay, that's definitely really weird. And I just say, like, what should we do? Because I don't really know what we should do, and I'm really hoping he's going to say we should leave. And he looks up and he says, well, I don't really want to stay here, but it's definitely too dark to hike back. So we're gonna have to stay the night. And immediately I just get this bad feeling in my stomach. Like, oh man, I really do not want to have to deal with this. This is not gonna be pleasant. I don't really know what's gonna go down tonight, but I just have a bad feeling. And I'm like, are you sure we're gonna be safe if we do that? And he says, yeah, for sure. But the way he says, yeah, for sure is like, I don't know, hopefully. And so we kind of just set up camp, we make a little fire, we make food, and the entire time you can tell both of us are insanely paranoid because our head is just like consistently on a swivel. Not that it's ever a fantastic idea to totally let your guard down when you're in the middle of nowhere, but you know when you're just like feeling like you're being watched, so you're just way too aware of everything going on around you. Every little noise, every time a bird would fly, we both like snap our heads towards that direction, and it's obvious we're both freaked out, and we're just kind of avoiding talking about it because it almost felt like, and this makes no sense, I just didn't want to talk about it because it felt like if I said anything about it, I was gonna like, you know, make it angry. I don't know what it was. I just did not want to talk about it. So we're just kind of talking about life and whatnot, and it had been a long time since I had spent time with my cousin, so we're talking and the conversation's good as long as, like, you know, nothing's moving. Obviously it takes us a little bit to get through conversations because we're both pretty paranoid, but it was a pretty good time. I'm talking to my cousin, and by the time that we kind of finish food, get everything all like packed up again, throw the food back over the tree, it's dark now. And we are out in the middle of nowhere, so it's like dark. And we're both starting to get insanely tired because we had hiked all day. So we decide to go in the tent, put out the fire, and just like go to bed, get it over with, and hike out first thing in the morning. And we had just kind of avoided talking about it, but the air was that we were both scared. And I was more scared because my cousin was scared. Like, this was a guy that did this all the time. This was literally his thing, bro. Dude could probably have a show on the Discovery Channel. And he was ready to hike out first thing in the morning. That didn't make me feel more comfortable about the situation, but whatever. We get into the tent, And one of the first things I noticed is my cousin has like a giant knife up by his pillow. And maybe that's something he does all the time, but I kind of was like, oh, all right, it's like that. So I get my knife, not very large, and just keep it by my pillow just because I don't know, man. I'm already freaked out. I would rather just be safe than not be safe. I don't think I'm going to have to use it, but it was more peace of mind than anything. And I start trying to go to sleep, and I just can't sleep at all. My anxiety about the situation is pretty high, and what really sucked is it was like my body was exhausted. I really wanted to sleep, but my brain was just like, nah, I'm not gonna let that happen. I think everyone's been in that situation, you know, like you ever been in a moment where you have to wake up early the next morning and you're trying to go to sleep the night before, but your brain's like, I'm just gonna keep you up till 5 a.m. because I hate you. So I'm just laying there insanely paranoid, and I finally fall asleep. It's probably like 2, 3 in the morning at this point, and as soon as I fall asleep, I hear something. And my eyes open up, and immediately I see my cousin sit up. So I sit up too because I'm like, oh, all right, it's going down, you know? If we're all springing up from our sleep here, something's happening. And immediately we look at each other, and we're both being quiet so we can hear what it is. And it sounds like something is walking towards the tent. Slowly, but it's definitely something moving towards the tent. And I don't know how to explain this, but it just sounded like a person walking towards us, something on 2 legs. Just the way that it was moving, the speed, like I don't know how to explain it. It just didn't sound like it was an animal walking towards the tent. And so we're listening to it get closer and closer to the tent, and we're both just wide-eyed staring at each other, and then back out of the tent, and then at each other and back out of the tent. And there had been like potential rainstorms in the area when we had left, so we had put the rain cover over the tent so we couldn't see anything. Like, we are in the tent, all we can do is hear this thing walking up to the tent. And it feels like the longest, probably 30 seconds of my life, as this thing is just getting closer and closer to the tent, and it gets right outside of the tent, like the footsteps are as close as it can be, and it just stops. And no other sound happens, it's just apparently standing right outside the tent. So my cousin looks at me, and he puts his finger over his lips to say, like, be quiet. And he didn't have to tell me to be quiet. I wasn't gonna start yelling out like, hey man, come on in, we're having a slumber party. No, whatever is outside in the woods in the middle of the night, as far away from the road as we are, walking up to tents silently, I do not want to interact with whatsoever. Even if it's a nice guy, it's not a nice situation you're putting me in. But we just are sitting there quietly, and like, I have my hand on my knife just in case whatever it is starts trying to come into the tent. And as we're sitting there, whatever's outside the tent isn't trying to unzip the entrance or anything. What I see is just like 2 shapes kind of pushing in on the side of the tent. And it's very obviously like hands kind of pushing into the tent and pulling down. I don't know if you've ever seen someone kind of push on that type of fabric before. It's just kind of obvious when there's something putting pressure on it. And so whatever's outside is pushing on the tent and kind of sliding its hands down. And at this point, I'm probably 2 inches away from pooping my pants. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, I wouldn't even have been scared. I would have been hyped. Well, good for you, bro. I was freaking out because we're in the middle of nowhere, and this thing just walked up to our tent and is now just putting its hands on the sides and rubbing it down the side. And if you've ever like felt that tent fabric, you know that if you push it and kind of slide your hands down, it makes that like shh noise as your hand is sliding down. And that noise is kind of just sliding down the tent. And me and my cousin are just staring at this movement down the side of the tent. And it gets down to about our eye level, and then it just stops. And my cousin and I are still just quiet, not reacting at all. We didn't know if there was like a lot of people outside the tent. We don't even know what it is. Either way, we're not about to let it know that we're awake. We don't want to get into a fight. And the last thing either of us is going to do is get outside of the tent right now. I've seen enough scary movies to know that you never leave the location where it appears to be safe. If it wants to come into the tent, there's 2 of us. I like our chances better in the tent than just like, oh, I'll try to fight whatever's out there by myself. But we are just crapping ourselves. I'm like sweating, dude. My heart is racing. I literally was like, oh, I'm gonna die. This is how it goes out. And after it takes its hands off the tent, once it's at our eye level, it doesn't walk away, it's just standing there. And so the suspense is literally like you could probably cut it with a knife, just that in the air, just tension. And finally, it's standing out there for probably 2 minutes, but it just feels like eternity because we're waiting for it to walk away. And we hear it take like 3 steps away, and then we hear some of our stuff being shifted around in the camp. And it's not insanely loud, but at this point, we're so on edge, our adrenaline's rushing so hard that, like, you know, you get into that mode where you can just pay better attention to things. You're just noticing every minute little detail, and I'm just hearing things kind of get shifted and dragged along the dirt. And we still don't really know what to do. It's the middle of the night. It's pitch black outside. We don't know what it is, how many of them there are. We're just sitting here just waiting for it to leave. And after probably another 5 minutes of shifting around our stuff, we hear the footsteps leaving the camp. And after an hour of just sitting there in the silence, not wanting to make any noise just in case it was like nearby or something, or it had faked walking away just to see if we would come out of the tent, my cousin looks at me and whispers really quietly, like, "What was that?" And I look at him like, dude, you're the one who spends all your time in the woods. You think I'm going to be the expert on whatever that was? You told me that this was going to be a great time. You said some things that were weird went down. You didn't tell me that there was going to be something trying to break into the tent in the middle of the night. No offense, but I probably would have said no to coming with you if you would have been honest with me about what was going to happen when I got here. Being haunted by a wood demon was not on my bucket list. But I tell him, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know what that was? And he just gives me this look and says, in all of his time being out in the woods, he had never seen or been involved in anything like that before. And listen, I don't know if he was messing with me. If he was messing with me, then he also is not only a good, like, woodsman or whatever you would call it, but he's also an incredible actor. Because the guy was talking in a way where his voice was shaking with fear, which did not instill more confidence in me. Like, I thought this dude was basically as, I don't know, oh, I'm gonna just go out in the woods and build a cabin with my bare hands. And here he is shaking, being like, I've never seen anything like that before. And we're whispering back and forth, and I don't know what it is, so I say, well, what do we do? What do we do? And he says, well, I'm not going out of the tent until it's daylight. And I say, well, I'm not either, man. I'm not trying to go out there by myself. And so he says we should probably just stay in here and wait. And so we sat in the tent in basically silence, only whispering anytime we would hear something or whatnot for like the next 2 hours, waiting for the first crack of sunlight to come up. And even when the first crack of sunlight started to be visible, neither of us wanted to really go out there because there was nothing making any noise. No birds chirping, we didn't hear any movement. Like, it was like the entire world around us had gone insanely silent. Which, I don't know if it was just too early in the morning, but usually as soon as the sun starts coming up, you start to hear, like, birds and whatnot, but it was just quiet, like, eerily silent. And as the sun came up more and more, when it finally was, like, fully up, sun fully blaring, we decided to come out of the tent. And we step out of the tent, and we didn't even really have to talk to each other. We immediately knew what we were going to do. We were gonna first take inventory of everything that had been moved around and then pack it up and leave as fast as humanly possible. And I'm telling you, man, everything in our camp had just been moved around. Like, nothing had been taken, no food, no gear, nothing was stolen. Everything had just been moved, like flipped upside down, taken to the other side of the camp. I don't know, whatever was out there in the woods just felt like terrifying people or what, but it had walked up to our camp, touched our tent, and then just decided to just rearrange everything and not take anything. Like, if it was just some crazy dude out in the woods, you think he would have scavenged our gear or something, taken it if he's out here living in the wilderness by himself, but no, it just moved all of our crap around. And so we're really freaked out because it didn't even take anything. It was almost like whatever had come up to the tent was trying to scare us. Like, that was literally all it was trying to do. It wasn't trying to steal anything. It was just messing with us. So that didn't make us any more comfortable, and we start packing up everything as fast as we can, man. Like, I usually like to pack things pretty quickly. I don't like to spend a lot of time packing. That being said, I was in overdrive, bro. I took the juggernaut drink for packing. I was just throwing stuff in the backpack. I didn't care if it really fit that well, man. I would carry some of it in my hands if I had to. We're just shoving crap in bags and getting everything packed up. And finally, after probably like 20 minutes of just throwing stuff into our bags, we finally have everything. And my cousin's like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good." And we just start hauling it back towards the car. And thankfully, my cousin was pretty good at navigation, so I'm just kind of following him. And we weren't running through the woods. Like, obviously, we're not Usain Bolt out here just sprinting through the woods like we're experts. But we're going pretty quick. We're going as fast as we can. We're not taking a lot of breaks. We're like drinking water as we're walking. We're just trying to get it done. And the hike that had taken us 7 hours to get out to is on track to probably be done in about 5 hours. We were really picking up the pace. And my cousin's like, man, we're making great time. But about 2.5 hours into this hike back out to the car, everything in the woods goes silent again. And up to this point, like there had been, birds chirping, like you can see squirrels on trees and whatnot. All of a sudden, everything goes just dead silent. And my cousin looks at me and just signals like, stop. So I stop and I'm like whispering to him, what? And he says, everything just went quiet. That's weird. That usually means something's around. So I start looking around. Not that I'm going to find anything. I don't even know why I'm looking around, bro. I'm like, oh yeah, no dude, trust me. I'll scan the tree line. I'll figure it out. Yeah, what am I going to do?
Anyways, as we're looking around, we hear a branch break about 20 feet behind us, and my cousin just yells, run, and starts running. And listen, he's supposed to be the expert of the woods, Mr. Snow White, able to like sing to the animals and whatnot, so when he yells run and takes off, I don't really know what's going on. All I know is I'm not about to be sitting here not running, because I feel like that's how I end up in like a missing 411 video. His cousin ran, and Ryan was never seen again. I'm not trying to go out like that, alright? I'm not trying to die to the wood demons. I'm gonna die like 87 years old of some weird disease that doesn't exist yet. Either way, we are just running through the woods now as fast as we can. The terrain is like pretty forgiving. I lost my footing a couple times. I'm able to recover it, but we're just running. And I don't stop running until my cousin stops running, and this guy can run for a while. And we're probably sprinting for about 15 minutes. And for those 15 minutes, I wasn't looking back because I knew that was going to slow me down. And we also didn't really hear anything behind us. I don't know why we kept running forever, probably just to get out of that situation as far as we could, but we finally run for 15 minutes and my cousin stops and he's out of breath and I'm out of breath and we're breathing heavy and we start drinking water and we're like, what was that, man? Like, what do you think that was? And I asked him why he was so scared and he goes, honestly, it probably would have been a bad idea to run if that would have been like a bear or something, bad idea, but he just said that like a wave of fear washed over him and the only thing that his brain could do was just like say run and take off. Which this guy wasn't really afraid of lava a lot. Like as long as I've known him, which is a while, he's my cousin. I had never really seen him get shaken up by anything. So the fact that he's sitting here being like, dude, I don't know. I just had an overwhelming feeling to run. Didn't calm me down, and definitely I was glad that we took off, because like he was the type of guy that would purposely stay in situations a little bit too long because he was just so chill and like not scared. The type of guy to be like, if a rhino was rushing him, just stare it down and be like, it's gonna stop, trust me. So the fact that he had freaked out and started running made me be like, oh yeah, we were mere inches away from death. Not that we were or whatnot, but we just definitely both felt like we needed to get out of there. And we're still probably about 2 hours or so away from like being back to the car, and at that point we kept up the pace. We were going like a little bit faster than our normal pace, which was hard to keep up with him for a bit. But at the same time, I wasn't really trying to stick around here anymore. It became obvious to both of us that whatever had been messing with us at the camp last night had been following us. Just because it hadn't chased after us, we assumed that it had to have been something like that. Everything had gone quiet. If it would have been a bear or something, like the last thing you're supposed to do is run. So we both had just kind of assumed that whatever had messed with us at the camp had been following us and had just happened to freak us out enough for us to sprint and hadn't followed us. But we weren't trying to stick around and let it catch up or figure out what it was for another night, so we're just hauling it through the woods. And we're like keeping our voices down but still talking to each other, and I'm asking him, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? And he just doesn't have an answer for me. And usually this guy is Mr. Logical Explanation, so that wasn't calming me down either. And finally we get to the point where we could hear the road and we start picking up the pace even more, kind of jogging a little bit, and we get to the car and he says, just throw your stuff in the back. So I throw my stuff in the back, I hop in the car, and we peel out of there. And my cousin is driving like he's in a GTA server a little bit. He's going like 50 and like a 30. And so I tell him to relax, slow down, and he goes, sorry, I'm just scared. I'm scared. And I'm like, what are you scared of? And he says, I think I saw something following us for that last little bit, but I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to freak you out. Which, listen, if you didn't want to say anything, you just shouldn't have said anything ever, bro. I really didn't want to hear that. I was already freaking out enough, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I saw something following us, but didn't want to tell you. Well, now I know we were still being followed, and he said that, like, it had kind of started approaching the car. That's why he had just said, throw the stuff in and go, and he just wanted to get out of there. And so I'm like, what was it, you know? And he said it just looked like a dude, but it looked like a dude that had been in the woods for a really long time. Looked like his clothes had just been through the ringer, just beat to crap and whatnot. Maybe he was just some guy like trying to hide from something. I don't know. Maybe he was just one of those dudes that has enough, lives in the shack in the middle of the woods. Either way, I was not trying to hang out and mess around, and I'm glad my cousin just got us in the car and got us out of there. Very, very thankful he didn't go stupidest person in a horror movie mode and like go investigate it. Last thing I want to do is have to explain to my aunt why my cousin was eaten by a pack of wild cannibals in the woods. And once we were in the car, we just literally drove until we like hit this town. And my cousin and I pulled over into this motel because we hadn't slept the night before. We had hiked back out. We were literally exhausted. We get a room and we just passed out, man. I had never slept that good in a very, very long time. I will say that. Like, very thankful. If there's one good benefit out of all of this, I slept like a baby in that motel, all right? The bed sucked. It didn't even matter. We just needed a cheap place to sleep because we were exhausted. We both passed out. We slept. I had some pretty freaky dreams, obviously, about like being camping in the woods and being watched. Not very swag. I don't think I had a vision or anything. I think my brain just concocted a nightmare because of the situation that my cousin had apparently just decided to keep from me. Either way, we wake up and my cousin's like, ready to go? I say yes. We hop in, we drive home. We get back and our family is kind of like, you guys are back way earlier than we thought you were going to be. And we're like, yeah. We tell them the story. They are definitely shaken up, but my dad thinks we're messing with them. He's like, yeah, sure, you guys are just pranking us. Probably couldn't handle out there being in the woods because you're so addicted to cell phones. Ha ha ha. You know, boomer joke. You really zinged me, Dad. Either way, we were like, no, I swear. And so we have another uncle that's kind of like the crazy conspiracy theory guy. I've told stories about him before on this channel. And of course, he starts talking about how like, yeah, there's all these civilizations that live out in the woods and they don't like visitors. So if you go out there, they'll come mess with your stuff to teach you a lesson. And I don't necessarily believe that, but I don't really know what it was, bro. I didn't see anything. Maybe my cousin could have just been messing with me. Maybe he had a friend out there. I don't know. Either way, bro, I was just happy to get out of there. There's something really unnerving about seeing someone that you like respect a lot and think very highly of, especially when it comes to just being tough and not afraid of anything, start to be shaken up and freaking out. Does not add confidence to the situation, dude. But I'm proud of myself for just hiking out of there, man. Adrenaline and fear is one hell of a motivator. Usually in that situation, I'd be so winded, I'd be like, I'm so tired. The fear of being eaten by whatever is following us, though, definitely made me be like, oh, this is easy, man. I could run forever. I felt like the cop from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, you know, the meme of him running. Like, that was the speed at which I was able to get out of this. Either way, I survived. I don't know. I don't really know how much danger I was in, to be honest. I still don't really know what it was. All I know is it was freaky. I was pretty freaked out in the moment. Still don't really know what it was. If anyone has any ideas, let me know in the comments section. Could it have just been like just dude living in the woods? I don't know, man. I'm open to anything. I really have no clue. All I know is that what it really reaffirmed to me is that I'm going to stick to camping in places where people usually camp. Like, I'm not going to go off the beaten path anymore. More power to the people that have the bravery to do it and the skills and whatnot. I'll just stick to camping where people usually camp. I'm not trying to go fight another band of misfit toys, aka cannibals out in the woods. I've seen enough horror movies to know. You think Blair Witch Project was a movie? No, it was a documentary. I'm not trying to end up like that. I'll stick to the well-beaten path unless I absolutely have to get off of it. Until then, I'm staying right here. This is the comfort zone. I don't really know what it was. It was weird, though. Either way, guys,
Just wanted to remind everyone that if you like these, I do post them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get those. Just look up like Scrubs and it should pop up pretty quick. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the video. All right, so every like 5-6 years, my dad's side of the family does this big reunion where literally everybody goes. And I had never really been to one before, and one had happened when I was like 1, 2, 3, like one of those ages. And so I think I was 8 or 9 years old when it ended up coming up, and my dad said that we were going to be heading on down to where his family's from, and I was hyped because he told me that there was going to be like 30, 40 cousins around my age, and I had only been around like the 2 cousins I have on my mom's side before this, so I was pretty excited. Anyways, we get there, I meet my cousin, and it's very, very fun, except they are all super hyped for this Nerf war that they do every single time that they have one of these reunions. Only issue is the way that they have the team set up doesn't seem very fair. Basically, it's all of the cousins that are like, I don't know, 10 and up versus all the cousins that are 10 and younger. And listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like being young. That being said, it's definitely a little bit unfair to have like a bunch of 14-year-olds in a war with a bunch of like 7, 8-year-olds. Something tells me they might not have the tactical know-how. It'd be horrifying, though, if somehow the younger cousins ended up winning this. Like, that's how you know that your family has the next Napoleon in your bloodline right now. You guys are accidentally going to be reconquering Louisiana with your relative. Like some 7-year-old just outmaneuvers everyone. Anyways, I wasn't too thrilled on the teams, but there wasn't much we could do about it. So we ended up like loading up our Nerf guns, and we had to protect this barn that they had on the property. And listen, while I was taking my mission very seriously, there's only so much you can do when the people A, know where they are and what they're doing, and B, are twice your age. I didn't grow up in these woods at all. I had never spent any time like wandering around here. These guys were spending time on my grandpa's farm like it was some type of sport, dude. They were literally here all the time. So of course they know how to like be in the ridge line, run along the trees where they can't be seen but can still see us, all these things that you just learn over time of like goofing off on the land. So we end up getting clapped. I'll never forget it. There was like 4 of us in front of the barn, like garage door thing, and we had flipped some tables on their side to use them as cover. And out of nowhere, there was this whistling, and I was like, huh, what's that? And I look over, and everybody else looked scared, and that's when I realized something was wrong. And dude, you know the scene from Mulan when they shoot the arrows, and it's just like a literal wave coming down? That's how it felt, except instead of arrows, it was Nerf darts, man. It was like the sky opened up, and for 2 seconds, instead of raining water, it just rained foam. There were just so many Nerf bullets. I get behind the table, and like Nerf bullets don't go very fast, they're not very loud, but I'm behind this plastic table, and all I hear is like as they're hitting into the table. And obviously, I'm like, what do we do? What do we do? And my older cousin, who was like the oldest person on our team, says, return fire. So we start trying to shoot our Nerf guns back. And it's not really doing anything, bro, because as we start shooting back, they start, like, maneuvering. Except, you know, they're older than us, so they're a lot more capable to maneuver, and it looked like they had practiced this a lot. Because they're just doing hand signals and moving up and like, 2 over here, and then like screaming numbers out, and they know what it means. And we just get yeeted and beated on, and they end up kicking us out of the garage pretty quick. And the rules were that they were going to come take the garage, and then we had like 3 hours to try to take it back. And so we go inside, and we're like, bro, we're getting smoked. There's no way that we're going to win this. Like, these ages are so unfair, blah, 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 blah. And the cutoff for the game was 18. Like, you couldn't be our 45-year-old uncle out here with a thermal sight on your Nerf gun. Like, that wasn't allowed. And one of our cousins, who was like 19 years old, super cool dude, had been the most fun to hang out with, showing us around and whatnot. He says that he doesn't think the teams were very unfair, and he remembers being our age, so he's gonna help us. And so he starts helping us, like, plan our assault on the barn. And obviously our plan was pretty much going to be like, run in there, because we're just a bunch of young kids. There's no planning. And he starts telling us that we've got to be careful and like take out the guards and blah, 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 blah. And then he says something that I think we were all very excited to hear. He said that we needed the element of surprise. And so we're trying to think about how we can surprise them. We don't really know how we're going to do it, because they basically know that we're going to have to come take the barn. Like, if we actually want to play in the game, there's no way around it. We have to take the barn. And so he says, well, I know how we can surprise him, but only if you guys are down to let me help you. And obviously we're down to let you help us. You're helping us plan this. Come on. And he says that there's a golf cart that has these doors on it that can close up, so that way if it's raining, they can still drive it. And the windows roll down. And so what he was going to do is, it's in the garage, pull around front. We were going to get in it. And the roof had this sunroof thing. And we had one of those like Nerf miniguns. They don't shoot very well, but you know, we had one. And he said that we should get up in that golf cart and make like a little technical type of thing. And for those of you that don't know what a technical is, it's just like a truck with a machine gun in the back. But we were basically going to use this golf cart to make ourselves a little moving tank with this Nerf chain gun thing that we had. So we say, yes, this is a great idea. We go out into the garage. They can't see us. Like the way the barn and garage are positioned, you can't see into the garage from the barn. And we start messing around with this. And we don't need to like put anything on it. It's only Nerf bullets at the end of the day, so the normal stuff will be fine. We just end up taking some paracord and like tying the legs of this little Nerf machine gun down so it won't slide off the top. And then we had the older cousin, who was the oldest person on our team. He was gonna man it. And then we had the rest of the older cousins, which was me and 3 others, and we were going to be sitting in the side, like, shooting out the window. And we all got in, and my cousin was like, all right, the older one who was driving. Okay, you guys know the plan. We're going to ride by. You guys have to just open it up, you know, try to hit them. If we miss them, it's still okay, because it'll catch them off guard, and they'll move. And so we're, like, ready to go. And he gets in, and he starts up the go-kart, bro. And obviously, in retrospect, it's not a big deal to just kind of ride past someone in a go-kart and shoot him with a Nerf gun. But at the time, dude, little kid me, I had butterflies in my stomach. I basically felt like I was going to a Navy SEAL mission. At the time, you think this stuff is the coolest ever. Like, yes, in retrospect, it is just a Nerf war. It is just an older cousin trying to help. But when you're in that moment, you're like, okay, this is very serious. No messing around anymore. I'm going to have to man up. I'm going to war. Like 9 years old, ready to go. So whatever, we start rolling towards him. And the way that he was going to do it is go pretty fast and then cut the engine and drop it into neutral so he would just roll up that last little bit. And so we get going a little bit. Sure enough, he turns it off, cuts off the lights. We start rolling. And we get probably like 30 feet away from this barn door. And there's like 3 people outside. And as soon as we get close enough, my cousin gives us the signal, which was just turning on the floodlights. And we start letting foam fly in return. Yeah, that's right. I used to cower in fear on the other side of that plastic table, but now it is me blasting the foam into the plastic table, you know, just feeling silly. And they're freaking out. They're like, what in the world? They got a tank. They got a tank. And we're just do. And finally, obviously, Nerf guns only carry so much ammunition, so we run out. My cousin says, get in. We like pull our older cousin back in from the roof. And we just get out of there. And thankfully, I don't know how, and like the fear of it all, I don't think any of them had even really shot back, or if they did, it didn't get in. I had not rolled up my window or rolled down my window all the way. I had kind of put my little Nerf gun in it and then rolled it up so there wasn't much room to fire back in. But whatever, we're all sitting there and we're like, all right, I think we did it. But while we were sitting there, the rest of our little army, like the rest of our younger cousins, a few people our same age, they started running up and like were continuing the assault. So we reload our little Nerf guns and we run up and we start helping them too. And it had gotten dark at that point, so I had remembered I took some electrical tape and I like put the cheap little like Walmart flashlight on the end of my Nerf gun and just tape. And I turn it on, and I remember as soon as I turned the light on, I just saw one of my cousins walking out of the barn who was older and on the other team. So I just shot the Nerf gun because I was like, oh, he's on the other team. And it just literally went and like bounced off his cheek. And he must have been having a bad night or something, because he looked at me and was like, I'm out already. And I was like, okay, man, listen, it's an accident. Believe it or not, in a Nerf war, I have no way to tell if you've been hit or not, bro. If you're just walking out of the bar and your arms aren't up or anything, what do you want me to do? He gets really mad. He's yelling that, like, this wasn't fair because we got to use a golf cart, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know what else isn't fair? Having teams that consist of a bunch of 7-year-olds and then people that can probably drive a car already. It's not our fault you didn't think about using the golf cart. You guys just got outplayed.
Either way, we kind of storm the barn, and at that point, it's just a numbers game. Yeah, they're a lot older than us, but like half of them are already out. There's a lot of us. And if anything, in the middle of the night, their age kind of plays against them. Think about how horrifying it would be to have like a squad of 7-year-olds just storming you in the middle of the night. You thought it was hard to see people in the dark before, now they're half the height. Either way, we storm the barn and we take it, and they're kind of shocked because they've never lost before. Like, they've been doing this at a lot of family reunions, and of course, usually the older kids win. That's why they love the game so much. Because usually they just put the beat down on and they're like, haha, we're better than you. But we take back the barn, which means we win. And so we end up going back inside. And all the parents are kind of giving the older kids some crap. They're like, wow, you guys lost to all your little brothers. Way to go. Just kind of making fun of them. And it's not serious. It's not like anyone was actually upset. But one of my cousins gets all pissed off and he like slaps the table and says, well, if they wouldn't have cheated, then I think we would have won. And that's why that they cheated. And all the adults are kind of confused. And they're like, what do you mean they cheated? So they tell them that we took the golf cart and like went and used it as a little tank. And all the adults start laughing and they're like, that's not cheating. That's just thinking ahead. Listen, bro, if we're playing a war game, I don't know if you know this or not, but sometimes militaries use vehicles, all right? Yeah, we were using Nerf guns, but what? We're just not supposed to use a golf cart? It's not our fault that you guys didn't think about it. Either way, it was really fun. It's like one of my fondest memories of all my cousins. I didn't see them a whole lot. They live like across the country, but it was definitely a really good time. And I did eventually do one more before I was too old for it. I was on the other side. Not nearly as eventful, no go-kart this time. We won. Yeah, this was a one-time thing. The upset only happened once. They didn't let it happen again. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me is a little bit older than I am. They're not like super old, but early 30s type of vibe. And they had an older uncle who had some health complications and ended up sadly passing away. And this person was really upset about it because they had been really close when they were young. Since then, he had moved out of state, and so they would see each other at holidays and stuff, and were still close, but it was someone who had a lot of influence on him when he was younger. And so obviously, he comes back for the services and everything, and it also just so happens that this uncle has, lived a pretty good life, you know? He had accumulated some things to the point where there was going to be a reading of the will that was a sort of a big deal. And the person who sent this in to me didn't expect anything, literally. They were more just there to support their family. But their uncle had asked that they be at the will reading specifically. And their uncle had a ton of stuff, but he ended up giving this nephew of his 15 acres of land. And it's not like it's 15 acres of land in the middle of downtown Chicago or anything, but that's a hefty chunk of land. That's a lot of land. And on top of it, it just happened to be farmland that had been in the family for an insanely long time. And it was a very sentimental plot of land because it was on the family farm, and the family farm was the place that they had spent a lot of time growing up. So it meant a lot to him. However, there was another cousin slash nephew of the uncle that was a working farmer in the area who worked on the other part of the farm. And it wasn't insanely valuable land. So after the will reading, the cousin who farmed on the land came up to him and said, hey, when you're in the city, would it be okay if I farmed on the land? It could still be your land, but because it's like 15 acres of farmland, could I just rent the land from you to grow crops on? And he was pretty interested in that deal. If you don't take care of farmland, I'm pretty sure it just goes into a state of disrepair and slowly becomes like not as great for farming. So he wanted someone to upkeep it, but he's not a farmer. It would stay in the family. It would go to his cousin. His cousin would have more land to farm on. But his cousin didn't have a bunch of cash, so he agreed to sell it to his cousin for $1 so that way he could own it and farm on it. And the deal was that he was always welcome back. His cousin would give him a cut if he ended up selling it to a land developer in the future. And he reserved like a half-acre parcel so he could build a house on it. So the deal ended up working out well for everyone, and he figured it was respectful of his uncle to keep it in the family, but he didn't want the farmland to not be used, especially if his cousin could make money on the land, versus it just sitting empty while he lives like states away. And because there was a lot going on, they just kind of did like a word-of-mouth handshake type of deal and said they would figure it out before he ended up going back. And a few days later, he just wanted to go walk around the land, think about his uncle, just have a little bit of a moment with the land that he had spent a lot of time on.
I don't know. It makes sense to me. You just kind of want to go see it, say goodbye to your uncle in a way. Nothing weird about that. So he gets out there and he hops out of the truck and starts walking around. And as he's there, another truck comes up and it sits there watching him for a little bit. And after a while, this couple jumps out. And both of them just have a Karen vibe. You know when someone just looks at you impatiently? I don't know if you guys can pick up what I'm putting down. But when someone is just giving you a look of like, please hurry up, you're slightly inconveniencing me. And the person who sent this to me is a little bit confused because they're walking on their land, not really knowing who these people are. So they walk up to him and say hello. And immediately this couple just launches into, are you the nephew that got the land? Which is off-putting because he doesn't know them. And also, it means that they know that his uncle passed away. And the first thing they say to him, are you the nephew that got the land? Not like, we're really sorry to hear about your uncle. Nothing like that. Not that they're obligated to say sorry, but if you know someone's family member just passed away and you know they got land, like you should probably say, hey, I'm so sorry for your loss, da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's not the time to bug them about their land. It was just weird. So he kind of has a weird vibe, but he says, yes, I did. And they, before he can explain anything else, say, we're going to buy it for $12,000. And even if he would have decided to go sell it, it wasn't massively valuable. It's in a state where, like, things aren't exactly popping, but it was worth triple that. Like, he could have made $40,000 selling this land if he wanted to. He was helping out his cousin, but he was not about to just give it to these people for, like, a quarter of what it was worth. So he told them, no, that's not gonna work. He was selling it to his cousin. And these people that don't own the house, aren't related to his uncle or know this guy, start freaking out saying that because they live next door, they reserve the right to buy it first. It was the law. And this guy does not know these people at all. He doesn't owe them anything, and that's not a law. I don't feel like it's the rule that if you put your house up for sale, you just have to sell it to what your neighbor offers it. It's just automatically the law. Could you imagine your neighbor puts their house up for sale, you just go over and buy it for $1 and they're just like screwed and now you have two houses? So he tells them sorry, but their offer was low anyways, so he's not going to sell it to them. He'd rather sell it to their cousin. And the guy of the couple at that point tries to like puff out his chest and get all intimidating and says, well, that's what we want to pay for it. That doesn't change anything, dude. That's not exactly how negotiations work. Like, you can't walk into a car dealership, to a Lamborghini dealership, and say, I want to pay $5 for that. And when they say no, go, well, that's what I want to pay for it. You think they're just going to turn around and say, oh, well, if you would have told us sooner, sir, we would have had it with a bow on it waiting for you. It doesn't matter if that's what you want to pay for it. That's not how it works. The person selling it gets to decide the price. So he just says sorry, and now they're trying to like guilt trip him because it's not really working on him. He's not going to agree to sell it to them. So they just start saying about how, you know, they've always wanted this land and they feel like they deserve it. And he's just thinking to himself, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. He's already not in a great mood, but now they're just making everything worse and like making him pissed off when this is supposed to be some nice time on this land. So he just doubles down and says, no, I'm not going to sell you the land. Nothing you can tell me is going to make me sell you the land, so just leave. And they get all irritated and snap back that they're going to be in contact with legal help and he's going to hear back from them. And he says okay and doesn't back down, so they get in the car and drives away. And one thing that stands out to the guy is that they didn't say they're going to go get a lawyer. They said they were going to go get legal help. That should have been a big red flag. In their minds, legal help is probably just Googling things, but he didn't really care. But as soon as they leave, he calls his cousins about it. And the second he starts explaining them, his cousin says, oh yeah, they're nuts. Because he lived on the other side. Basically, it was the crazy people, the plot of land with his uncle's house, and then this cousin that he was selling the land to. And he starts telling him stories about how they were always causing problems for him and his uncle, and they were always complaining about everything. And he's like, yeah, well, apparently they want to buy the land for this price. And he said, don't sell it to him. Obviously, he wasn't going to sell it to him, so he reassures his cousin and then says that he wished he would have had a heads up. He probably would have tried to roll a little bit more incognito, like not have just gone up and talked to him. But him and his cousin went later that week and got the agreement signed over with like a lawyer. saying that it was going to be the cousins to own and operate, da-da-da-da-da. Technically, if they sold it, they would split the profits 50-50 because he was going to maintain it and work on it, and the other guy owned it. It was a whole agreement, and he got his half acre, so they signed that agreement, and now it's officially his cousin's property, like splitting it. Technically, his cousin had 51%.
He can't stay forever there, so he ends up going back to the city in a different state that he normally lives in, and his cousin just goes about farming on the land. He was already farming it because his uncle was old and couldn't take care of it, so literally nothing changed. It was just as if he was still growing the stuff he was already growing. But this Karen couple just starts immediately bothering his cousin now. Anytime he's out working in the field, whether it be with equipment, whether it be like just trying to get stuff done, they just go over and just harass him, saying that he's obligated to sell to them and he has to sell to them. And when he asked, like, why do I have to sell to you? Why would I do that? If I've been working on the land my entire life and now I own it, why would I sell it to you when I don't know you? Because of the neighborly code. That was actually their answer. And I've never heard of this neighborly code that they're even talking about. I don't know if it's written down somewhere. Google search didn't help me. But if there is some neighborly code, I highly doubt a part of it is that you have to sell your property to your neighbor for whatever price they want, whenever you want. I don't think that would be legally binding, and it would also be insanely stupid. Could you imagine, dude? You're like, hey, you just have to sell me your house right now. And that rubs the cousin the wrong way because he doesn't want to be told what to do, and they're just harassing him about it. He's getting to the point where he doesn't want to even go work on that part of the field because every time he's there, they come over and start yelling at him about being a bad neighbor because he doesn't want to let himself get scammed because of some made-up code of rules that they have. And so finally one day he just kind of loses it on him and tells him to take a hike, not too nicely, and says if they ever come back to the property, he's going to call the cops and they're going to be cited for trespassing and he's had enough. They're never going to own the land. No way, never. It's not going to happen. And they react extremely poorly to that, but they start yelling at him, calling him impatient. And listen, I feel like this would have been a justified response day one. The fact that he had let you guys come up and do this to him multiple times and not started screaming at you shows that he's been extremely patient. I love that now that he freaks out like time 50, he's the impatient one. And they say that they're going to be writing the neighborly code down and sending him letters as if that's going to change anything. But sure enough, letters start showing up at the cousin's house, which is right on the other side, like 2 streets away, handwritten on notebook paper, saying that if he didn't comply with the neighborly code attached, then they were going to sue him in the neighborhood court. And I love when people start being like, I'm going to sue you in the court of da-da-da-da-da, because there's only one court that matters, all right? It's the United States court, like the state courts, the federal courts. You can sue me in neighborhood court, whatever that is, dude. What are they going to do? Like, get angry at me and not invite me to a barbecue? It's not like anything would be legally binding about a neighbor court, and I don't even know what that would entail. Is it just your drunk neighbor Ted in a powdered wig just trying to conduct court 9 beers deep? You're guilty because I didn't like that, and that was not nice. Thank goodness that's not how it works. Obviously, the cousin is just ignoring the letters because it's stupid and he has no reason to listen to it. And then it starts showing up at the subscriber who sent this to me's house. Keep in mind, this person lives in another state. They live in a city, which it's not easy to track people down in, so somehow they had gotten his address. And his letter is the neighborly code with a subsection, I don't know if they wrote this code themselves, saying that if the owner of a property lives out of state, he has an obligation to sell it to people who live in the state. And he doesn't even reply, but that's literally what he did. This neighborly code doesn't exist, but he sold it to his cousin who lives in the state. And the way that this stuff was worded was really, really annoying. Because it was like somebody had watched way too much of Law and Order or those crime shows where they say legal jargon but didn't understand what any of it meant. They would say like, you are contractually obligated to do this. And it's like, well, they never signed a contract, so that's just not how that terminology works. And when the letters didn't work on either of them, they started coming to the door of the cousin with like suit and pantsuits on as a team,
saying that they were going to be filing a lawsuit and da-da-da-da-da, and now they're using all these legal words wrong in person, which is even more embarrassing. And at one point, they told the cousin that if he didn't agree to sell it to them, then he was going to be forced to take a plea deal. And I think plea deals are only for criminal things. I don't think if you sue someone, like, in civil court that they can really make someone take a plea deal. That's more for crimes, and you can't force someone to take a plea deal. That person has to take a plea deal. I love them. We're just gonna strong arm you into doing exactly what we want in our made-up court that doesn't exist. And at that point, they've watched too much TV, they're being annoying. Now they're showing up to his house. They had probably doxed the guy that they were sending letters to. So the cousin and the subscriber decide that they're going to get their own lawyer. And their own lawyer gathers all this stuff and says, okay, next time they come, notify them that if they come again, you're going to report them to the police for the harassment and you've collected everything they've done. So they come back and the cousin says, like, you guys really need to leave us alone. We've gathered everything you've been doing to us and we're going to report you for harassment if you guys ever come back on this property and bother us again. And they blow him off saying that they're not afraid of the police because the police don't enforce the neighborly codes. I don't know what code they're talking about, dude, but I would love to see how that went down. Could you imagine, like, they get pulled over? Excuse me, officer, you're not my neighbor, so therefore you cannot tell me I was speeding. Well, sir, what I can tell you to do is get out of the car. So they try to come back, they contact their lawyer, the lawyer turns in this paperwork, the police come out and talk to the cousin. The cousin says, I don't want him to go to jail, I just don't want them allowed over here anymore. So sure enough, they get like a temporary protective order, which means they're not allowed to step onto this guy's property. And they're freaking out now. They're like posting on Facebook that he's evil and he's trying to work with the police to silence their political ideology. I don't know what political ideology the neighborly code would be, but whatever. And so they're just losing their minds. Meanwhile, anytime they do try to come back over, it's just going to end up with them violating a protective order. I wouldn't make up laws and then go harass people, find out people's address, send them threatening letters, show up to their house, and time again after they warn you to stop, just keep going, because eventually it's going to bite you in the butt. And if they do violate that order, I would love to see them get in front of the judge and be like, he wasn't a good neighbor for selling me his house for $3. I just can't believe people like this exist. The person told me they would send me an update if anything happens, so comment down below if you want me to do part 2. Just comment part 2, but we got more stories today. Alright, this next one's crazy. I can't believe people have the audacity to do this, but people were just using his pool when he wasn't home. So the person who sent this to me moved into a neighborhood, and I guess the guy who had lived in his house before him had lived there forever and knew everyone really well, and this guy wasn't mean to everyone, but like didn't know everybody, if that makes sense. Was just a normal person in that regard. But he ended up getting a pool built, and he built it for him to enjoy. I feel like that's common sense. If you put a pool in your backyard, it's not for everybody to enjoy, it's for you and your friends to enjoy. But he works a lot, and for the most part, he would come home, go in the backyard, sit by the pool, read a book, swim, and it would seem like everything would be left the way he left it. But he comes home one day, and he's a little confused because it looks like people were using his pool. And the person who sent this to me isn't like insanely OCD, but he lives alone, so it was weird because there were 2 towels out, and even if he would have forgotten it, it would have only been 1. But he doesn't know for sure that someone's been using his pool, like maybe he just left 2 towels out, he can't really remember, so he just brushes it off. But it paranoids him enough where he's like, I'm gonna put a lock on the gate just because, you know, maybe I should anyways, I don't want kids going in the backyard and falling in the pool or whatever. I'm not home all the time, it's better safe than sorry. So he goes, gets a lock, sets the combination to something different than the number I'm about to say, but puts it back to 0000. And that's just something he had done since like middle school on all the locks he had on his lockers and stuff. He would just put it back to those numbers. So he would leave it there, put in the combination, set it back to 0000. That's gonna be important. And so he leaves the next day pretty confident that he's going to come back and no one will have been in the backyard, because I feel like that's just an unspoken assumption. If you leave for the day, you don't expect people to be rummaging through your backyard using your pool. But he comes back, and sure enough, there's 2 towels out again. And now he knows for sure something is up, something's weird, because he picked it up yesterday, but he knows he didn't leave 2 out. And he goes over to the lock, and he looks, and the lock is still on the fence, but its numbers are off. It looks like somebody had tried to unlock it, and then probably just hopped the fence. It's not insanely tall. And this happened on a Tuesday, and this guy who sent this to me happened to have Wednesdays and Thursdays off, but most people would assume that the person would still be working Wednesday and Thursday if they're just using your pool while you're at work. He stays up really late that night playing video games, goofing off, not really thinking about getting a super early wake up because it's his day off. It's not like waking up early was number 1 on his priority list. But he gets woken up at like 10 a.m. from sounds that sound like they're coming from the backyard, which is bizarre because, like I said, lives alone. And he looks out the window just being like, what in the world is going on out there? And he can't believe his eyes. He didn't know the neighbors well, but he knew that he lived next to this couple. And the couple is just full on in his pool outside. They have like sodas out. They have a cooler. They're playing music. If you didn't know any better, dude, you would think that this was like a public pool and they were lucky enough to be the only people there for the day. So he's really confused and storms outside, not in the best mood because he just woke up and on top of it, there's strangers in his backyard using his pool. And he goes out there and is like, you guys gotta leave. What's wrong with you? You can't use my pool. And they look at him and say, why? Why can't we use your pool? The guy who lived here before would have let us. And the owner of the pool can't believe how stupid of a statement that is, because that guy doesn't live here anymore. It doesn't matter if the guy who lived here before would have let you swim in his pool. I'm not that guy, so get out of here. And he explains that it's his pool, and on top of that, he really doesn't want people using it when he's not home, so they can't use it anymore, because they clearly don't respect him if they've been sneaking into the backyard. And he's pretty pissed off while he's explaining this, rightfully so. I think anyone would be pissed in this situation. You catch people swimming in your pool. And they're lucky that he's not, like, gonna do more about it other than just tell them to leave. Like, I would have, I don't know, called the cops, trespassed them, something. I don't know. That's just weird. But they start getting angry with him, being like, why are you so mad? You could be nice about it. What do you want him to be nice about? You sneaking into his property and using stuff while he's not there? And on top of that, you jumped a locked gate. Like, you can't even make the argument that the gate was unlocked. So he says that to him. What would you like me to be nice about? You jumping a locked fence? And they look at him and probably had no reason to keep arguing with him at that point because they don't really offer any explanation. But their response to that is just, well, we want to swim. Well, that's great, man. I want $1 billion. It doesn't give me the justification to just walk into Fort Knox and take some gold. Just because you want something doesn't mean you can go get it. If you want to swim that bad, you get a pool. And so he says, I don't care if you guys want to swim. That's not my problem. You guys can't swim in my backyard, especially when I'm not here. That's weird. And they kind of give him this rant about he could just be nice about it. There was no reason to come out and make a scene and make them feel bad about it. And now they felt weird. And he's like, yeah, you guys should feel weird. This is really weird. Using people's stuff when they're not home without their permission is just bizarre. That's not a cool thing to do. And so they leave and he tells them, like, seriously, do not come back. And later that night, his phone starts blowing up. I don't know if you guys know what Nextdoor is. It's kind of like a forum where everyone can post about the neighborhood. Well, they had posted saying that he was mean and had kicked them out of the pool when they were swimming back there, and they should be allowed to use their neighbor's pool. And thankfully, it seemed like most of the other neighborhoods still had brain cells because they were immediately like, wait, did you have permission to use his pool? And they admitted on this post that no, they didn't have permission, but they just assumed because neighbors share everything that they should just be allowed to use it. And after that, every comment was like, A, we don't share everything. There's a reason you're not allowed to borrow my car whenever you want. That's insane. And B, yeah, do you realize how many issues there are with you using his pool without his permission? What if you guys got hurt back there? What if you guys drowned? Like, there's so many reasons you don't want people using it. And on top of it, it's just weird to go in someone's backyard when they're not home. Like, why would you even do that, man? Oh, Tim's not home? Oh, sick. I'm going to go in the backyard and throw the football. His backyard. It's just better than mine. If you really want a pool that bad where you're going to break into your neighbor's backyard to do it while they're not home, just build your own. I get they're expensive, but clearly it means a lot to you. It needs to be your priority. We can't afford a pool. Yeah, you probably can't afford the lawsuit that's gonna come if you keep breaking into people's backyards either, so you might want to play it safe and just avoid it in the future. I couldn't imagine being that entitled. Just, I want to go swimming, so I'm gonna go break into the neighbor's backyard. It's alright. And listen, before someone comments like, oh, I had a neighbor that was my age and we would be allowed to swim at his pool when they weren't home. It's different if there's been a conversation and like, I don't know, like I had a neighbor who had a bunch of siblings and whatnot and they had a pool and they were like, Ryan, you can just come swimming because one of the kids will probably come swim too. But that had been a conversation. I would have never just walked into their backyard if I didn't know them and start swimming in their pool. I also feel like that's a great way to end up on the opposite end of something being pointed at you that you don't want being pointed at you, and someone calling the cops, all right? And being like, stay there until the police get here because you're trespassing in my property. So this last one we've got, this guy just moved into an apartment complex. And whenever you move into an apartment complex, it's always tricky because the person before you probably had internet. And if you're like really into video games and whatnot, the person before you probably didn't have good enough internet, so you need to get it changed. And so this guy switched from the internet that the person had had before that was like not even password protected, barely even worked, basically dial-up speed, over to something faster, and knew that it was smart to have a password on his Wi-Fi network. So we ended up putting a password on. It wasn't even insane. But the old network name was just the unit number. So he ended up keeping that because he just didn't really care. He thought it was easy to explain to guess. Oh yeah, it's da-da-da, like the unit of the apartment. Oh, okay, they would figure that out, be able to hop on, no problem. So he didn't think there was going to be any issue until one night he's sitting on the couch playing Xbox, and there's an angry pounding on the door, just doof, 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 doof. And you can just tell from the way that the person's pounding, it's either A, the police here to conduct a raid on your house, or B, it's an angry neighbor. So he goes, looks through the peephole and sees it's like a guy around his age that he thought lived above, across from him, kind of like diagonally up. So he opens it and the guy's like, why did you put a password on your Wi-Fi? And he's confused and he's like, what do you mean? How do you know I put a password on my Wi-Fi? And he's like, I've been using that Wi-Fi for all of the 3 years that I've lived here and you need to let me on it right now. And the guy's confused because 2 seconds ago he's sitting on his couch playing Xbox and now this guy's telling him that he was basically stealing Wi-Fi from the person who lived there before him. And so he kind of tells the guy like, sorry, I got rid of that and I'm not going to give you the password because I don't know you. I'm not going to let you use my Wi-Fi. And the guy starts trying to argue with him, being like, well, if you're going to pay for it anyways, what's the point of hogging it all to yourself? I don't know, man. You're paying rent in this building. Why do you not have the capability to pay for the Wi-Fi? And why would I want you on my Wi-Fi? And so he starts trying to explain to this dude, A, he should probably have his own Wi-Fi, and B, he works from home, does a lot of stuff with work, and can't have people on his network because it's a security issue. And the guy looks at him and says, well, what if I promise that I won't do anything that'll put your security at risk? Oh yeah, you promise, dude, you pinky promise. He just told you that it's a security issue, and now you look at him and say, I pinky promise I won't do anything. That's like someone telling you, you can't stay here, there's valuable stuff you can't be left alone with. And you look at them and say, I pinky promise I won't steal it. They're just not gonna let you do that. So he tells the guy, like, no, I'm not gonna let you on the network. I'm sorry, maybe somebody else will let you bum Wi-Fi off them, but I'm not gonna let you do that. And he's like, oh, you think I'm bumming Wi-Fi, dude? I was just trying to ask for some help. And he says, yeah, I think you're trying to bum Wi-Fi. That's the definition of what you're doing, dude. You were stealing Wi-Fi from the neighbor near you who didn't have it password protected. And now I changed it and put a password on it. And you're at my door complaining to me about the fact that I put a password on it. What else would you call it? And he's like, wow, man, I just expected people in this complex to be a little bit more generous. People like this guy are the reason people aren't generous anymore, dude, because people just take it for granted and take advantage of it. If you got free Wi-Fi for 3 years and then someone else moved in and changed it to password protected, you shouldn't even go over and give them crap for that. They didn't know what the prior agreement was. They don't know the person who used to live there. And it's so weird to go over to a stranger and be like, hey, give me your Wi-Fi password so I can do all my stuff that I was doing on the Wi-Fi before. What a weird situation. And then to be mad at them for not wanting to let you on. I pinky promise I won't steal anything. Okay, well, no, still no. And I love that people try to make people feel bad for saying no now, too. Like, if you don't want to let someone on your Wi-Fi network, that's okay. That's a perfectly normal thing. If anyone tries to make you feel bad for that, just know that they are dumb. It's not the other way around. And so he keeps firmly telling the guy, like, no, no, no. And he's not dropping it. He's sitting there being like, I'm not gonna leave until you let me on your Wi-Fi network. And so the guy says, okay, leaves the door open and just stares at him and just stands there. And the guy just keeps being like, I'm serious. I'm not gonna leave until you give me the Wi-Fi password. And the person's just standing in the door saying, okay, and then going right back to staring at him. And he's kind of like, dude, how long are you going to stand here before you give me the password? And he tells him again, I'm not going to give it to you. So we can stand here all day. I can do this all day. I've got nothing going on. I'm not going to give you the password. And he's like, oh, bro, there's no reason to be so stubborn. Yeah, there's also no reason for you to be so stubborn either. You've been waiting an equally long time. This is just a stubborn off at this point, and I understand why the person who sent this to me is not going to back down. I'm not going to try to go out of my way to start a petty off, but if you make it a petty situation, I will be more petty than you. I feel like you've really got no choice. I'm sure most of you guys would agree. It's kind of like fighting, you know? Nobody wants to fight, but if someone punches you in the face, you gotta punch them back harder than they hit you. It's just kind of like the rules here, and this is a standoff punch in the face situation. And eventually, the neighbor gets so irritated that he's like, you know what, man, forget it. I'll just ask somebody else that's gonna be more kind. And he's like, yeah, go for it, bro. Have a good one, and closed the door and went back to playing his video game. And ever since then, whenever he sees that guy, he like gives him a dirty look and mumbles things under his breath, but he can live with that, man. Sorry. I don't know. I know it would probably bug some people if their neighbors didn't like him, but to me, it's just kind of like, whatever. They're just strangers who live next to you. It's not like you have to enjoy each other's company. It's really okay. I'm not going to go out of my way to be disliked by somebody, but if someone disliked me for a reason that's stupid, it'd be okay with me.
So, the person who sent me this story today was working at an ice cream shop downtown in the city he lived in, and you would think that's like a pretty chill job, pretty boring, not a whole lot going on. Such a boring shift, you might start a fight club with your employees and try to knock each other out with waffle cones, whatever floats your boat. But this particular ice cream store was insanely popping. It had been there for a very long time, like 70-something years, so it had kind of become a bit of an institution in the city. And especially on the weekends, it would be like line out the door for 8 hours straight, which sounds super stressful to me. That's not my vibe. Like, if I have to do a job like this, I'm hoping it's as dead as humanly possible. Maybe that's just because I'm lazy. Maybe it's because I just don't like to do work like this. I don't know. But the person who sent this to me absolutely loved it because the tips were huge. Because it had been around forever, like a lot of people that had great childhood memories in this ice cream shop had gotten older, gotten a little bit of money, so they'd come in, leave a huge tip. Oh, back in my day, my grandma used to bring me in here, and ice cream was only half a penny. We used to cut pennies in half with shears during the Great Depression. Everybody loved a half a penny. Then you're like, all right, man, here's your vanilla scoop. Get back on the dementia bus, Grandpa. Anyways, the manager who was in charge of like the store during the day when people were working was actually the founder's granddaughter. It was a family establishment. It hadn't been bought out by some huge place. Like, it was making a lot of money. It's not like it was some small mom and pop place. But they had kept it in the family, and the manager's mom was the lady who owned the store, but she didn't really want to be at the ice cream store 8 hours a day. She had worked really hard to like keep it running, so her daughter was now the manager, and she just kind of hung out, did some other business stuff. And what's mad unfortunate is usually when you try to keep it in the family, the person who founded it works hard, the person who gets it after that works hard, but by the third or fourth generation, the person just doesn't have any idea of work ethic whatsoever. And this manager was no exception. She was a terrible manager. Any chance she would get, she would like throw employees under the bus. If a customer was mad, instead of just making whatever they were mad about right, she would go out of her way to embarrass employees and make them look guilty for whatever the issue was. Like, if someone didn't like their flavor of ice cream, she would call out an employee and say, see, I told you that flavor was dumb, because each employee got to pick a flavor each month that they wanted to be at the store.
Which just sucks. As a manager, you gotta understand that you're in charge. You can't be going for everyone's throat over small things, especially throwing people under the bus for things as dumb as someone not liking a flavor of ice cream. Yeah, believe it or not, if you have a line out the door 8 hours a day on the weekend, at some point, some people are not gonna like a few flavors of ice cream. It'd be like if every time someone commented on my video and was like, I don't like this, I just stopped what I was doing and cried for 17 hours. Yeah, okay, people don't like YouTube videos, it happens, but she would go out of her way to make employees feel bad. And if it got insanely busy, like it was always busy, but if there was a huge rush or whatever, and a lot of people were getting impatient, and there was a lot of people who had paid and were waiting on her ice cream, or their ice cream, instead of like taking the chance to step up and take charge and make everybody get organized, she would literally go hide. Imagine that. It's an insane rush. You don't really know what to do. You're not the manager. It's not like it's your job. You just need a little bit of direction to keep things flowing. You start looking around for your manager and you just see them literally running out the back door to go hide until the rush comes down. And then she would come back after the rush and take all the credit for it. Like, great job, guys. We did an awesome job. Wow, that's a whole lot of we. You're saying a whole lot of we, but when I was watching all the work go down, it was a whole lot of me, you know? But that's the way the nepotism ball bounces sometimes. Every now and then you get really lucky a company stayed in the family for like 40 generations. Everyone still works hard. But usually it's something like this where the manager got their job because they're the granddaughter of a founder and they don't really know what's going on, and they won't get fired because what? They're going to fire their kid? So they just do whatever they want. But that was the experience that they had with this manager. But since the tips were so good, they just dealt with it and kept working because it wasn't like they were going to have another job where they could make more money doing anything easier. But one day, it was just him and the manager working on like a weekday after school, which wasn't insanely busy. There were people coming in and out. But compared to a weekend, it was relatively dead. And he's just doing some work on like a few of the ice cream machines, maintaining them, cleaning them. And he sees this customer come in and just place a little small order. And it was like $4 or something, so he just pulled out a $5 bill and handed it to the manager. The manager said thank you, printed the receipt, and the way that this particular restaurant worked, it had a really old system because it had been around forever and they just hadn't upgraded it, is like if someone paid in cash, you had to take the receipt and put it in with the cash just so they could keep track of it. And his manager looks around and doesn't think he's paying attention, and he sees his manager just pocket the receipt and pocket the cash. And he's kind of shocked because this is just her stealing from the store that her family owns. It's literally like stealing from her mom. And he's even more confused because he's like, wow, she's just straight up hiding the receipt, hiding the cash, the way she did it. It was not the first time she had done it, but he was hoping he just saw something wrong. Maybe he's just making stuff up. Maybe he doesn't like the manager. He's just imagining things. So he just says like, all right, whatever. I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to confront anyone and say that I saw someone stealing if I'm not 100% sure about it. You don't want to jump to conclusions like run over there and just accuse someone of doing something they didn't do, and then they look at you and prove you're crazy, and now you lost your job because you accused the owner's daughter of stealing money. So he's paying attention, and for the rest of the shift, whenever somebody would pay cash, the manager would take the receipt and the cash and put it into the pocket. And it started getting busier towards the end of the day, but he was paying attention. And he doesn't know an exact amount of the cash that she threw into that pocket, but it was at least over $1,000. As I said, this place gets poppin'. And a lot of their clientele was older. Older people tend to pay with more cash. And every time somebody was paying with cash, she's just throwing it in her pocket, man. Whatever bank she was going and depositing this in probably thought she was a drug dealer of some sort. Like, dude, this lady comes in with $1,000 in cash every day. Something's off, right? And when we ask her what it's from, she says, don't worry about it. I didn't steal from my mom. Kind of a weird response. Should we look into it? And the guy at the bank's like, nah, don't worry about it. Who cares? Even if they do find out, they'll fine us less than we made for it. But yeah, he basically watches the rest of this shift as she's pocketing all the cash. And when there was a huge rush, she went out back. He had to handle it, but he like looked out this back door that he had. Or they had, sorry. And he sees her out there counting this cash out of her pocket. So she's not even ashamed enough to like steal it and wait till she gets home to count it out. No, she seriously off rip is out there in the back, smoking a cigarette while she left the other employee completely alone to handle a rush while counting all the money that she just stole from her mom. That just sounds like a character in a movie that you would make fun of because it's so over the top. You would make fun of the writer, like, oh yeah, sure, someone's that evil, they'll steal from their mom and then abandon someone to smoke a cigarette and count the money. Yeah, what's next? They're gonna steal candy from a baby? I wouldn't even challenge this lady to steal candy from a baby. She'd probably do it. If you're willing to steal thousands of dollars from your own mom, I'm sure like candy from a baby doesn't even cross your mind. Yeah, no issue, who cares? If I want it, I'm gonna take it. So he, as she's out and the rush ends, goes over to the cash register just to see what's up and is flabbergasted by how greedy she's been about stealing. You would think that like she maybe just took some money to pay for lunch or whatever. She had taken all of the cash for the day, literally all of it. So whereas like 20% of the business used to be cash transactions, when she's manager, at the end of the day when they're reporting it all, there was just magically no cash. And I'm sure in her head, she thought the system was perfect because she was taking that little receipt. So in her mind, she's like, there's no way they'll ever be able to tell that this was even sold. What she didn't think about, though, and I don't think the subscriber even thought about it, is I feel like a lot of places check based on inventory versus profit. So they can calculate the margins of like, oh, we sold this much vanilla, we made this much, this is our margin on vanilla, da-da-da-da-da. I don't think they're really like, wow, oop, all the ice cream is gone, let's just order more. We're not going to do the math on how much money we made on this. Eventually, they're going to figure out that they're selling a lot of ice cream and not making as much money. But she thinks that she's the smartest lady in the world, so I'm sure in her mind this was the perfect system. There was no way anyone would ever find out that she was robbing her own mother.
But even if no one would notice, like, it can't feel good to go spend money you stole from your mom. I don't know. She probably felt good about it. She was up in Best Buy picking out a new MacBook every day. The guy's like, hey, where's all this money coming from? How about you mind your business and sell me a laptop, all right, buddy? You don't worry about where I'm getting the bands from. And for the next week, he basically just like watches her take things, and he's having a huge battle in his head about what to do about it. Because on one hand, he does want to tell his boss, he does want to keep the store like doing well. She is taking a lot of money. On the other hand, do you really want to be the person that gets into a he said, she said with the owner's daughter, the founder's granddaughter? Like, do you want to be in a situation where it's your word versus hers? Probably not. Because it's not like she's going to come out and say, yes, you're right, I have been stealing tons of money from my mom. If she's already stealing money from her mom, she's probably super cool with lying to cover it up. But he doesn't really have to worry about it because the owner, the mom, sends out a text to all the employees saying that they are going to have a serious meeting that Thursday. And he was at work when they got the text, and as soon as the manager reads it, she starts freaking out. Going around asking everybody all frantically, oh, what do you think it's about? What do you think this could possibly be about? Oh, why do you think we're having a meeting? Do any of you guys have any idea what it could be about? Because I have no clue. I have no idea why we could be having a meeting. Just being super nervous, which made it obvious to him because he knew what was going on, why she was nervous. If someone's calling a serious meeting and all staff has to be there and they don't usually call serious meetings, I wonder if it has anything to do with the massive amounts of money that's been going missing. It's kind of making everybody a little bit like confused on why she's so nervous because literally no one else was. Because no one else was taking money or anything. Everyone else was just thinking maybe they were going to be opening another location, maybe they were going to be redecorating or something. No one else's mind was on like them being in trouble, them being fired, anyone taking anything, because it's just not something anyone else had noticed. It was just that this guy happened to see it one time, so he started paying attention. It's not like usually he was paying any attention. He was just doing his thing, like working on the ice cream machine, getting ice cream. He wasn't usually like 20/20 eagle-eyed vision watching what everyone does with every transaction all the time. But she's freaking out, continuously asking everyone if they should just ditch, like, oh, we just don't have to go. And everyone keeps telling her, like, no, it's okay. Like, it's just a meeting. It's not that big of a deal. But how nervous she is, you would have thought it was a team skydiving trip. Everybody at the ice cream store was going to have to jump out of a plane with a parachute and through the power of teamwork slow themselves down enough. That's not what's going on. It should just be a meeting unless you have something to be mad nervous about. But whatever, the day of the meeting comes, everybody comes in and is sitting there, and the manager is literally sitting in the front row, like, so nervous she's shaking, biting her fingernails.
And the owner comes in, her mom, walks to the front and says, listen, guys, I really hate that we have to be having this meeting. If I had it my way, this would never have to be an issue. I'm very, very disappointed that it has to come to this. I don't know who it is, but I know that someone is stealing. And before she even launches into, like, what's been stolen, how they know it's been being stolen, like, it's obvious she's about to keep talking. She wasn't done with what she was saying. Her daughter stands up, the only person to stand up, and very loudly is like, what? Someone is stealing? No way. Who would dare to steal from you, Mom? Are you kidding me? This store that my grandpa opened, someone is stealing from it? I can't believe this. Who would do this? And the mom literally stops her and says, can you sit down? I'm not done yet. But everyone is kind of like slowly having their eyebrows raised because she keeps way overreacting. No one else jumped up and started screaming. You're the only one doing that. At least let the explanation finish, you know? Someone's stealing. For all you know, your mom was about to say, someone is stealing spatulas. Like, you didn't even let them finish the sentence and you're already acting like you had nothing to do with it. So the mom goes on to explain that they had been ordering a certain amount of ice cream and making a certain amount of money for a long time. That had magically stopped, so they started looking into it, and they thought it was odd that the cash was just always gone recently. Yeah, that would probably raise some red flags. You've been making a certain amount on the ice cream that you order. All of a sudden that stops. You start looking into it. And all of the cash is missing for like weeks on end? I wonder what happened. Do you think everyone on the planet just magically stopped using cash, or do you think someone's taking it? Unless you're dumber than Patrick Starr himself, you can probably surmise that someone's taking it. Especially because this place was older and cash was always like a solid chunk of their business. It's not like it was steadily going down for a while and then stopped. It went from like $20,000, $30,000 a month in cash to none very, very quickly, like an insane drop off. So someone has very evidently been stealing cash, but the mom doesn't really know who it is. She didn't have any cameras set up to watch like the backside of the registers. Which is dumb. They probably should have had that, but she explains that she's going to have to put cameras back there just to watch what happened, and she felt bad about doing it. She didn't want anyone to think she was invading their privacy, but she had to figure it out, which is a super nice owner thing to even be worried about. Like, if I owned a store, yeah, I'm 100% putting cameras behind the registers. Not because I wouldn't trust my employees, but like, if someone's going to rob you, they're going to walk up to the register. That's probably just where you want a camera. But I don't think you owe anyone an apology if people are taking money and you're like, I have to figure out who's stealing money from me. But she goes on to explain that it's a very big deal and she has to do this because whoever's been taking money had stolen a little bit over $52,000 from the store at this point. That's a hefty chunk of change, ladies and gentlemen. That's not like a little $5 cone of ice cream that you take on your way out on a Friday. That would still be wrong, but you know, it's harmless. $52,000 is a lot of money, but it's especially a lot of money to steal from your mom, bro. Do you want her to retire? Do you want her to be able to, like, I don't know, go on vacation in her old age? Really out here taking like a full year's salary of the average person from your mom in the span of like a year because you just want it? I'm shocked they didn't figure it out sooner. It seems like their accountant was lagging behind if it took until $52,000 for anyone to notice. But whatever, the manager still doesn't come clean. She doesn't take this moment to be like, wow, I didn't realize how much money I've taken. It's gotten really out of control. They just keep their mouth shut. And the subscriber keeps expecting them to come forward, which was probably dumb on their part. It's not like they were going to come forward. Whatever, though, over the next few days, the cameras are getting set up, and none of the employees are really that mad about it, because how could you really be mad about it? It's a really understandable situation, and even if you are really mad about it, like, go ahead and freak out. They're probably going to put the cameras in anyways. But the manager actually is who starts getting really, really weird about the cameras. Isn't that bizarre? She starts trying to, like, rile up all the workers to get mad about the cameras, but it's not working. She gathers them all up and is like, you guys think that this is okay, that they're going to invade our privacy like this? And everyone says, well, the other parts of the store are on camera, so I mean, it's just like one more part. And it makes sense. Someone's taking money. And then someone said, yeah, and I feel safer if they're on camera anyways. And she's just going off about how she can't believe that they would be so okay with being on camera all the time. And I just feel like living in the 21st century, outside of your house, just assume there's a security camera somewhere recording a part of what's going on, like whether it's your car, whether it's your elbow. Like, there's just so many cameras, so many places these days. Chances are you're going to be under surveillance. And on top of it, if the rest of the restaurant and rest of the store is under surveillance, I don't know, having a camera on the register doesn't seem that weird, but she can't get everyone all riled up to hate the idea of the cameras. And you would think once the cameras get installed, she can't get everybody to get on board with hating the cameras for no reason, that she would stop stealing, because you're going to get caught now. It's literally inevitable. If you're on camera behind the register, you can't take money from the register. At least that's what most people with like a smart thought process would think. I guess most people with a smart thought process just wouldn't be stealing in the first place. But whatever, she did not have the ability to stop for some reason and decided to throw it all away to just keep taking this cash. And I get that it's a lot of money, but eventually she probably would have just inherited the business anyways. But no, instead, she just kept stealing, and the cameras recorded what the cameras recorded. And one day, her mom comes in and confronts her. In the middle of like a slower day, there were still some customers in the store. She comes in and starts yelling her daughter's name, which I'm not gonna say, and starts saying how could she steal from her, and like, didn't she know that she was going to get caught? The cameras were there. She couldn't believe her own daughter would steal from her. And instead of being ashamed and embarrassed and apologizing or like showing any regret whatsoever, she just goes off about how she doesn't get paid enough, so she had to take matters into her own hands. Alright, if you don't like how much your mom's paying you, go have a conversation about it. Don't start stealing. And you definitely don't need to steal $52,000. That seems a little bit excessive. Oh, I'm just trying to make ends meet by stealing 52 grand. What ends are you trying to meet, dude? A car payment? Like 9 car payments? I just don't understand. So the mom starts getting mad and is like, you're not even going to be apologetic about it. I can't believe I raised a daughter that would be so ungrateful. You're fired. Duh, you have to fire someone if they're stealing from you. You can't keep someone on board if you can't even trust that like all the money that you make that day is going to go to your pocket. But she starts arguing with her mom about being fired and says that her mom can't fire her because she's her daughter. Last time I checked, that's not an official rule. You can definitely fire someone if they're related to you. It doesn't matter. And you could 100% fire someone for stealing from you if they're related to you. Theoretically, she could have had you, like, arrested. If she really wanted to, she could have called the cops. They would have come and arrested you and put you in jail. The fact all she was going to do is come scream at you in front of some customers and fire you, you should count your lucky stars and leave. But of course, once her daughter starts being like, you can't fire me, I'm your daughter, she goes off about how, if you're my daughter, why would you steal from me in the first place? And she's still refusing to leave, saying that this job is all she has and she can't fire her. And at that point, her mom's getting pissed because it's just causing a scene in the restaurant. So she threatens to call the cops, and she's like, you can't call the cops, I'm your daughter. I don't know why she thinks that just, makes everything null and void. All right, guys, if your dad steals a bunch of money from you, you're just out of luck. You gotta let him take it. But finally, once she threatens to call the cops, she starts running, like trying to take off to get out of there so she won't get in trouble. And the doors were push doors, right? So it should have been very easy for her to run out. But she runs up to the push door, goes to pull it, and then keeps running. So she might be the only person in the world who has ever managed to clothesline themselves by trying to run out of a push door. So she just smacks into the door. Something out of like an animated movie where they hit the glass and kind of down the side, but she pops back up and is like, I'm leaving, and opens the door and sprints out. And the mom starts looking around at all the workers who are standing there slack-jawed watching at like this Maury episode going down while they're trying to have a normal day of work, and says that like she's sorry and she's gonna give them a little bit of a bonus for having to watch that. And they're like, no, we're sorry. Can we help with anything? She says no, but she's going to have to look for a new manager, and like she's really sorry about having to put the cameras in just to find out it was her daughter. She never expected it, and everyone is being nice to her. Like, yeah, we understand you never expected your daughter to be stealing money from you. So anyways, she goes to the customer, she kind of makes it right with them. I'm sorry you had to see that. And some of the customers are pretending like they didn't find it entertaining, all right? Like, that was insane, come on. I'm not saying it was nice, I wish it would have never happened, but if I walked into an ice cream store and witnessed that go down, I would be like, I will come here every day if you promise me something that nuts happens. It would make my job so much easier, you know? Like, I just go to this one place and every time I go there, someone just gets caught stealing and gets ran out of the store. I wouldn't be good for business, you know, but it would be entertaining for the videos, that's for sure. So whatever, after a couple more weeks of deliberation, the guy who sent this to me actually got promoted, so in a weird way, it was kind of good for him. Not good for anyone else, like destroying a family's never good. But if you decide to steal from your mom, don't stop stealing when she puts in cameras. Steal $52,000 from your mom and then get mad when she catches you. Don't apologize, say whatever, I'm your daughter, you can't do anything about it. It's kind of on you, like it's 100% on you. I just wish she would have never done it.
Alright, so this story time starts with a subscriber that was about 9 years old when all of this went down. They're no longer 9, but that's about the age where, you know, you might still have some trouble really deciphering what's like a movie and what you should actually do in real life. And this was around Christmas time, and because of that, they had just watched Home Alone. And for those of you that have never seen Home Alone, first of all, you should, dude. It's a classic, and if you haven't, then you're really missing out. But, you know, for those of you that haven't, basically it's about this kid whose house is going to get broke into, so he sets up booby traps everywhere. And on this particular night, the subscriber had a babysitter, and they were kind of hanging out. And obviously, one thing leads to another, and this person starts telling their babysitter about how they're afraid the house is going to get broken into, and they're going to set up booby traps, and blah, 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 blah. And the babysitter does the right thing in that moment and is like, hey, we're not going to do that. No one's going to break into your house. Everything's going to be okay. But then the babysitter got a call. This was before, like, you know, cell phones were super smart, so it's a flip phone. She answers it, basically finds out that, you know, something's gone on at home and she needs to get home immediately. And when you're babysitting a 9-year-old, usually the best option in that situation isn't to just leave them alone in the house. But I guess she knew that his parents were going to be home in an hour, everything was safe, the house wasn't going to get broken into, so she says that she's going to leave him there, tell his parents that, you know, she's really sorry, but she's got to scram. And like I said, probably not the best babysitter move of all time, okay? I feel like leaving a 9-year-old unsupervised is not the smartest decision, especially when they just told you that they're horrified the house is going to get broken into. You know, I don't know what the emergency was, but if somebody's like, hey dad, I'm really afraid of monsters in the closet, and you go, deal with it, leave the closet door open and say LMAO, and then say, by the way, I'm leaving, the monster's going to eat you, it might just make them a little bit more afraid. So when the babysitter leaves, the subscriber starts to instantly get like paranoia cranked to 11. Every little noise, every little thing just starts to remind this guy of Home Alone and like the fact that somebody's going to break in. And I want to make it very clear that like they lived in a safe neighborhood. There was no one that was actually going to break in. But when you're 9 and you're afraid of something, sometimes your fear starts to get the best of you. And so this kid decides at that point that if he's going to be home alone and he's going to hear all these things and think people are going to break in, then he's going to booby trap his house so that way if anyone breaks in, they won't be able to get him, just like Home Alone, you know, because movies are real life and you should do everything that you see in there. So this kid starts running around the house, just grabbing everything he can, you know, Hot Wheels cars. He goes up to the garage, grabs some power tools, and he just starts building traps around the house. They had this little mat right inside, like, the door, and he put Hot Wheels cars underneath it so that way it would slide, dude. He had, like, taken his mom's, you know, nail polish and, like, just put it all over the doorknob so that way it would put paint on their hands. In his mind, he says that he thought it would make it easier to identify their fingerprints. He had a BB gun, and so obviously, you know, the guy in Home Alone, Kevin, also has a BB gun, so he's, like, ready to take some shots at anyone who breaks in. He doesn't go ahead and, like, put nails in any of the stairs or anything. There's no paint cans ready to knock anybody out, but, you know, he makes a few more, like, little traps. Make sure all the doors are locked, you know, and the only other thing he does that was way too extreme is there was a basement door that you could come in that, like, came in through the basement. And for some reason, the lock on it was kind of janky, and this kid was super paranoid that that's where the robbers were going to break in. Like, the janky lock was going to attract them, they were just going to bust in. So this kid had gone to the garage, gotten a 2x4 and, like, a nail gun,
How he knew how to use a nail gun, who knows, and like put the 2x4 on the garage door so it could no longer open, or the basement door, sorry. I'm not from a place that has basements, so that's weird to me. But you know, obviously in all of this going way overboard, it takes a little bit of time, and he suddenly realizes that his parents should be home in about 15 minutes. Now, obviously, sometimes when your parents say, like, they're gonna be home at about 10, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, they might not be home early, they might not be home later. About 10 means 15 minutes early, 15 minutes late, maybe right on the dot. But regardless, in his mind, when his parents said they'd be home at about 10, he didn't think they'd be pulling up any earlier than 10. So as he's kind of realizing he set up all these traps and he's got 15 minutes till his parents get home, he sees lights come into the driveway. And obviously, because he's horrified people are gonna break in, he doesn't like run to the window and see what the car is. He by default just assumes that it's people breaking into the house. And as I said, this is not the smartest way to go about it, but it's like a little kid. It's a 9-year-old home alone who thinks people are breaking in. Logic is never going to be on 1,000 in this situation. So he grabs his BB gun, goes to the top of the stairs so he can see the front door, and starts to like get ready, you know? And he like hears footsteps walking up to the door, and he hears noises on the other side, and he hears a voice that he doesn't recognize being like, "What's all over the door handle?" And then he hears a woman that kind of sounds like his mom, but not enough that he knows it's his mom for sure. It is through the door and he's up the stairs. It's like a little bit muffled, saying like, I don't know, you know. And so they aren't going to use this door. So they start going around to the other door. And so he gets his little BB gun and he like runs over to get a vision of that door. And they get over there, and once again through the door, he's like, what is on the door handle? And finally, they're like, whatever, we'll just open it. So they start trying to open the door. But keep in mind, this is the door that he's put that 2x4 on. So, like, they start trying to unlock the door and get in, and so the lock turns. He assumes that a robber is picking the lock, and then, like, the door doesn't open. And so he starts to hear another guy's voice, and he doesn't really recognize it. It sounds vaguely like his dad, but in his mind now, he's horrified. Like, obviously, at that point, you probably realize, oh, that's my parents. But in his mind, he's now convinced people are breaking in, so it's not like logical thinking is on the top of his brain. So he just starts to assume that they're trying to break into the house. And so there's two man voices talking about how they can't get the door open, and then they decide to start slamming into it. As I said, this door's a little bit janky, so I'm sure his parents on the other side are like, oh, whatever, if we just kind of slam into it a bit with the door handle turn, it'll pop open. So they start slamming into it. The 2x4 is not budging, and they're kind of like, wow, that's weird that this door is locked. Let's go back around to the front door. So they start going around to the front door. And at this point, he is really convinced that these are robbers breaking in. Obviously, you know, common sense says no, but if someone starts like slamming on the door trying to get in and you have been watching nothing but Home Alone where you're now convinced that everything's a threat, I could see why that would scare you. And so they go back around to the front door, they unlock it, and they open it. And when they open it, I don't know if it was just because they had been like slamming their shoulders into the downstairs door in the basement and couldn't get it open, but they like push in really fast. And he sees his dad's friend come in first, flying through the door. And when he steps on the mat, his front leg shoots out because he had put some Hot Wheel cars underneath it, and he does like a splits formation. And it's something out of a movie because this guy drops into the splits formation and just does like the wide face of just pain, you know, as you can assume someone doing the splits that doesn't usually do the splits would feel if that just suddenly is what was dropped on him. And so obviously he like drops into the splits, and in that moment he's afraid, but then he remembers in Home Alone that like just because you know and recognize them doesn't mean they're not breaking into your house, because like the wet bandits had been to his house before or whatever. So he decides that he's gonna shoot him with the BB gun anyways, dude. So he loads up and he shoots him with the BB gun, and it like hits him in the arm, and he's wearing a leather jacket, but he's like, ow, because he feels it. And so at that point, obviously, people are like, what's going on? And all that he says to this dude's parents are, he shot me with a BB gun. And at that moment, his mom, like, bursts into the door yelling. But when she came in and started yelling, he still didn't recognize her because her face was, like, covered by her coat, right? Because I don't know if she was afraid that the BB gun was coming for her next or whatever, but she just kind of ran in. And at that point, he's like, they've breached the walls of my facility. My booby traps have not worked. And so he bolts upstairs even further, like the rest of the way up, and sprints to his room and locks the door and starts, like, putting chairs, furniture, everything he can up against the door. And then at that point, they're knocking on the door like, it's your parents, calm down. And he recognizes his parents' voice, but now he thinks that the robber is holding his parents hostage to try to get him to come out. And he's like, I'm not coming out. There's more booby traps in the house, so don't go rob anything. I'm not coming out. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every single video I post here on the channel as a way to say thank you to y'all for subscribing and turning on notifications, so you should do that if you haven't already, and thank you if you have. And while I've interrupted the video, you might as well press the like button, comment down below, it helps the video do better, and on that note, I'll shut up. Peace. And so at that point, like, everybody in the house, so it's his dad, his mom, and his dad's friend, who has now done the splits and gotten blat by a BB gun, right? And they're like, dude, there's nobody else here, come out. But they're also too afraid to go anywhere else in the house because he said that he's booby-trapped it all. So for an hour, they're out there just trying to convince him to come out, you know? And it gets so bad that, like, the guy that was coming back to hang out with his parents, you know? He ends up just leaving. He's like, look, I appreciate it. It's getting late now. I'm not exactly, like, feeling comfortable considering I know this house is booby-trapped, but your kid won't come out and tell us where any of the traps are. So I'm gonna dip. So he leaves. And now it's just his parents trying to convince him to come out, being like, there's no robbers here. And finally, like I said, after an hour, he comes out and he's like, listen, guys, you gotta understand that, you know, there's a way you're supposed to come into the house. He starts trying to lecture his parents, and they're not having any of it. They're like, first of all, why are you alone? And he explains the situation with the babysitter, and now they're more mad at the babysitter than anything. Like, obviously, you're not too happy with your kid booby-trapping everything and, like, using his BB gun to defend the house, but at the same time, you can't be mad at him either. Because what do you want him to do? If he's a little kid who's home alone, wouldn't you rather him, like, be aware of the house and protect it than, like, not be aware of the fact that someone could break in and just be answering the door for strangers? Like, hey, my mom's not home, but come in. Let's be honest, I feel like you can't get too mad at your kid for being afraid of being robbed. That's just a pretty normal fear. So they're kind of like, well, I guess that kind of makes sense, but why did you booby trap everything? Like, what did you think that was going to do? And he starts to say it was just to buy him time, you know, the only thing he didn't get time to set up was a super good escape route, so he was just gonna, like, come into his room and call police, but when he got in here, he realized he didn't have a phone. So obviously, he had, you know, made a trap big enough to, like, block them from the basement door. He made a dude slide on Hot Wheels, but didn't think through the whole calling the police thing once he got to his final location, because, you know, just inspired by the fun parts of Home Alone. And when they asked him where he had, like, thought of booby trapping and whatnot, he was honest with them and said that he had thought of it after watching the movie, right? And so from then until, like, he was an older kid, like, you know, 15 years old, they just weren't allowed to watch Home Alone because they were like, the last thing we need is you to get more ideas and booby trap the house more often. Which, listen to me, is a little bit disappointing because that's a Christmas classic, dude. As far as Christmas movies go, that and Die Hard are definitely up there. I just also don't understand, like, I'm just gonna be honest, when I was a little kid, dude, when my parents would leave me home alone, I would do the same stuff, except I would, like, have a Nerf gun, and in my mind, I'd be like, this will help me catch robbers. I don't understand in my mind what I thought the robber was gonna do when he walked in and sees, like, a Recon CS6 Nerf gun, and is like, oh, what is that gonna do? Prevent me from punching you in the face? Either way, though, that's just the way the ball bounces. You definitely got to check on your babysitters, because, like, whoever just decided to leave a 9-year-old completely unattended should not be hired as a babysitter anymore. All in all, though, very great story, and I feel like the first time you watch Home Alone after not being able to watch it for a long time after you booby-trapped your house, like, it has to have felt great. It has to have been some of the best freedom you've ever felt. Watching Macaulay Culkin drop a can of paint and knock out a robber is definitely a satisfying way to kick off the holidays, and it's November now, so technically you're allowed to. I will say, parents, though, I don't know if I'd want my kid to see the sequel to Home Alone if he's already Home Alone the entire house once. Like, he's like, oh, okay, next time we go to the airport, my goal is to get lost in New York, because then you get to do it all over again. Regardless, you know, if anyone else has had any experiences trying to replicate a Christmas movie, if you've ever tried to turn your nose into a red flashlight so you can be Rudolph, or pretend that you were born in the North Pole to be like Buddy from Elf, be sure to send me your story. I'd love to make fun of you about it.
Today I've got a story time for y'all about arguably one of the stupidest things I've ever seen a spoiled kid do. Which is really saying something, you know? Usually the spoiled kid gets mad about being banned from video games or something, but, like, this dude just really decided to destroy his parents' windshield for no reason. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button, otherwise no joke, no scam whatsoever. You will be cursed by a very angry witch, and you don't want that to happen, so press the like button, and without further ado, let's hop into it. So one day I was out in front of my house just like playing Three Flags Up with some of the other kids in the neighborhood, and we decided that we were going to take a break, so everybody just started kind of like talking about whatever.
Most people were probably talking about the NFL season that far that year, but two kids started getting into like a one-up battle, which is one of the most annoying battles to listen to. Nuh-uh, whatever you did was lame, whatever I did was way cooler. But instead of just like having a one-up battle, they were one-upping each other about who respected their parents less, which is a really weird argument to have. And so eventually everybody else stopped paying attention to what they were talking about and just started paying attention to the two guys that were arguing about who respected their parents less than the other. And I'm really not sure why, but they were just roasting their parents, right? They were like, dude, I respect my parents so little that I purposely leave my dirty dishes on the table to make them clean it up. Like, they were just going in, and obviously because everybody was listening and it's not something you expect people to be saying, we were all laughing at it. We thought they were joking more than anything. And then after that guy said that, the other guy replied and said that, like, he could break stuff and his parents wouldn't even care. Which just can't be true. I mean, even if you're like the most chill person on the planet, you'd probably be pissed off if someone came into your house and started breaking things on purpose, and doubly so if they were like, yeah, I'm gonna break this stuff because you don't care if I break this stuff. But whatever, they're going back and forth, and after he talks about how he could break stuff and nobody would care, everybody kind of goes silent because we don't want to get in trouble. No one wants to be the guy to call out his bluff and then him go break something and then it come back on them. Like, oh, why did you tell my kid to break something? So whatever, the guy he's in the argument with decides to call his bluff and call him out, but nobody else is laughing anymore. Nobody else is having a good time. And he says, I guarantee you that you won't break your parents' windshield right now, which is obviously just something he thought of because he was like, the kid won't do it. No way anyone would be stupid enough to do that. Sure enough, no one would be dumb enough. And whatever, the kid's response is like, I guarantee you I'll do it right now. I'm not afraid of anything. And he's like, all right, if you're really confident that you can break everything and get away from it, then go ahead and go break your parents' windshield. And some of us in the crowd literally start trying to reason with the guy. And we're like, don't do that, man. That's a very stupid idea. I guarantee you it's not worth it. Like, you're going to get in trouble if you break your parents' windshield. And instead of heeding the warning whatsoever of a lot of us, he's just like, whatever, my parents aren't going to care. It's not going to be a big deal. Windshields aren't cheap, and even if they were, that's just so inconvenient, dude. Imagine you have to go to work in the morning, you go to get in your car, and you just see like a huge crack in your windshield because your kid decided to take a dare from somebody over who respects their parents less. Oh, I failed as a parent when my kid starts destroying my car and preventing me from earning a living to teach me a lesson. But whatever, Mr. Entitled decides to go through with it, so he says, fine, what? I don't care, I'll break whatever I want. So he goes over to like the landscaping nearby, and I grew up in Las Vegas where grass is practically illegal at this point. You're not allowed to really use water for anything. So he goes, it's not hard to find like a decent sized rock. A lot of people have these like fake rivers. I don't know how to explain it, right? It's like almost like a stream. They leave like a riverbed of rocks. If you grow up in a desert place, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If not, it doesn't really matter. He picks up a decent sized rock and he starts walking over to his mom's car. And a couple of us warn him again, like, dude, this is a bad idea. Don't do it. And he walks over in front of his mom's car and starts holding this rock above his head, almost like he's Atlas from the ancient Greek myth, you know, with the world on his shoulders. He's just got this rock above him, looking at the windshield like it's the most threatening thing he's ever seen, like he just has to take it out. And him and the guy start arguing back and forth about how, like, dude, clearly you're scared of doing it. Don't break your parents' windshield if you're afraid of them. Like, it's not worth it. It's okay. The guy who's arguing with him is saying this to him. And he's like, no, man, I respect my parents less than you respect your parents. Like, he was so bent on winning this argument that he really didn't care. And they're going back and forth, and finally, almost to like prove a point, he decides to just throw the rock at his mom's windshield. So he takes this decent-sized rock, and he gets some force behind it, you know, like an overhead throw, and it smacks into the windshield. And I can remember the sound. It just like sounded like, and then you could almost hear the glass splintering outwards. We probably literally couldn't hear it, but watching it, you're like, oh, that was not good. So the rock gets stuck like halfway through the windshield. It didn't have enough force to go all the way through. So this rock is sticking halfway out of the windshield like an asteroid sticking out of the ground, and there's all these spider webs off of it, and it's not even like you could drive it to a shop and get it fixed. Where it was sitting and how bad the spider web was, like there's no way that you're going to be able to drive this car until it gets a new windshield. And so we all decide to book it because we don't want to get in trouble for this. We had nothing to do with it. So me and all my friends that weren't involved in the argument, we go home because I'm not trying to get in trouble for something I didn't do. And it just so happened that the kid that threw this rock was the type of person who loved to blame things on other people. You know, like if anyone would have been hanging around there when his parents came outside, he would have 100% tried to blame it on them. So I go to my house and I start playing PlayStation. And it just so happened that my room's window overlooks that kid's house where the broken windshield was. So I didn't really tell my parents what was going on. I just go up and start playing video games. And it was a beautiful day. So eventually my mom comes into my room and opened the window. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to open up all the windows because it's a great day. And I only remember that because it's what made the next part so easy to hear. But I hear another car pull up, and as soon as the door opens, there's immediate screaming of like, what happened to my car? What happened to my car? And I'm like, oh, his parents are home, you know? And they start yelling even more about how someone must have attacked the car, like they should have called the cops. Clearly, someone's vandalizing them, trying to destroy their car. And I don't hear what somebody says back because they don't yell it, but I hear his parents yell, what do you mean that you did this? Why would you break our windshield? Why do you think that's a good idea? And like I said, I didn't hear exactly what was said from the kid to the parents. I just heard their yelling response. But imagine you've been grocery shopping, you know, you come back, you gotta unload some ice cream into the freezer. There's just a rock sticking halfway out of your windshield. Your car would literally be impossible to drive safely. You start freaking out. You know, no one would be dumb enough to do that to their own car. So, like, one of the neighborhood kids must have decided to commit some vandalism, must have decided that they were going to take revenge on you. And then your kid comes outside and is like, oh, yeah, my bad. I was in a competition of who disrespected their parents more, and I decided to win. So, whatever, I don't know what story he said, but there was like a good 20 minutes of screaming about how they could not believe that he would be dumb enough to break the windshield and he was going to have to pay for it, and he inconvenienced them so much because how are they supposed to get to work now? And he wasn't yelling back, so I wouldn't really hear what he said, but his parents were not getting any calmer, so I got a good feeling that it wasn't like super apologetic and, oh, I'm so sorry for breaking the windshield. I know for a fact that if I would have done this to my parents, then I would have been grounded for a good century and a half. I would have had to become a vampire and be immortal to ever see the outside of my room again. I just feel like, I don't know, if I broke my parents' windshield and then they found out about it and I was like, whatever, I don't care, there would have not been very fun consequences. And I did not see the dude outside for like a week. Other than school. He would go to school, but he was definitely in some pretty big grounding, and he was also going to like other neighborhoods and mowing lawns to try to get money to pay him back. And I know windshields aren't cheap either, so I don't know how many lawns you have to mow to pay for a windshield replacement, but I feel like that was a lot of labor. Hopefully he learned his lesson though. I didn't really spend a lot of time hanging out with him after, so who knows if that's still his party trick. Whenever he gets a little too drinky, he just goes and starts throwing rocks through windshields. But just don't break your family's stuff. It's really easy not to. Alright, so this job takes place when I worked at the movie theater. It's not the longest one in the world, it was just really bizarre. Basically, at this movie theater, we had a really fast turnover rate. There was like always new people, there was always people leaving, there was a lot of people that worked there, and it's not like it was a glamorous job that a lot of people wanted to stay at for the rest of their lives, you know? But whatever, this kid showed up and he had a different polo shirt on than the rest of us. We got like given one from work with our logo, but it was the same color, so none of us cared. We just start working, but we had one manager who was super nitpicky about that stuff, and it was kind of annoying, but obviously when he realized the guy was wearing a different shirt, he started asking him, well, why don't you have a company shirt? Like, we gave you one at the end of your interview, where is it? And instead of going, oh, I forgot it and I had this one that was the same color, or like any excuse, the kid's response is to just angrily yell at the manager and be like, I can't wear that cheap crap. And yeah, the shirt was cheap, it was itchy, but all of us are standing there like, dude, the shirt sucks, but it's our job. It's kind of our uniform. No one likes to wear what they have to wear to work. And our manager is confused and is like, what do you mean it's a crappy shirt? And he grabs his polo. You know when people grab their clothes and like pull on it to show it off? He does that and he says, this polo was $3,000, okay, bro? I don't want to wear your cheap knockoff. I don't think the company was sitting there trying to knock off your $3,000 polo. I don't think they knew that a $3,000 shirt existed, if you want me to be honest. It was like he couldn't understand that places can have you wear a polo shirt for a uniform and they're not trying to copy a design. Like, it's not a fashion statement. It just happens to be something that people can wear that's like a little bit nicer than a t-shirt, but comfortable, and they're cheap to order in bulk quantities. And my manager doesn't really know how to explain the idea of a work uniform to this guy. So he just says, well, you have to wear your uniform or you can't work here. Like, it's corporate policy. If I let you wear a different shirt, then I have to let everybody wear a different shirt. And like, I just can't do that. And he kind of tries to threaten my boss, you know, well, I'll quit right now on the spot if you're going to make me wear the company shirt. Which really only works if you have a ton of leverage at your company, you know? Like, if you're just somebody that's absolutely irreplaceable, you're the only guy that knows the software they use, you can say, you're gonna do this or I'm gonna leave. But this guy had only been here for 20 minutes, so it's not like he's some expert that we can't work without. And no offense, but it was very easy to find people that could come in and work at the movie theater. I worked there for a year. I liked the job, but it was not back-breaking work. It's not like it was very difficult to get the hang of. You press play on the movie and you sweep popcorn. It's not like you're the CEO that's grown the company from nothing to like $1 billion in revenue, and if they don't give you a chunk, then you're walking. Like, you just have no leverage. It was literally just the equivalent of like, I don't know, a slightly more glamorous janitor position where you also got to press play on the movie. And every now and then you serve people popcorn and they got mad at you because movie theater prices are expensive. But whatever, he tries to threaten my boss and is like, you're gonna let me wear this polo shirt or I'm gonna quit. And my boss just wasn't having it and says, okay, fine, I guess you don't work here. And the guy is stupefied for a second looking at my boss, but then storms out all angrily talking about how we wasted his time. And all of us were confused because we didn't understand how we wasted his time. And on top of that, he put in a lot more work to get the job than he did at the job. Think about it. Between the job interview, having to come back and like sign all the paperwork, get your shirt, all that stuff, like, you know, getting a job takes some time, a couple days to just get everything all sorted. He probably spent more time getting the job and signing up for the job than he ever did getting paid for the job. So I don't know what he was really thinking. That just seems like a bad investment. On the bright side, he can always go sell his polo shirt. Like, I guess for $3,000. How do you even spend $3,000 on a polo shirt? Obviously, you know, designer clothes are designer clothes, but I feel like even a nice polo shirt, like if somebody was like, this polo shirt was $200, I'd be like, that's a really nice shirt. I'm not really understanding how you spend $3,000 on a shirt and it's worth it. I feel like you hit the point of diminishing returns on t-shirt quality. Either way, dude quit his job because he refused to wear a uniform, so some people out there are just so spoiled the idea of a uniform breaks their brain. Alright, so this next one, I was at a restaurant like 2 months ago, and I'll be honest, it was very uneventful. Our waiter was just a chill dude that was getting us food, very, like, I don't know, it wasn't like the greatest restaurant experience I ever had, but there was nothing to complain about. It was literally fine. Our waiter was fine, and it would have just been an uneventful day if it wasn't for the dude that, like, just decided to come in like a wrecking ball a la Miley Cyrus. If anything, our waiter was a little too soft-spoken, like he was a little too quiet, but that'll matter in a little bit. Whatever though, me and my friends are like at dinner chilling, and this guy comes in with this date, and they sit behind me and my friends, and he instantly starts talking about like how rich his parents are and how they own so much around town, so basically everywhere he goes he's a big deal, so he wouldn't be surprised if their meal was taken care of tonight. And the girl, like, doesn't even have time to respond to what he's saying because he's just talking so much about how much money his parents have, and it's really awkward. And me and my friends weren't even trying to listen in and eavesdrop, but he's basically yelling it, and they're right behind us, so there's just not much we could do. And his date's just not really being impressed by it. She's not replying. He's not giving her a lot of time to reply. And it was almost like he didn't understand why someone wouldn't be super impressed by the fact that he had rich parents. And so when that didn't work, he decided to shift and just start complaining about the service because, I don't know, maybe in his brain that was a relatable conversation starter. But they had just sat down like a minute ago, so they hadn't even talked to anyone other than the person that sat them yet. So as he's complaining about how, like, man, the service here sucks, no one's even come to talk to us yet, even though they've been there for 40 seconds, the waiter, who's the same waiter as us, they had sat him in their section, right, or sat them in his section, walks up and he says, "Hey guys, what can I get you to drink?" Which is the most normal sentence a waiter would say to you. I feel like 9 times out of 10, it's something along those lines is the first sentence. But Mr. Richie Rich goes, "What did you just say to me?" And the waiter pauses and is like, "What can I get you to drink?" And you think that's appropriate. And the waiter is looking at this guy like, is that appropriate? How else could I say it? So he just says, "Yeah, I think." And I don't know, in Richie Rich's mind, he probably thought that if he started yelling at this service worker that his date would think it was really cool. But now we've turned, like I've turned, my friends could see it. I've turned because I'm just hearing this guy yelling, and she's turning red because she's embarrassed. And the waiter's confused, and he's like, "How about you go get me your manager, and we'll let him decide whether or not that was appropriate." And our waiter is so confused by this interaction that he doesn't try to solve it himself. He doesn't say, like, "We don't need to get my manager involved." He goes and gets his manager right away. And his manager comes back with him, and before the manager can even introduce himself, Richie Rich is like, "Your waiter asked me what he could get me to drink." And he folds his arms like it was supposed to just be the bar of the century, you know? And the manager's looking at him, clearly confused on what the problem is, and goes, "Okay, what about it?" And Richie Rich is like, "He had such a bad attitude about it. He was so rude. I've never had someone speak to me with such a rude tone in my life. I don't even want to eat here anymore." And the manager's confused and looks at the waiter and is like, "Were you rude?" And the waiter has like a look of confusion on his face and goes, "No, I just said what I always say when I talk to a table." And Richie Rich just starts going off about how this waiter is lying and he's insanely rude. He probably treats all these customers horribly. And now, like, the entire restaurant is watching it because this guy's lying. And at that point, my friends and I are like, okay, we're not going to let you get this dude fired and embarrass him in front of the whole restaurant because that just isn't what happened. So my friend's like, excuse me. And the rich guy looks at us and is like, "Stay out of this. This has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business." And we just look at the manager and we're like, the waiter has been great to us. We overheard the conversation and it definitely was not rude at all. So we don't really know what this dude's on about, but like, don't be mad at the waiter for this. Because listen, I think everyone's had a situation where maybe you've had a bad day, you take something wrong, and like, that's fine. But to complain to the manager and try to get someone in like real trouble for mistreating customers when they just didn't, that's crazy. Whatever though, now that this big scene has been made, his date just gets up and leaves, which I can't blame her for at all. If anything, she probably should have left sooner. Imagine that. What a horrible first impression. You're on a first date, he just starts screaming at the waiter, gets the manager involved. A random table is like, "Hey dude, can you stop freaking out on this guy for no reason?" So she leaves, and now he starts blaming the restaurant and the waiter for making his date leave, as if it's their fault that he was screaming at people and she decided to walk out. And like, this guy's clearly off in his own little world, you know. I don't really know if his parents are Bill Gates or whatever. Even then, you're just delusional. But if you're gonna be off in your own little world, the caveat is you just can't bug anyone. Once you're in your own little delusional world and you start trying to get people fired and ruin their livelihoods, it's different. You gotta come back to reality. And the manager, just having enough, just says, "Hey man, I think you should leave. Like, you've made a scene. Clearly, you don't want to eat here, so like, you should just leave." And now Richie Rich is offended, which, if you really feel like this guy's been so rude to you, you're so offended, they ruined your date, you'd probably want to leave anyways. But he throws his arms out in a surprised motion and goes, "You're really gonna ask a paying customer to leave?" And the manager, without missing a beat, just went, well, you haven't ordered anything, so you're not a paying customer yet, so yeah. And he was like, "Fine, I'll take my business elsewhere," and stormed out all angrily. And it was just a very awkward, uncomfortable situation. I don't know. I don't know why he insisted on making a ginormous scene over nothing, but it was just weird, dude. Doesn't matter how rich your parents are. If you have to scream at the waiter every time you go out to eat, that's not normal. So the other day I had to go to Best Buy. One of my DisplayPort cables decided to take a poop on me, and I wasn't about to wait 2 days to not be able to use my favorite monitor. I just wasn't going to do that. So I was going to go to Best Buy and get one. So I go there, grab the DisplayPort cable, and I decide I'm already here. I'm just going to go look at the GPUs, see if there's any in stock, because I don't know, for the last few years there weren't. And I didn't even need one. I wasn't going to buy one. It's just at this point, every time I'm at an electronics store, I just check. And there's 3 dudes that are college-aged, and they're kind of talking about their professors and how it's crazy to be out on your own. So it's they're probably freshmen in college-ish. And they start talking about how they wanted new PCs, and that's not abnormal. I feel like PC gaming is a lot more mainstream than it used to be. Not that it was ever this super secret thing before, but with Twitch streaming, YouTube, everybody has kind of, in my opinion, been no, gaming PCs are cool. Whereas it used to be the really nerdy people. Which is good. I think that's a good thing. Anyways, one of them starts complaining about how their dad is only going to give them $2,000 to build a gaming PC, and how that's just really not enough, and he doesn't understand what his dad expects him to do with $2,000. And I'm just sitting there trying not to have my jaw drop listening to this, because sure, is $2,000 the maximum amount of money you could spend on a PC? No. Theoretically, if you really wanted to build the greatest PC to ever exist, you could spend a lot more than $2,000. But a $2,000 PC is a pretty juicy peach. That's a sweet little machine right there. You can basically do everything you need to do and some on a PC that would cost that much, unless you found a way to spend your money in the stupidest ways possible. I don't know on what planet you would have a $2,000 gaming PC if you knew what you were doing and didn't overpay for everything that wasn't capable of doing basically everything you wanted to do. And even then, if it's free, who cares if it doesn't do exactly what you want it to do? If someone gave me a free Chromebook, I would be hyped. I'd be like, sweet, thank you so much. You went to your parents and said, I really want a gaming PC. And they said, yeah, sure, here's $2,000. And you're mad about it? I don't feel like many people can just go to their parents and ask for an expensive PC and have it delivered to them the next day. But what really blew me away is the other 2 dudes that he was with start to sympathize with him and tell him that he's in the right for being upset. Bro, that sucks. No way. Why would they do that? And he's like, man, I know it sucks. I don't know. And then the other one's like, yeah, that blows, dude. I can't believe that. And after I heard that they were on his side, they were hyped at him for standing up for himself and he should ask for more money, I just got my DisplayPort and had to walk away, dude, because I didn't think what I was hearing was real. It was like a Cartman-level glitch in the Matrix. I feel like Cartman used to be a joke, like the character on South Park. It's like, oh, no one will ever act this way. And for whatever reason, ever since the internet's become more prominent, I feel like more people act like Cartman every day. Either way, if you don't want to spend $2,000 on a PC because you just think it's a waste of money, just build the $2,000 PC and give it to somebody, because I guarantee you that they'll appreciate it, And if that doesn't work, just give the money to me. I could find some stupid stuff to spend it on, and I'd appreciate it. All jokes aside, though, I really couldn't believe that he was sitting there complaining about his parents giving him a computer, and his friends were like, dude, yeah, it's not good enough. Either way, though, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below, and of course, subscribe if you're new. If you like these videos but you'd rather listen to an audio version, I do post a podcast over on Spotify. I'll put a link in the description down below. Feel free to go check that out. And other than that, yeah, I really appreciate the support lately. I'm getting back on the grind. I know the comments have said you guys like the longer videos with the shorter stories kind of put together, so I'm gonna be delivering. 12 days of scrubs still on schedule, but yeah, thank you so much, guys. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a story for y'all about a cringe individual that I was in contact with in high school. Arguably one of the cringiest people to ever exist. I would say they're up there. It was this kid who was crazy addicted to Minecraft, also never showered, and was also really bossy. Not a good combination. Nothing wrong with being addicted to the Minecraft, right? I get it, but you can't also suck and be bossy. Like, that's just a wombo combo that's not fantastic. Regardless, I figured it would be a pretty good video that you guys are going to enjoy, so that's what we're going to be doing today. So without further ado, press the like button, or no joke, no scam, you're going to get hacked by this kid. And without further ado, let's get into it. Wow, wow.
I'm getting quiet now, laying low when you reach zone, wiping down, making out, stack the bread.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think school is a pretty important thing to go to because, you know, it kind of just prepares you for the fact that there's some people in the world that you just gotta just learn how to deal with, you know? They're not the most exciting people to deal with. In fact, I would say they're quite the opposite, but it is good training to, like, deal with people that suck. And this story's about somebody that really sucked. This took place in my junior year. I came to class one day, you know, sat next to these people that I didn't really know too well, and one of the guys at the table was someone that I had seen around school plenty of times before, just kind of walking around. I had never really had a chat with him or anything. His name's going to be, we're gonna name him Sam for the purpose of this story, okay? Because I have a lot of friends named Sam, and I don't want people to figure out who this is. And, you know, Sam, as I said, I'd seen him around before, but I'd never really gotten close to him. And now that I was sitting at this table with him, one of the first things that I noticed is that he had a very particular stench to him. And when I say stench, I don't mean like cologne, I don't mean like deodorant. I mean this dude straight up smelt like the piracy. And not the internet kind. Like, you know, the 1800s pirates that had scurvy, dude? Like, their toenails would be falling off. They never showered. Like, imagine how that would smell. And then imagine walking into a classroom and sitting near someone that smelt like that. I literally could not believe that somebody, like, could smell this bad and not be aware of it, dude. Like, there's no way he wasn't able to smell himself. And I look at the other people at the table, and I just start laughing. This is not something that I'm necessarily proud of, but it just is something that I do. When I'm uncomfortable or in a situation that I just think is, like, weird or out there, I just start laughing. There's nothing I can do to control it. It's literally like a little tick. I remember one time, man, I came home from school. My dad looked, like, really sad on the couch. I'm laughing. It's not funny thinking of this story. And he was like, Ryan, you know, your grandpa's in the hospital. And I was crying and laughing at the same time because I was just so, like, uncomfortable with the information. So I'm very uncomfortable to be sitting next to this guy. I don't want to be rude and tell him he stinks, but, like, I'm just giggling because that's just what I do when I'm in an uncomfortable spot. And so he looks at me and he's like, what are you laughing at? And I'm just kind of like, oh, nothing. And he's like, no, what's so funny? Like, if you think it's so funny, share it with the table. And I really don't know what to say because I don't want to insult him. I don't want to be rude, but I'm laughing at how he smells. So I just say, I thought of a really funny joke that my friend told me earlier, and it just keeps replaying in my head. I'm sorry. And he kind of rolls his eyes at me. And this is the first interaction I've had with this dude other than smelling him. And he's like, yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Will you do me a favor and just try to keep it down? I'm trying to focus. Which, like, alright, fair enough. I guess I was giggling too much, but at the same time, dude, come on. Like, class hadn't even started yet. I was just giggling. Not to mention, I'm giggling at your stench. Like, okay, let's just relax. I could tell he was going to be a little bit of a bossy know-it-all, you know, and so sure enough, teacher comes in, you're sitting together, blah, 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 here's the project, da-da-da-da-da, and it ends up being something that we have to do as a little table, like the little group of people. And when the paper gets passed out, there was 2 girls, me and this kid at this table. One of the girls grabs it and reads the instructions and says, we have to do XXXX, like the 3 steps. So whatever, I'm like, all right, I start getting ready to do the 3 steps. But for whatever reason, this Sam kid is like, I'm gonna double check the instructions because I just don't necessarily believe that you guys are able to comprehend them that quickly. Which, like, damn, bro, that's pretty rude. We are reading the instructions on a worksheet in class. We're not reading the Declaration of Independence. I'm pretty sure we can read it. Anyways, that was the attitude this guy had. Just like, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you, all this stuff. And so we finished our project pretty quickly. Believe it or not, we were right about the steps.
And so we get done and we're just kind of sitting there talking, and because nobody at the table really knew each other, we just kind of started like talking about what we liked, what were our hobbies. And this kid starts talking about how most people play video games, but they're not very highbrow games. They're not games that take a lot of skill or effort or energy or strategy to them. And he just feels like people who play games like that aren't that smart, which is why he plays Minecraft. And when he says that, I honestly can't believe my ears, bro. Like, listen, I understand that Call of Duty's a pretty mindless game. Most popular games you could call quote-unquote mindless. I think it still takes a lot of skill to get good at it, but, whatever. I can understand where you're coming from. But how are you going to be talking crap about how other games are stupid and, there's no skill involved, and you're playing the game where you can literally just punch a tree to, like, get everything you need? This game does not take a lot of skill. I literally play it all the time as gameplay on this channel. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I like Minecraft. But it's weird to be calling everybody stupid and claiming that you're a super strategic, smart genius because you play the block game, bro. So, the first day I've known him, I know that he thinks he's better than me, he thinks the video games I play are stupid, and he smells bad. That's what I know, dude. You would think somebody that is thinking so deeply in strategy that they're a professional Minecraft player would also realize that showering might, benefit the situation, but no. He's just a genius in strategy, not showering. So whatever, I leave that day, and I just can't really believe that, that person exists. I just think it's kind of funny. But when I go back the next day, I can't even believe my eyes even more. So he had told me that they really liked Minecraft. I believed him. It's the smartest game to ever exist. So much strategy, all that stuff. But one thing that I didn't expect was for the kid to come to school the next day in a creeper hoodie. Keep in mind, we're like juniors in high school, so whatever, nothing wrong with that. Wear your creeper hoodie. But the strangest thing is this man is sitting in class with the hood all the way zipped up. The creeper hoodies that you could become the creeper? He is just sitting there, in the creeper hoodie, zipped up all the way. You can't see his face. And this creeper hoodie is not in good shape. This was not a new hoodie. This thing was covered in, I don't know what the stains were. I don't want to know what the stains were, but this thing basically looked like a Jackson Pollock painting. This thing was just covered in stains, and I could smell him probably about the same time I could see him. As I walked in and see the creeper, I just kind of get this waft of just BO and Manwich and Sloppy Joe and 3 hot dogs that have been boiled for too long. It was just overwhelming. And I'm kind of like, oh, hey, man, nice hoodie. Nothing wrong with wearing the hoodie, like I said. Just kind of weird to have it full zipped up in the middle of class. And instead of, replying with words, he just looks at me and goes, makes a creeper noise, bro. Makes a creeper noise. And so I'm like, oh, all right, this is kind of bizarre. And I was the first other person at the table, so the other ones come in, they kind of see the same thing. And when they say hi to him, he also hisses at them in creeper. And at this point, I'm really hoping that, it's not going to be this situation, but I'm starting to think that he might be role-playing as a creeper, and we're just going to have to deal with this all day. So sure enough, the teacher comes in, she starts taking roll, it gets to his name, he does a creeper noise in response, she thinks it's weird, but whatever, rolls on. We get another little worksheet to do as a table. This teacher, wasn't exactly, the best teacher, so this was our normal routine, worksheets together. And we're trying to ask this guy questions, trying to figure stuff out as a group, and every time we're asking him anything, he's only replying in creeper sounds. He's not saying words, he's not answering anything, he's not writing stuff down. Fine, you want to talk in creeper, that's cool. Then can you write your answers down on the worksheet, help us out a little bit? No, this man was dedicated to role-playing as a creeper. And I know what a creeper is. I play Minecraft. I played Minecraft then. I know what a creeper is. But the other girls at our table just think this guy is wearing a weird hoodie and hissing at them. They don't really know what's going on. So after about 2 minutes of him hissing and being absolutely useless on this worksheet, one of the girls goes, okay, are you gonna help us, or should I just go tell the teacher that you're gonna be a freak today? You know what I mean? Which is fair. All right, this is annoying, stop hissing at me. And when that happens, he finally decides to talk words, and he goes, I'm not being a freak, I'm a creeper. You would know that if you played Minecraft, but you're probably too dumb to understand it anyways. Yeah, bro, this girl is too dumb to understand Minecraft. It's just not a very hard game to understand. It's just not. And even then, what does understanding the video game Minecraft of collect resources, stay alive, have to do with you pretending to be an animal from Minecraft to the point where you're not talking? I get Minecraft, and I still don't really know what you're going for, bro. Why would you want to pretend to be a creeper? The name itself should, let you know that that's a no-go. You shouldn't want to be a creeper, bro. That's not what you want. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give away a gift card in every single video I post here on the channel as a way to say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on those notifications. So if you haven't already, subscribe, turn on notifications so you never miss another video. And yeah, I give away free money so you got nothing to lose. And thank you very much for everyone that already has them on. I will shut up and get back to the video now. Thanks. Anyways, the girl predictably doesn't really know what he's talking about. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna go tell the teacher. So she just gets up, goes, talks to the teacher. The teacher comes over and is like, all right, what seems to be the problem? You know that you can't be talking in made up languages during class. Like, you have to work as a team. And now Minecraft Kid is still zipped up in the creeper costume, by the way. He still hasn't unzipped it. And he starts arguing with the teacher about how, you know, it's his constitutional right to dress this way, and the freedom of speech protects talking like a creeper. And the teacher, you know, is kind of like, all right, great, we're going to be in one of these discussions. So she just shuts it down quick, and she goes, you're right, it does protect your right to wear the creeper costume and hiss, but it doesn't protect your grade, so I'm gonna give you a 0 unless you take off the hoodie and start working with them. And at that point, the kid in the creeper costume finally succumbs. He like unzips his hoodie. Sam reveals himself from inside the creeper mask. And before the teacher leaves, bro, I don't know if she had just had enough with this patience for the month or the year or like what the deal was. And then she also says, also, do not wear that hoodie in my class again. It smells disgusting. Which, hey, man, I wasn't going to complain about someone finally telling this dude that he needed to wash the clothes or wash himself. One or the other. You gotta be washing something, preferably both. In an ideal world, you're washing everything. But you can't be wearing a hoodie that's stiff enough to walk on its own and then not showering. Because that wombo combo is going to overwhelm anyone, dude. Prison guards would be trying to throw up if they smelt this thing. Obviously, that kind of embarrassed him, and he ends up zipping back up his hoodie from embarrassment. But whatever, I think the point got across because he did the rest of the assignment in English, right? So, anyways, all is all, blah, 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 blah. We finish the school day. It's awkward. We come back the next day to him in the same creeper hoodie, right, which he wasn't supposed to wear, zipped up. I say hi. This time, he hisses at me again. And, you know, I wasn't gonna go snitch. I'm just not gonna go tell the teacher. I don't care. But when the girls came in, they did, because they were not dealing with it again. I don't blame them. Their grade, they cared a lot about their grades. I, like, barely graduated. Whatever. It happens. They were not going to deal with this and have their grade go down. So sure enough, the teacher comes over. She's like, I told you not to wear this hoodie. What is wrong with you? Go to the dean's office. Da-da-da-da-da. You're getting dress coded. You're so disrespectful in my class. And instead of this time, you know, using English to communicate with the teacher, Sam decided that since he was already getting in trouble, he's already going to the office, he might as well just commit to the whole creeper act. So he just kept hissing. He started hissing at the teacher. And then when he started hissing at the teacher, she started thinking that it was a threat. She started being like, are you threatening me right now? Are you threatening to attack me? Like, that's what a cat does before it attacks someone. And at that point, the dean people like came to get the kid from the class because I guess it was going to be an issue. And she starts telling them that like he was just threatening to attack her and stuff. And now he's talking in English, trying to clear up that the hissing doesn't mean that he was going to attack her. The only problem was, dude, and this is so funny. He's obsessed with Minecraft, right? His explanation instead is that creepers hiss before they blow up. So he was just warning her to back up before he explodes, which does not exactly calm down the people that were coming to remove you from the classroom. So sure enough, he gets taken out of there real quick with his backpack, everything. They take him to the deans. They're searching him. The teacher, you know, they're like, are you okay? But yeah, after that, I think what ended up going on is he got moved into a different class for sure. I think the teacher was like, I don't feel safe teaching him, you know, he threatened to blow up in my class. He was talking about a creeper, but you guys get the point. And so I didn't see him anymore in class. I saw him around school sometimes, never again in the creeper hoodie though. But yeah, he got moved out of that class after that. But regardless, that's the story time of the Minecraft kid that never showered that I had to deal with. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. If you really want to support the channel, you can check out the intro song, link down below. You can also use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. Gets you a discount on G Fuel, helps me out. And of course, if you want more content, my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, can be found down there too. Last but certainly not least, if you want some merch, look at your screen now and you'll see the coolest merch to ever exist in the history of the planet, which can also be yours by visiting the description. And yeah, on that note, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I have a subscriber story that was sent in to me on my Instagram at Scrubby, and it's pretty crazy. Basically, this guy had this little group at school that was having like EDM raves in the bathroom. A kid ended up getting expelled as a consequence, you know, and overall it was pretty dang crazy, so I figured I would share it with y'all, and yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing today. Without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy, and let's get into it.
I got eyes like an eagle, stacking so much money you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now, lay low when you rich, so I'm vibing now. Making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound, just so I'm
Alright, so this story takes place in the person who sent me this 7th grade year, which was like 2014, which was a very weird time. I remember it fondly. EDM, specifically dubstep, was getting like super popular, especially in this dude's middle school, like near crazy fandom levels. Everyone and their mom in this school became obsessed with Skrillex, dude, you know, bang bass, you know, they'd just be saying that randomly in English class stuff. And obviously that's what happens anytime something gets popular in like middle school, is a bunch of kids just overdo it and ruin it for everybody. So everybody would be playing like Skrillex and dubstep in the hallway. And listen, dude, I'm sure dubstep has a time and place. It's not my genre of music personally, but 7 a.m. in middle school is definitely not the time nor the place. Nobody's trying to listen to that stuff right now, even if it's a banger. So I don't know if like musically it was really popular in the school or what, but the person who sent me this then said that dancing to the dubstep became even more popular. The only problem is like all of the kids who would dance to dubstep in his school weren't dancers, so it really just looked like they were having a seizure, dude. Honestly, if I saw a group of kids who were just dancing to dubstep that didn't know how to dance, I would probably think they were being shocked and try to like separate them from the current by smacking them with a wooden spoon like a German grandma. Those omas know how to smack, dog. You think a wooden spoon's for cooking until you do something bad around one of them. Anyways, dancing to dubstep is hard enough for dancers, let alone like kids who don't know how to dance. However, a couple of the more like popular kids in his middle school started doing these like dancing to dubstep videos on Facebook. And I don't know if this was just mine and his middle school or if y'all can relate to this too, but once somebody popular ends up doing something at school, everybody starts to do it. It's like herpes. That thing just spreads across the playground like there's no tomorrow. So now all of a sudden everybody is like trying to throw EDM dance parties and throw down the sickest moves in Sarajevo. If you got that reference, that guy's TikToks are great. And so along with this new obsession with EDM music and EDM dancing, a bunch of like kids at the school became DJs and would make remixes to songs and whatnot. And they weren't actually popular anywhere, but they became like local celebrities at the school. Like everybody at the school knew who the DJs were in school. One of them that he ended up telling me about in this message was DJ Skrillex, which definitely is not a knockoff of anyone whatsoever, okay? It's not the Walmart version of anything. And the one kid who we're going to be focusing on for the rest of the story, the one who ended up starting these secret bathroom raves, he called himself DJ Bad Swagger, which is quite the name, dude. I don't know how your swagger could be bad. If you got swag like that, then own it, my boy. Be proud of it. But regardless, DJ Bad Swagger decided that he was going to start the first ever nightclub in a school. He brought a speaker to school and would just like play music in the bathroom during lunch. And he wasn't even like a real DJ. The guy didn't have any music of his own. He never made any original music. He would just connect his phone to the speaker and like play music on it. And one day when him and his friends were like listening to music in the bathroom, he came up with this idea to like, oh, throw a rave in here during lunch because the teachers never come in here. I guess the way the school was built, this bathroom was kind of tucked away in the back of one of the hallways that people weren't ever in anyways. So him and his friends agree and they all thought it was a great idea. So now they have like this little group of kids that was throwing raves in the bathroom. And obviously that's a little bizarre, and whenever something's bizarre and like entertaining at school, word spreads pretty quick. And word starts to go around the school like wildfire about this like secret rave that they're doing every day at lunch in the secret bathroom. And as with most cool things, it really started to become a trend, dude. Like everyone and their mom wanted to skip their lunch and go to this little rave thing and have a good time. time. And suddenly, like 10% of the school is trying to line up outside this bathroom trying to get in, and obviously they realized that was going to be a problem. Like a secret little club thing might work, you know, if a couple kids are missing, but if you start having half the school trying to go to your secret club, it really ain't a secret no more. So DJ Bad Swagger, with his name, I don't know if his name was a worse idea, somewhere along the line he decides to make a good decision, and he's like, hey, I can make some money out of this. So he makes a rule, and he basically says that you either have to bring food or money to get into the club from now on. Like, that's how you get in. And obviously this has two really big impacts on the bathroom. The first one is that now, like, this DJ's pockets are a little bit fatter. He's starting to make a little bit of money for running the club. And on top of that, now kids that are coming in are like bringing food and stuff. So now there's snacks inside. They've kind of got a little club going on. And they accidentally made it more worth it to pay the fee to get in or bring food, because it became more of like a little speakeasy type of scenario in the middle of the school than it was like an EDM rave club. The point of switching to the payment or bringing something in system was to make it less popular, right? Like, oh, less kids will come and that way it's less likely we're gonna get caught. But now it was more popular. They basically have this nightclub set up in their middle school bathroom, just vibing, dude. There's drinks, snacks, a dance floor, like an entire setup. And I don't know how I personally feel about eating snacks next to a urinal in a middle school bathroom. I personally have good aim, but I know some men that definitely need to work on their like Kovacs aim trainer, dog. How you gonna have literally pee all the time, like every day you have to pee, and still miss a urinal? So whatever, I guess they were eating in the bathroom, kinda whack. And obviously, it's a pretty good time, so it kind of becomes like the talk of the school, dude. There's less kids at lunch, people are talking about it, all the really popular kids would like go to there for lunch. And so obviously, whenever something like that starts to get around and like people start to hear out about it, a teacher ends up overhearing it. I don't really know if a teacher overheard it like from a kid directly, if somebody snitched, if they just heard people in the hallway talking about the dance club that goes on in the middle of the lunch and like, you know, decided to do something. But one way or another, one of the teachers ended up finding out about it, and they told the dean, and sure enough, DJ Bad Swagger gets called into the dean's office, and they're kind of like, hey, are you running a club in the bathroom at lunch? And he just kind of denies it, which is not that hard. And everybody knows he's been called down to the dean's office, because when the person had come into the class to like give the kid the letter to go down to the dean's office, I don't know if they still do it that way, but they used to, everybody knew that that was the kid who like ran the little club, so everybody thought it had gotten shut down. So the kid comes back from the dean's office, the DJ kid, and the club is shut down. The next day at lunch, there's nobody really in there, there's no one running anything, there's no food, there's no DJ. It's like it's been shut down. But the kid doesn't get suspended or anything. It's almost like the club just disappears. And everyone at that point in the school was like, oh well, I guess the teachers had shut it down. But really what had ended up happening is this DJ kid was trying to finesse the system. He had just lied to the teachers and shut it down himself, dude. Basically what had happened is the teachers had heard these rumors, and through asking questions had found out that it was him. But he had been smart enough each time to like clean up after the party, so they didn't really have proof. They just had all these rumors that he was bringing a speaker and throwing parties in the bathroom, so he kind of lied, and then once he left the dean's office, he just stopped doing it because he knew they were going to be looking for it. Which honestly is low-key pretty smart. Like, oh, okay, you have to prove that I did it, right? So I'll just stop until you guys stop paying attention, and then I'll start doing it again. And anyways, he lets the heat die down, and at this point, what he probably should have done is just like, you know, taken the W, gone home, slept at night knowing that he ran the nightclub. But obviously, I'm sure he liked the money and the clout a little bit too much. And listen, money and clout are cool, like, trust me, they're swag-tastic, but they're not worth, you know, getting in trouble over. If you know something's risky, like committing crimes or doing something that your deans have told you is gonna get you expelled, it's not really worth the clout and the money. There's plenty of ways to make money, bro. There's plenty of jobs. And clout's overrated. What, you want a bunch of strangers that don't know you to like you for no good reason other than the fact that you're the dude that runs the nightclub in middle school? I'm just saying. But the kid decided to start it up again. So after 2 weeks of keeping it closed, he decides that he's gonna reopen it. But at that point, most of the school was like kind of afraid to go. They thought the teachers knew about it now, so there was no way that like kids weren't gonna get in trouble and whatnot. And that was probably the right idea. It was really smart once we get to the end of the story, but the kid who had been the DJ running the club is like, listen, obviously I want to start making money again, so I need to start getting some buzz around the school. school. And the subscriber that sent me in this story said that he was in a class with the DJ, and the DJ walked up to him and was kind of like, hey man, do you have any good ideas on like how to create buzz and get people to care about a club? And they were talking back and forth, and finally the guy decides that he's gonna like make the bathroom club free to get into for a day, and he's gonna pay for all the food so nobody has to bring everything, and he's gonna tell everybody about it, and hopefully that gets everybody hyped. And obviously at that point, once you say free food and like a fun time that at school, obviously people are on board at that point. And the day comes, and they expected maybe like 20, 30 kids to be willing to miss lunch to come there. But as the people start to come around the corner and people start getting let into this little bathroom, dude, it's like half the lunch period. There is an insane amount of kids that are on the way to the hallway, in the hallway, or like crammed in the bathroom or trying to cram in the bathroom. Crap tons of people had come. Which really, when you promise a bunch of free food to people, you should expect stuff like that to happen. Like, oh wow, you said a bunch of free stuff and people showed up. What a surprise. Anyways, there's like so many people trying to get into this bathroom that people start like partying in the bathroom. And at that point, it's basically a matter of time because people are kind of coming out of the bathroom, going in, and the kids in the hall aren't calming down, so they start getting loud. And once the party starts to move out of the bathroom, it gets out of control because the hallway starts to get really, really loud. And once the hallway gets loud, it doesn't take long for a teacher to be like, hey, what the hell is going on, and go to investigate. And honestly, the teacher probably thought it was just some weird kid trying to like catch a Pokemon or something on his Nintendo and yelling at it too hard. Whatever old people think us boomer kids get up to be annoying, but she probably wasn't expecting them like playing dubstep and having a dance battle in the hall. You know, imagine your third period turning into a nightclub. It's not something you probably expect from the teacher end. So the teacher's on her way to this like noise, and she comes around the corner and obviously hears dubstep and sees a bunch of kids in the hall. And she starts yelling at the kids in the hall to like go to class, get out of here. And so they all start scattering because they know it's over. And if you've ever been in school when like something gets busted that a lot of kids are involved in, that's always what happened. Everybody just starts running for their lives. It's like every man for themselves. There is no loyalty when a teacher starts to break up something that you all are about to get in trouble for. So they all start flying all over the place trying to avoid getting in trouble. But obviously, since they're more concerned about not getting caught, nobody like escaping goes into the bathroom and lets them know that like, hey, we're busted and people are coming. And at the same time that all of this is going on outside the bathroom, like the teacher is just trying to catch these kids, everybody's running. Inside the bathroom is getting way out of control. So like the entire time this nightclub was a thing, it maxed out at like, 30 kids maybe. It was a pretty good time, but now it's packed. It's insanely packed. And it's so packed that people start to get out of control and start breaking the stalls. I guess they had like wanted room for more people and mob mentality set in, and they were kind of like, whatever, break the stalls, let's get in there. And at that point, some of the kids from the hallway had come in, and they were all pissed off because like they were adrenaline from running away from the teacher, and they just start literally kicking the parts of the stall off the wall. Like the stalls that are wall mounted in schools, people start knocking them off. And so once those are knocked off, people are kind of like in destructive mode. The mob mentality is set in. People just start breaking things. One kid comes in and like smashes one of the toilets, and water starts spraying everywhere. So what used to be a nightclub is now becoming like a day pool party. You should have brought a swimsuit to the club. You guys weren't prepared. That's kind of your bad. And the bathroom is shoulder to shoulder at this point, so it's not even like people can really go anywhere. So one of these toilets is spraying water all over people, but like there's nowhere for anyone to go, Oh, get the toilet water spraying on me, move. It's like, I can't. I have nowhere to move to. So people are shoulder to shoulder getting covered in toilet water. And as I said a little bit earlier, dude, the most that this place had ever had inside of it before is like 30, 40 people. And now it's like 100, 120. They're literally just cramming into this bathroom like a can of sardines. And I'm going to be honest with you, this doesn't sound fun. I have no idea how big other schools had their bathrooms, but our school bathrooms were not that big. I'm assuming this has to have been a different type of school because like there is literally no way you would have ever been able to fit 120 kids in my school's bathroom. That would have been impossible. If you would have, dude, you would have had to been like laying down, packing each other in there. So anyways, all the kids at that point are freaking out and yelling because like some people are wanting to continue, some people want to get out of there because they're getting wet, and everybody in there is starting to panic. And so once everybody starts to panic, like, oh, all bets are off because you know, when people are rational, you can kind of predict what's gonna happen, but when people panic, they're not rational, and all chances of ever redeeming any of this just goes right out the window. Once people start to panic, things somehow get worse, even though you're probably wondering, how does it get worse than toilet water spraying all over you while you're at a middle school rave? That seems like the low point of a lot of people's lives. But the party has to go on, you know. The person who sent me this story is inside, and I guess at that point, half the kids are trying to get out, half the kids want to stay, and this causes like a small little civil war in the bathroom as people start to like shove each other back and forth. And so the inside is going crazy, and that's when the bathroom door swings open. And at some point in the chaos, like the lights in the bathroom had gotten shut off, so it was pretty dark. And as the door swings open, all they see is that like the shadow of an adult is standing there. It kind of looked like that one Codename Kids Next Door villain, like the guy who was basically the shadow. I think he was Dad. I think that was literally the evil villain's name in the show. Like, he kind of looks like that. And in almost slow motion, the adult's hand kind of reaches out and goes to hit the light switch. And so the bathroom lights turn on, and suddenly it's very clear what the hell is going on. Well, actually, I bet you it wasn't very clear what was going on, but yeah, I'm sure it was clear that whatever it was not very good. And all the kids, dude, have fear struck into their hearts when they see what adult has just come in and turned on the lights. There is the dean standing there in the middle of this rave nightclub, dog. The dean is now in the nightclub. I'm sorry, but your nightclub has to lose all credibility when somebody that is as much of a fed as the main guy enforcing the rules in your school shows up. Your club has gone too corporate, man. You gotta go back. And obviously, the look on this dean's face is just shocked at the mess in front of him, dude. He probably just heard there were some kids being rowdy in the bathroom, and in he walks to like a room with the stalls knocked off the wall, a toilet spraying everywhere, and like kids packed into it shoulder to shoulder like sardines. And he's like, what is going on? And at that point, everybody now is on the same team, and they're all trying to get out of there. So they start just pushing. And so they shove, and the dean falls over a little bit and like moves out of the way, and kids just start fleeing out. And he's shocked, but he gets back up and starts kind of grabbing at kids, and kids are just getting away from him, and everybody's running for it. It's like cockroaches kind of scattering when you lift something up and they're under it. And as everybody's running, the dean is looking around, and he sees the DJ kid trying to get away with his speaker. And so he grabs him like by the back of his shirt just to stop him from getting away. And that was the thing that the subscriber who sent me the story saw, was like that kid getting grabbed and pulled by the dean. And once he saw that kid get caught, the dean like picked up his walkie-talkie and said, I need everybody over here, there's too many kids, like da-da-da-da-da, they had a party in the bathroom, massive property damage. Like, he starts yelling stuff into the walkie-talkie, and everybody's coming. The person who sent in the story was like, obviously the DJ kid who got caught got expelled. I think they knew he had lied to him, which probably would have done it. Throwing the party would have done it. But the fact that the kids like destroyed the bathroom, broke a toilet, caused a bunch of water damage probably didn't help, dude. But even just beyond the kid getting expelled for like starting the rave and having the club, the school also had like an assembly on the dangers of EDM. Yeah, that's right. Skrillex is apparently very, very dangerous according to the moms of this school. Be on the lookout, guys. It's dangerous to listen to dubstep, you know? Obviously, it was an interesting assembly because it was like just a bunch of the teachers trying to relate as hard to the students as they could. Hey kids, I know y'all get down to these sick beats, but did you ever think about the sick beat it might be doing to your mind? Like, just the corniest, oh, we're cool stuff that you've ever seen, I'm sure. Parents just don't get electronic music. I'm sure some do, I swear. Every time I say parents don't get something, like all of a sudden every dude named Jimmy in the comment section, actually my dad's Daft Punk. Good for you, bro, but most parents don't get it, all right? The DJ kid was kind of a baller, though, for doing it, though. Like, hey, get your bread up. Yeah, it's kind of weird to start a nightclub in school, but get your bag, I guess. I wouldn't recommend doing it. I don't think getting expelled is worth it, but story time was pretty swag, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, please be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. And you know what? If you guys actually made it to the end of the video, if you wouldn't wouldn't mind going ahead and commenting the word ooh woo down below just so I can see how many people make it to the end, I'd appreciate it. No pressure though if you don't want to. If you want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. I will put a link in the description to our most recent episode. And if you vibed with the intro song, the link will also be in the description down below. Feel free to check it out. Other than that, I just want to say thank you all so much for the support recently. The channel's actually been growing subscriber-wise again, and I just want to take a second to say thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. If you guys are in the mood for merch, Teespring store is also in the description down below. And yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. Follow me on Instagram at Scrubby and send me any stories if y'all got anything super crazy. I make videos on them sometimes. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Oh, I also have more channels that can be found on my channels page. Bye. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time for you guys that, you know, I've been wanting to tell for a while, but I just needed my friend's permission to. Basically, when my friend was in middle school, he created this, like, mafia family type of thing, ended up making, like, $100,000 at 13, and for the large part got away with it, only got suspended for, like, a week. And I figured it would be good here on the channel, so I got his permission, and that's the story time we're gonna be talking about today. I know y'all are gonna enjoy it. Be sure to press the like button, otherwise you're gonna be the target of the mafia in middle school. And without further ado, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
You would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now. Laying low when you're rich, so I'm wiping down. Making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound. Just so I'm
Alright guys, so I think it's obvious that everybody likes to make some money, you know? And I had a friend in middle school who, for the most part, would act like he wasn't making money, but apparently was secretly making more than everybody. For some reason, it seems to be that the best ways to make a lot of money tend to be like bad choices, you know? And that's exactly what ended up happening here. I think money is like the cocaine of bad decisions. Like, sure, you know, you might make bad decisions still without it, but it just makes everything happen a little bit faster. Regardless, I did have a friend that had wanted to buy some stuff, and his parents told him if he wanted to buy anything, he had to get the money on himself. So he started looking for ways that he was able to make some money, and he was very, very good with computers, you know? He was one of these kids that would, like, make games for fun, or, like, I would go over to his house and he'd be coding stuff in his spare time. And I'm not a computer expert by any means. Like, I put mine together and I can play games on it and make a YouTube video, but this guy was leagues and leagues above me. Even a lot of what he ended up doing to make this money, I still don't understand, and I'm a 21-year-old. Like, this guy was pretty good with computers, so he started looking for something that he would think people would be willing to pay for. And he figured that the best way to make a lot of money that kids would be willing to pay for was like a way to make school easier. So he started looking through like this online portal thing for our school, looking for a way to, you know, sort assignments automatically or something he could sell to kids. And he accidentally found his way into an administrative grading account, like a teacher account. I still don't know how he did it. He explained to me like the technicality of it. I don't know, bro. It sounded like gibberish to me, but one way or another, he got the login and the password for one of these administrative accounts that could change anyone's grade in the school. And when he got into it, you know, most kids would have been dumb and immediately changed all their grades to A, which would have been suspicious. But this kid immediately realized that he had gotten into something that he wasn't supposed to be into, so he decided to lay low key. He didn't do anything right away because he didn't want to blow it just in case this was like something he could use to make some money. So he decided to go to some friends, get their permission, keep it low key, and just change their grade to see if the teachers would notice or if like a notification would go to the school just to see what would happen. And sure enough, dude, none of the teachers for the kids' grades he changed noticed. The principal didn't come over the intercom and say, "We know one of you is changing grades, stop it." So now after he did a couple test runs, he's like, okay, now I can sell this to people and change their grades. He decided that the best way to keep it low-key and prevent teachers from finding out, though, was to like have an insanely high price, because the more people had to pay for it, the more likely they were to just keep their mouth shut about it, and it also would prevent like everybody in the school from doing it. Because if all of a sudden everyone at the school has a 4.0 GPA, it's really obvious that something fishy is going on. So I don't know how he decided that people would be willing to pay for this in middle school, but one way or another, he starts selling grade changes for $500. He would change all of your grades, and there were only a couple rich kids at the school that could like afford it and wanted it. But once they started getting it and he changed their grades and the teachers didn't notice and he started to get a good reputation, they went around and started telling all their friends. And people are always desperate for good grades. Like, yes, $500 is a crap ton of money, I'm not gonna lie, but there are people out there that are like, listen, my parents being off my back about my grades is perfect. And keep in mind, he had an administrative account for the entire school, so it wasn't even like it was just our grade. You know, he could do older kids, younger kids, anyone with money, he could change your grade. So when people are really desperate for a good product that has a good reputation, obviously he starts to sell it well. And it gets to the point where, you know, after a few months of doing it, he didn't go crazy and change 80 grades a day. He had done like 40 or 45 grade changes total. So obviously that's about $20,000 to like $22,000 that this kid had made at like the age of 12 for changing people's grades. And somehow, once he had done like 45 people at the school that he was at, he was like, all right, I probably shouldn't do anyone else at this school because it's going to start to be obvious. Grade averages are going to start to change. So he closes business at our school, even though he was making a ton of money. And he decides that he's going to start branching out into other schools. And like once he had done a bunch of kids at one school, he was going to keep moving. So that way it was unlikely that like people would notice. So he ends up getting in touch with like one of his friends at another school. And then together one weekend, they get into the administrative login for that school. I don't know how, like I said, but somehow they end up able to change the grades at a different school. And so his friend went to a different school and he becomes like a salesman there to sell these grade changes. But instead of calling him a salesman, this guy decides to refer to him as a boss and tells him that he can get employees in his family at his school to sell more grade changes. So yeah, obviously this means that they're making a little de facto mafia. And to be honest, I think at the time they were just trying to be silly, but it's pretty sick in retrospect now that you had all these like 12, 13-year-olds rolling around with thousands of dollars in their pocket at the school calling each other a crime family. Anyways, the problem with this guy who helped him get into the system at the other school is he didn't have the same mentality as this guy. The original one definitely knew that he was sitting on a gold mine and the only way for them to get caught was for him to be an idiot and brag about it or start like flaunting all this money that was going to raise questions on where he was getting it. He understood that he had to lay low key. However, his partner didn't really understand that and was going around like telling basically anybody that would listen about how, oh yeah, dude, I can hack grades and like I'm changing all these people's grades, blah, 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 blah. Obviously the thing that you shouldn't do. If you've got a good situation and you know you could get in trouble for doing it and it's making you money, just keep your mouth shut. But this kid was going around his school telling everybody, and eventually somebody that he told was like, I'm gonna tell on you. And this is when things took a turn a little more seriously. So when he found out that someone was threatening to tell on them, he obviously didn't want to risk losing his money. So he told the kid, oh, I'm in charge of a mafia, and if you snitch on me, we're gonna hurt you. Which is really dumb because they weren't really in charge of a mafia. Like, there was nobody that was gonna show up to this kid's house and break his kneecaps. And obviously at that point, like the severity of it just went up a level. Hacking your school is already pretty bad. But when you start threatening people for it, you know, it just starts to get out of control. And then he decides to pay the kid some hush money too, just to like make sure he doesn't tell. And at that point, the kid who found out is like, all right, I won't tell. Obviously you threatened me and you paid me. I'll just keep my mouth shut. But at this point, even the original kid is like, okay, I need to eventually start to get an exit plan. The fact that people are starting to find out and threaten to tell on me and I have to like threaten them and pay them probably means that your little empire does not have much longer to run. And it's probably also a really bad idea to pretend to be in the mafia. I don't know, I've never tried to do it, but I feel like the real mafia might get a little upset that you're like role-playing as them. You know what I'm saying? However, at that point, they had done a bunch of kids at the second school, so they decide to add another school to the list and then another school. So now they're in the system for 4 schools, you know, they're making all this money. He has like 4 little mob bosses at each school that are in charge of selling the grade changes, getting him the money, all that stuff. And they keep it running for a couple months. And at that point, this kid's cut of like his money alone is well over $100,000. I think he told me that he ended up making like $105,000 off of this. He obviously got most of the money from the cut, but like his employees, the bosses would make a couple $1,000s. And he was like, damn, this is sick. And he was able to keep his mouth shut, but he started running into problems with like the bosses at the other schools bragging and telling everybody. Because when these kids were making a bunch of money, they were like, oh yeah, I'm awesome. Like, oh, I'm so cool. Look at me. And obviously that made people rub the wrong way. Nobody likes somebody that's constantly flexing the stuff that they have, dude. And just telling people that you get your money from doing something against the rules is begging for somebody to tell on you. And it gets so bad that they start like getting into fistfights at the school. And remember the original kid that the mafia had to pay off to keep his mouth shut and threatened? Well, I guess him and the boss at that school ended up getting into like a fist fight. And instead of the mob boss going to this kid and telling him so that way they could give him more money so that way he wouldn't tell, or they could threaten him again so that way he wouldn't tell, he was so embarrassed that he had gotten into a fight with this kid that he just decided to say nothing. And obviously, when the kid who had gotten into the fight didn't get contacted to get more hush money or threatened, he was like, screw you, dude, I'm gonna tell on you. So he decides to go to the teachers and tell. He doesn't tell on the threat or the hush money, obviously, because they would have taken away, but he does tell the school that, like, there's these people that are changing the grade books and da-da-da-da-da. And obviously, when this kid is explaining this to the deans, it sounds absolutely ridiculous, right? Like, imagine some kids sitting there. There's this secret hacker group of kids that's changing all these grades. It just sounds not realistic. So the deans are kind of like, oh, sure. They brush him off and assume that it's nothing, but they end up calling all the schools that the kid had mentioned just to let them know that they've had this report. And I guess somewhere in the school district was like a rule that they had to investigate any reports of like academic dishonesty. So the school had to look into it. It was just something that they had to do. So at the other school where the original hacker is, my friend who had run this entire operation, like the kingpin of this entire little scheme, he gets called into the dean's office at his school, and they basically ask him if he knew anything about a hacking system that was changing people's grades. And obviously my friend just denies. He thinks, he's like, oh, they have no proof. They're probably just asking because rumors have been swirling. So if I just say I have nothing to do with it and I don't know what they're talking about, they might believe me. He starts laughing, saying that he hates computers and couldn't hack anything if he tried. Like, he was really trying to convince these people that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. And he thinks he's getting away with it because the dean's kind of smiling him and listening to him, looking like he's having a good time. And then all of a sudden, the dean's smile disappears, and the smile is now met with like a very serious frown. And the dean starts yelling at him, "Are you sure you know nothing about a hacking? You know, like, I'm just wondering, are you sure?" And the kid just denies it to the dean's face, which is pretty ballsy, you know, when somebody basically says that they know what you're up to and you look them in the eyes and say no. It's impressive. Anyways, the dean is kind of like, huh, okay. And in his head, he's like, oh crap, now the dean is suspicious. He's a little onto it, but he manages to keep his calm for the rest of the time he's in the office. The dean, though, like, keeps kind of pressing him, getting him to break. Obviously, he's able to keep his cool. He just keeps denying it. And so the dean explains that somebody from another school had called and said he was involved and they were going to be looking into all the grades. So he might as well come clean now if he was involved. And he's scared, but he keeps his cool. And at that point, they let him leave the office because they can't get him to crack. And once he gets in the hallway and is on his way back to class, he's like, I'm screwed. I have to come up with a way to get away with this. Otherwise, they're going to, like, take all the money, you know? So he's trying to just on the fly come up with a way to make sure that he doesn't get in trouble. And at first, he was trying to think of a way to, like, keep the businesses running, like, keep changing people's grade without being caught. And very quickly, he realizes that, like, that's just not going to be a possibility. The odds of him being able to keep 200 kids in the school district's grade change when they were going to be looking for it was just slim to none. And he also knew that if they went through, like, the backlog of everything that had been done, that they would also see that, like, a bunch of grades were changed and then unchanged, you know? So he knew that if that happened, they were going to investigate it further and the money was going to get caught. So the only way to keep the money was to just shut it all down. And so his new plan is like, look, sadly, this business has been a great time, but I just can't do it anymore. So he goes back to his computer and he goes to all the grades that he's changed, and he changes them all back to what they were, except his own. Like, his grade, all the grades that he gave himself an A on, those stay an A. And he makes it very obvious that they've been changed. He doesn't even try to hide the tampering. That way, he gets caught and he looks guilty and they just stop looking, you know? Like, oh yeah, nothing else seems out of place currently. apparently, because he had just changed it all back. And if his just hadn't been changed, they'd assume he was just a dumb kid that hadn't thought it through and like got caught because he was just not smart enough. In reality, he was playing 5-dimensional checkers, all right, Queen Gambit's out here. But he knew if he admitted some guilt and got punished, the adults just wouldn't keep looking very hard because A, they just don't really like to do the work, and B, they would feel like, ha, yeah, that's right, we won. We got him to admit that he was guilty. So he does all this, and then he goes to like his mafia bosses that are working for him, and he tells them that, you know, he's gonna have to let him go, but he gives them the logins to their school. He's like, wait a couple weeks, just promise me that, but if you guys want to keep this going on your own and risk it, that's totally up to you. And obviously the mafia bosses weren't too upset, you know, because of him, they had made some good money. He said that they could do it in a couple weeks. They just had to lay low while like he got out of heat. And obviously, you know, that's a pretty good situation. So they weren't too pissed. And at that point, he starts just hiding all of the money, which was pretty easy, you know. It's not like he had to launder it. He was just hiding cash everywhere, like under his mattress, man, piggy bank, anywhere he could, dude, popping open bottles of like shaving cream, just stuffing cash in there. And then when his parents got home from work, he sat them down and like told them that he had changed his grade on a school computer, and crying, saying how guilty he felt and blah, 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 blah. And the parents had no clue that any of this is going on because, like I said, he wasn't spending the money or like flexing it. And they're shocked. They're like, oh my God, why would you do that? How did it happen? And so he's admitting that he did it to his parents, but he's like downplaying how he did it, you know, like, oh yeah, I just changed some grades on the computer. Like, he's not saying that he had some big business with multiple schools involved that was charging money. He just admits that his grade got changed, which is technically the truth. And his parents freak out and they call his school and snitch on him, man. Which I'm not gonna lie is kind of cold from your own parents, bro. Like, oh, you changed your grade? We have to call the school and tell on you. And the school was like not shocked because obviously they were suspicious, and they said that they were gonna handle it tomorrow at school. And that night his parents took away his Xbox for a month, and they said he was grounded until they saw fit. And he pretended to be really upset, and honestly he was like, in the grand scheme of things, if I get away with this, then that's nothing to pay the price for like getting away with everything I just did. And the next day comes and he just goes straight to the dean's office. Like, they tell him not even to bother going to class, just to go straight into the dean's office so this can get handled. And he walks in, and it's not only the dean, it's both deans, the principal, like the entire administration team is waiting there. And they're just like looking so annoyed with the fact that this kid exists. Anyways, they get into the office and like the dean starts role-playing a cop, you know, tell me what you know, like tell me everything, just taking it a little bit too seriously. Like, yes, it was a serious situation, but you know when a teacher is acting like they just discovered, you know, a murder or something, when it's like, dude, you just kind of caught me changing my grade. The only problem is this guy's trying to grill him, like get him to break and admit all this stuff, but he comes up with his excuse yesterday because he saw it worked on his parents. So he tells the dean, like, I felt so guilty about lying to you. You really made a massive impact on me. And deans love when you say that stuff, bro. They love feeling like, you know, that they're just the most useful person in your life. So the dean is kind of like, oh yeah, that's right, I did have an impact on your life, you know, kind of just gets schmoozed. And so they start asking him how he did it. And so he downplays it. He, like, instead of admitting that he got a login to multiple schools and somehow had gotten into the administrative accounts, what he says instead is that one day he had gone into a classroom and saw that a teacher's computer wasn't logged in, or logged out, sorry, you know, like the teacher's account was logged in, and he had taken a post-it note and written down the email, and when he was looking for the post-it notes, he happened to find the password and then changed his grades on the computer, and then, like, that was all he did. He did have the password, but he had found it on a post-it note, and he had just changed his grades because it was like a situation of opportunity. He just so happened to check the computer and had the ability to do it. And so he's kind of implying that, like, he got insanely lucky, you know, there was really no way that this could ever be repeated, and the deans want to believe that. It's a lot better to be like, yep, some kid got lucky, than admit that, you know, this system that the school's paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for is really easy to get into. And the dean is like, you know, we have to look into all the grades now, and if there's anything else, you're gonna get in trouble. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. He knew that if they went and looked and nothing looked out of place, they wouldn't do like a back check of a months ago just to see if anything had changed. They would just leave it alone. So he was like, yeah, go ahead. That's why he had gone ahead and changed everyone else's grades back. And he's sitting there and they're giving him the big spiel about how cheating is bad and academic dishonesty is the worst crime you could commit and blah, blah, blah. The talk you get from your English teacher every year about plagiarism. And he's just kind of sitting there nodding, like waiting for his punishment to get handed down. And finally, the dean is like, we're gonna suspend you for a week due to academic dishonesty. Which, I'm gonna be honest though, is really not that bad of a punishment considering he made like $100,000. So his parents come pick him up, they're pissed, they're yelling at him in the car, saying how embarrassing it is, and da-da-da-da-da, and he's kind of like, yeah, you're right, it's terrible. On the inside though, he's happy as hell because it's over with now, and he ended up keeping the money. He keeps all the money in his closet, he never ended up going crazy, dude, but I will say, like, he bought his first car with it, he would take girls on these crazy dates, and all of us would always wonder how he did it, but he would always have a job, so like nobody really guessed anything about it, and I'm not gonna lie, he did kind of live like a king for a while. When I hit him up to ask, like, you know, how the story and the details and whatnot, because I remembered it, he even said that honestly, high school was a blast because he like always had way more money than he needed because of this little scheme. And hey, honestly, good for him, bro. Get your bag up. I wouldn't recommend like changing people's grades. That's a little bit far, but I can't hate somebody getting their bands, you know what I mean? A couple weeks later though, a few of the mafia bosses at like one of the other schools decided to keep their little side of the scheme going, which definitely was not a good idea considering schools were now like on alert for grades getting changed. And obviously, because the entire situation came to light because these kids were kind of flexing the fact that they were involved in like a grade changing scheme, these people couldn't keep their mouths shut nearly as well, and obviously they made a classic criminal mistake, dude. He had ended up telling his middle school girlfriend, like one of the other mob bosses, all of the details of how this is going down. And obviously they ended up breaking up, dude, and so the girl went to the dean and told them everything because she literally had every detail because this guy couldn't keep his mouth shut. Never tell your girlfriend or your boyfriend stuff that like they could eventually use against you just in case you break up. And if you are gonna tell him that, then you really shouldn't cheat on him, bro. Like, he had cheated on this girl that he had admitted all of these crimes to. She had screenshots, everything. And that kid ended up getting expelled because they checked the grades and he had changed a bunch of people's. Like, he hadn't been being careful. He hadn't been doing it slowly. This dude was basically milking it forever. Lesson of the day is don't trust anyone with your bad ideas unless it's like your family. Because it's definitely not worth it if you get expelled, dude. Like, yeah, my friend got suspended for a week, lived like a king. That was kind of a W. This kid, though, ended up getting all of his money taken away when he got caught because they weren't stupid and could tell it was very organized. So he really did it for nothing. Like, homie got expelled. He didn't even get to enjoy the fruits of the labor. Massive L's on deck, but that's just really how it is sometimes. Crime doesn't pay unless you're an absolute genius, and like it or not, most of us are not. It's just the reality of it. If we're all smarter than average, then none of us are smarter than average. You know what I mean? Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. I'm trying to do longer stories this year because I know you guys enjoy them, so if you appreciate it and you don't mind commenting down below just the word like long story if y'all like it like this, I would really like some feedback. And yeah, other than that, if you want more content, I do have a podcast called the Scuffed Cast. Link can be found down below in the description, along with a link to the intro song if you want to give it a listen. The Spotify link is found down below, but it's also available on Apple Music, Amazon Music, basically anywhere you play music you can find it. And last but certainly not least, if you're in the mood for merch, may I make a suggestion? Take a look at this haha merch and tell me it's not just the coolest thing you've ever seen. If you like it, that and many more options are available at the Teespring store, which is also down below. And yeah, on that note, guys, follow me on Instagram at Scrubby, Twitter at Scrubby_69. I'll see you guys tomorrow with another video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time about this kid at summer camp who had arguably the biggest fail of all time. He literally, doopied himself and then proceeded to like blame somebody else for it, as if, that's possible to be like, you pooped and didn't know. Regardless, it should be a pretty funny video. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Press the like button or no joke, no scam. You'll poop your pants next, and it's gonna be a messy one. Let's go.
It's so good, it's not good. Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a feeling.
Alright, so this actually was a subscriber story that was sent in. Regardless, though, when somebody takes a dookie on their school trip, dude, it's definitely something worth talking about. I guess there was this kid named Daryl who, wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He was the type of guy that would describe crayons by their taste, and then would taste more than one crayon just to see if all the colors tasted the same. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but the person who sent in the story didn't have a class with him, so they didn't know him too well. They just knew that sometimes he would do things that were a little bit questionable, like eating crayons, Regardless, this time comes where they're gonna go on like this camping trip for a couple days, and I'm gonna be honest with you, a school camping trip is arguably the worst field trip ever. Like, they're gonna frame it as a bunch of fun when you and your friends get to hang out in the mountains, but in reality, it's gonna be like all the teachers yelling at you because they don't actually want to be watching all these kids on a camping trip. And like, dude, am I the only one that just didn't have enough people in my classes that I really wanted to hang out with? Like, maybe that's just me, but there weren't a bunch of people in my classes that I was like, I would really love to be stuck in the woods with you. That sounds like a fantastic use of my time. But regardless, they decided to go, and there were a bunch of kids going because it was just better than school, so they ended up having to use a few different cabins. And each cabin had like 8 people in it-ish, so enough where you had to be like close to people, but also enough where like it wasn't a super intimate experience. You weren't like getting to know the people you were staying with super well because there was 8 of you. And the person who sent in the story, they hear their name called, and then shortly after, Daryl's name gets called. And after that, the teachers did the cringe thing, where they were like, all right, you fantastic campers. Okay, so what we're gonna do, okay, it's gonna be so fun. Oh my god. We're gonna go to our tents, that's right, or cabins, sorry. Silly me, I'm only half a bottle of wine in. And we're gonna get to know each other. Oh my gosh, that's right. We're gonna talk to our campers using our camping voices. Oh my gosh, our camping voices, guys. And we're gonna just get to know each other. And it's really an excuse for her to like smoke a cigarette because she's already stressed out. I don't even blame the teacher, man. Watching like 80 5th graders running around the woods sounds like the worst thing ever, but that's why I wouldn't volunteer to ever go on one of these trips. The teacher gives that little spiel and tells everybody to go to the cabin, so sure enough, they break off to all go to meet each other and whatnot. And they're asking each other questions, and almost immediately, Daryl is kind of the weirdest kid in the cabin, and before they had started talking, this kid knew he just kind of had a weird reputation, but didn't know too much. But when they're asking questions, somebody asked like, oh, what's your favorite type of animal? And the Daryl kid like looked around and went, to kill? And everyone was like, no, like your favorite animal. And he's like, oh, I don't have a favorite animal. I just have favorite things to kill. Which, like, the person who sent in the story told me that it seemed more like he was trying to seem cool. Like, he was trying to seem like a psychopath, which is a very weird thing to want to be. Like, aha, yes, I also have no respect for human life. It's just weird, dude, but that's the type of stuff he's doing, and, like, he's just kind of answering weirdly to questions. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? No, the only lord I have is the dark wizard Balthazar. Like, just weirding everybody out. So, anyways, after asking each other questions, they start, like, actually looking around the cabin, and they're putting stuff away, and they realize that there's not enough beds, there's not enough beds for everybody to have their own bed. So, the counselor and the chaperone just bring in this little, like, portable bed thing. So, to give you an idea of how packed this cabin is, there's people sleeping on the floor, there's people sleeping in cots. It's not like there's a lot of free room to be walking around. It's not like there's a bunch of privacy or anything. So it would be really hard for anyone to, like, sneakily do anything. morning. That's gonna be important later. And for the next few days, the kid, like, acts relatively normal, right? You know, holds it together pretty solid, which you gotta give weird kids credit for when they manage to keep it normal. But on the third day is when things kinda start to go awry. And it's nighttime, and everybody's already gotten dinner, and everybody's taken showers and whatnot. But for some reason, the Daryl kid is like, yo, I'm sleeping outside. I'm gonna go pass out in the hammock. But there was no hammock, so he's just kind of sleeping on the floor. He's like, I'm gonna go sleep outside in my clothes. And so everybody's kind of like, all right, whatever, I'm tired. And the next morning, the kid who sent in the story wakes up, and he smells something like a little bit weird, you know, and he's getting out of bed and it's getting worse. And that's when he realizes that the smell, like, isn't blowing in from the woods, it's from the cabin. And so everybody else had already woken up at that point. And they're all packing their things, so this kid starts to packing too. And once everybody's packing, he starts to get filled in on the story. So I guess because they were in a woods, if they had to go to the bathroom at night, they were supposed to, like, take a buddy with them, which honestly is kind of weird. Like, oh, if I have to poop at 3 in the morning, I have to wake up a buddy. Regardless, I guess at some point in the night, this Daryl kid had decided that he needed to use the restroom and drop a deuce. And he had walked there, gotten halfway, and just realized, oh my gosh, I don't have my partner. Now at this point, it's already too late. You have to use the bathroom. Just go to the bathroom, right? Well, no. This kid decides to start going back. However, before he can get back to the cabin, he has an accident. And listen, that's unfortunate. He was just trying to follow the rules. Obviously, no harm, no foul. Like, yeah, pooping your pants is really embarrassing. And trust me, if you would have just gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night without your partner, nobody would have known. What, are the teachers just, like, sitting at the bottom of the toilet in the outhouse waiting for kids to stroll in alone? I really, really hope not. You have bigger problems if that's going on. So this kid had pooped his pants, but instead of, you know, like, being super embarrassed, cleaning himself off, throwing the pants away, like, anything like that, he gets back to the cabin and he just goes to sleep in it. Like, he didn't clean himself up, dude. He had just gone to bed, which, you know, that's pretty disgusting. If you're gonna have an accident, I guess it's called an accident for a reason. You probably weren't planning on it, but, like, if you poop your pants and then just decide to go to bed in it, I really don't know what's wrong with you, because that is pretty gross. Yes, it appears I have defecated in my trousers. This will provide a great night's sleep. I surely will not have any regret from this. And it gets worse. I know you're probably thinking, oh my god, how does it get worse? So he had slept in his, you know, poopy pants. So by the time everybody else had started waking up in the morning, the smell had gotten bad. And that's the weird smell that this dude is smelling, is the poop. But basically, everybody kind of confronts Daryl and asks if he's pooped in his pants. And instead of being like, listen, I had an accident and I was really tired, so I just went to bed again. No, he goes, I didn't poop my pants. One of you guys pooped and then picked it up, snuck out of the cabin and put it in my pants so that way you could make fun of me this morning. And so everybody's like, what are you talking about? And they kind of started telling him he was wrong. But apparently this kid would not give up on it. It was like a flat earther level of denier. He was unironically saying that one of these kids had gotten up in the middle of the night, right? Snuck over everybody, all 7 people, none of them woke up. Everybody in the cabin stays asleep, which I've already told you, it's a super crowded cabin. And then they decided, I'm gonna mess with Daryl who's sleeping outside, but I'm not gonna do anything normal like whipped cream on the nose and make him hit himself or anything like that. No. I'm going to poop in my hand and then go outside, sneak up on him, somehow get it into his pants without him waking up while also holding poop. And then it's the entire point is that we're going to make fun of him the next morning. And what's weird is that the kid was telling me that, like, when everyone was explaining to him what happened, that even they were trying to explain to Daryl that they weren't mad. They were just trying to figure out what the smell was. And he was like, nope, not me at all. He was just refusing to admit it was him. But, like, everyone knew it was him. And that conspiracy theory just makes no sense. But to make matters worse, which I'm sure you're like, he is so passionate about the fact that there is no way that he actually pooped his pants, right? He's just refusing to believe it, to the point where he starts threatening to fight them for even implying that he was the one to poop his pants. Yeah, that's right, guys. The poop mafia, the poop ninjas running around framing people for defecating themselves. We've all been there before. Daryl is not crazy. That definitely happens. But as he's yelling at everybody, like trying to fight them, one of the teachers kind of hears the commotion, and they come over, and Daryl starts explaining to the teacher what happened. And the teacher is kind of looking at them like, gentlemen, did any of you poop in your hand? And then put it in Daryl's pants, and is kind of like, okay, just say no. And they all say no, and she takes Daryl out of the cabin and starts explaining to him like, hey, it's okay, there's no reason to be embarrassed, accidents happen. And Daryl started screaming at the teacher that he didn't poop his pants, it was one of them, and like, just trust him, he'll find a way to prove it, which I don't really know how you would do, dude. Get it? Dude? Oh my gosh, I'm hilarious. But you know, I don't really know how you would even prove it. Like, how do you prove that somebody else did that? Do you DNA test it? Like, you're gonna pull up to the CSI crime scene. Yeah, I know you guys are solving a murder, but right now there's something way more important on the line. I need you to prove that this poop isn't mine. Stat. Do you think this was the exact moment this teacher realized that, like, this job does not pay enough money? When some kid is sitting here screaming at her for even implying that he is not the person who pooped his pants and, like, denying the existence of poop ninjas, you know? Listen, son, I'm just saying that I'm not necessarily sure that that's what happened. No! Oh my god, I thought I was gonna be changing kids' lives, and here I am doing this instead. But what Daryl doesn't realize is that by yelling all of this out loud as he can with the teacher outside, he's making the entire camp aware of it, to the point where, like, people are now coming up and watching, because when somebody is screaming, the poop isn't mine, you probably want to figure out what the hell is going on. Like, I'm just saying, if I'm in the middle of the woods, the birds are chirping, there's the sound of nature, and then all of a sudden it's like, that poop was not my poop, I'm gonna go look. So now kids are gathering around and he's looking more embarrassed, but once again, instead of backing down, instead of taking now to be like, oh, wow, now that there's a crowd of people standing around me and I'm still pretending that there's like poop elves in the forest that are coming around and pranking me, maybe now would be a good time to turn off. But he starts looking at the crowd and explaining to them exactly what happened and how one of those kids in there definitely did it. And so the kids in the cabin are laughing, and I don't know how this kid manages to sleep through this. I guess when you're camping, you really do be out sometimes. Like, I'll be honest, sometimes I don't exercise as much as I should. If I exercise really hard, bro, I pass out, okay? I'm not gonna lie, dude. I can sleep through just about anything. But the kids in the cabin are laughing, and this Daryl kid is like, see, they're laughing. That proves they're guilty. But no, they're just laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. Like, what do you want them to do when you're being accused of arguably the weirdest crime ever? Like, if any of these kids did this, what the hell? Anyways, at this point, the kid gets up as everyone's explaining this to him, and he gets his things, obviously, because he's been packing, and they go out onto the deck where Daryl had been sleeping, and he says, like, I'm usually not one to have a weak stomach, smells don't usually get to me, but whatever Daryl had eaten and slept in, bro, he must have been, like, addicted to some horrible things, because this guy really stunk up the place. He told me that he literally had tears in his eyes welling up as he was, like, walking out to where he was, and the kid had been gone for a while. So whatever boom boom stinky that guy was doing, it was a very, very large boom boom stinky, like magnitudes of 10. If it was an earthquake, it would be a tsunami earthquake, not a very nice one. I just don't understand why you wouldn't back down. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I get it first being really embarrassed and being like, no, it wasn't me. But after they've kind of proven it's you and the teachers are involved and people are watching, I feel like for your own sanity, you kind of just gotta back down. Like, you look like a crazy person. No, it was the poop fairies. Regardless, guys, what makes matters even worse is that was actually just the start of this person's interactions with this guy. They did send me another story about him, but, you know, I'm gonna make you guys earn that one. If this video gets 30,000 likes, I will do the other story that was sent about the exact same kids, so press the like button if you haven't already. That's gonna do it for the video, though, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did and you're new, subscribe, turn on notifications, like and comment. It just helps the video do better. If you don't know what to comment, just comment the word alphabet down below, just because that's a very good word. It requires every letter. If you want more content from me, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. Feel free to check it out. Link will be in the description, along with a link to the intro song if you want to be listening to that. If you're in the mood for merch, may I suggest the Ha Ha merch and the OG Sub Club. They are both pretty fantastic, and I tried to price them as good as I could. I appreciate you guys, and you guys have been buying a lot of the merch. That is swagtastic. Thank you so much if you've bought the merch. I really appreciate it. And yeah, on that note, that's gonna do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a subscriber story for y'all that was sent in about a time this guy got himself involved in a little bit of a heist to steal some plastic coins that were used as like school currency. I know you guys love these types of videos, so as soon as I saw it, I knew I had to make it for y'all, and yeah, be sure to enjoy it, and press the like button, or no joke, no scam, I'm gonna steal all your plastic coins, and yeah, let's go.
And I got eyes like an eagle, stacking so much money you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now, lay low when you're rich, so I'm wiping out, making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound, just so
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so our first story here takes place as somebody who ended up getting involved in like a heist situation at school, which obviously are some of your guys' favorite story times, so let's get into this. Basically, this situation happened when this person was in 3rd grade, and their teacher, trying to like make people more excited for school, very hyped to, you know, interact with the class, decided to do something really nice. As an adult, you realize it was really nice. When you're a kid, you probably don't really put 2 and 2 together though. And she decided to get like these little plastic coins, you know, and make them the currency of the class. And if you got enough of them, you could buy toys and, you know, pick stuff out. Really, it was a very nice thing to do as a teacher. But when you're in 3rd grade and there's a situation where you can get something and exchange it for toys, your first intuition is like, all right, how do I get as many of these coins as humanly possible, you know? And the person who sent in this story, I guess, wasn't the type of kid who was very studious, wasn't the type of kid who was going to be getting a crap ton of coins for just vibing, being, you know, a good student by any means. So he decides that he's gonna try to put a little team together to somehow come into possession of a lot more of these coins than he had before. Wouldn't that just be so strange if, man, he just came into a bunch of these coins and was able to get a bunch of toys? So he ends up going to one of the only kids in his class that he could trust, and he starts telling him that, like, look, we should probably get a little gang together and get our hands on some of these coins. And obviously 3rd graders aren't the most organized people in the world, so they get a little group together of people that are willing to, you know, put some effort into getting these coins. So they're all putting their 9-year-old brains together, doing their best to come up with a plan. And the person who sends in this story basically notices that while they're at lunch, she's on recess duty, which means she's out on the playground, meaning that her classroom has to be empty. Now, lunch recess has like 2 different shifts where teachers take turns watching, and she was on the first shift, meaning that there was like a 10-minute gap of time between when she left the recess and went back to class. So they're like, all right, we have 10 minutes to somehow get off the recess, like, playground area into the school, get to her classroom, get into the classroom, and get these coins. So it just so happened to be, too, that the person who sent in this story, like, had an older sibling that went to the school and had passed on a little nugget of useful information, which is that if a door is locked on a classroom, if you yank up on the handle hard enough, these particular door handles, because they were older, would pop open and you could get the door open. So he tells his friend, you know, look, I'm pretty sure we can get the door open if we do it this way, and everyone's like, awesome, this is great. So 2 of the other kids in the group steal their parents' phone for that day. That way they have a way to communicate, and they get off the recess playground area. They go to the class and they pop open the door, and all of these kids start like scavenging for the coins. And the person who sent in the story starts searching her desk, and sure enough, boom, they find them. There's all these coins, and he says, hey, let's not take a bunch. Let's just take a little bit to the point where she's not gonna notice, you know?
They hide them in these little pouches and they run away. And obviously, they're like, dude, we just got away with it. This is incredible. We're gonna get a bunch of toys. This is sick. But with any good heist group, people start to get greedy, dude. They're like, awesome, we should do it again. And obviously, here's the truth of the matter. Anytime you get away with something once, your odds of getting away with it again go down dramatically, dude. People just start to get too comfortable and it's not a good time, right? So, whatever, they decide that they're gonna do it again regardless because they're third graders. They're not like the smartest people in the world. So, they end up seeing this time where she hid the toys itself. This time, they're like, look, let's not even steal the coins. We can just steal the toys. And obviously, at this point, the kid who organized this, the one who sent this in, points out to them like, guys, that's just stealing, you know? Like, that's not actually gonna do anything. Like, that's not stealing from the coins. Like, I don't want to steal the toys, bro. That's just gonna ruin it for everybody. And they're kind of like, well, you were the mastermind, and if you don't go along with it, then we're gonna tell on you, and you're gonna get in trouble for stealing the coins. We'll just blame you. So this kid is like, all right, and he kind of reluctantly agrees that he's gonna go along with it the second time. So a group of more kids ends up going inside of the classroom this time because they had heard that, like, oh, you guys stole stuff, you got a bunch of stuff, so more people wanted to do it. However, when a group of like 6-7 kids is going down the hallway to steal stuff from a classroom, it's a lot more noticeable. And so their lookout lets them know when all 7 of them are in there that, like, she's coming. And they realize that they're probably not gonna have enough time to get into a hiding spot, you know? They're not gonna be able to, like, hide and get out of the classroom. So they just kind of have to make do with whatever's around them and hope for the best. So one of the kids literally is hiding under the teacher's desk. This kid ended up getting into, like, one of those portable craft closets where they kept all the crayons and colored pencils and stuff. Some kids got in the real closet. There were a couple kids that, like, hid in the little cranny where they had, like, a reading nook. And the teacher comes in and is kind of looking around because she realizes the door is unlocked. And the entire time in there, the tension is so thick you can cut it with a knife, right? Like, you know that one poem where it's talking about the guy with the beating heart and he can hear the heart underneath the floorboards? That's probably what it was like, dude. You could hear your heart beating in your ears. So the teacher ends up leaving and they wait for their lookout to come back and tell them that it's all clear. And they literally book it out of the classroom as fast as humanly possible. And they end up meeting up together after school. And obviously the person who sent in the story, like, didn't really get a chance to see what they had taken because the teacher was coming and he was more concerned with hiding than he was, you know, getting anything because he didn't really want to steal the toys anyways. And I guess 3 of the kids had gotten like a whole backpack worth of stuff, you know, and so 3 backpacks worth of stuff had gotten stolen. And honestly, at that point, they're like, look, okay, that was too ridiculous. We almost got caught. And they realized that they had taken way too much stuff that, like, they were gonna notice. So the next day, the teacher, sure enough, gets up and is like, I don't know which one of you guys did it, but I know some of you guys stole toys, da-da-da-da-da. I'm not gonna ruin it for the class, but, you know, if this happens again, we're gonna ruin the program. And the entire time they're telling this, all the kids who are involved are, like, crapping themselves. And obviously, the person who sent in the story time didn't want to ruin it for everybody, so he's feeling guilty. In his mind, he's like, look at what you guys did. You might have ruined it for everybody. No bueno. And for a couple weeks, everything's good. They're not gonna do anything. And then a small group of kids gets together, like the original group minus a couple of the kids who had invited more people after a while, and they're like, look, I'm telling you, there's this one girl in our class that has a pencil pouch, and her pencil pouch is full of these coins, and it's almost a situation where they're like, one last score. If we just take the pencil case and split all the coins up, we're gonna be fine, you know? And so obviously he's apprehensive. He doesn't want to really steal anything, but similar situation, they kind of force him into it. They're like, look, if you don't help us, then we're gonna tell on you. And he doesn't want to get in trouble, so he decides to help. And they're 3rd graders, guys. Like, obviously, you gotta give everything a little bit of an asterisk because it's little tiny children stealing, like, plastic coins. Anyways, they end up going into the classroom and they start looking at the pencil pouch, and all of them, because it was a smaller group, simultaneously are like, we can't do this. This is really bad. Like, they start feeling really, really guilty about it. So they decide that they're not gonna steal
the pencil pouch. They didn't want to do it. They didn't even open it. Like, they didn't really know the full contents. It was a rumor that she had a bunch of the plastic coins in it, but they didn't really know. So they decide that they're not gonna steal it, but for some reason when they're in the class, they're like, okay, well, we can't steal it, but if they find out we were in here, then like somehow they're gonna know we touched it. You know, third grader logic, not very well thought out. So they decide that they're gonna hide it, you know? I don't know why they decided to hide it. They thought it would make it less suspicious, which obviously it didn't. So a couple of them leave, and one of the kids, of course, they pick the most forgetful one. He goes and like hides this thing somewhere in the class. So they get back inside the classroom, and the girl whose pencil case is now missing starts freaking out. She's like, oh my gosh, has anyone seen my pencil case? Oh my goodness, has anyone seen it? Wow, like, hello, like, it's missing, to the point where even the teacher is like, okay guys, has anyone seen this pencil case? And the entire class is like, no, we haven't seen the pencil case. We didn't see it. And obviously the teacher starts looking around because she could probably tell the type of kids that would be willing to do this. And the only problem is, while yes, they, you know, had come into the classroom, they didn't steal it. It was somewhere in the classroom. And so they start looking at the kid who hid it. And they're kind of like, dude, go find it, you know, accidentally find it. And the kid is kind of looking at them, and he has this look on his face of like, I just saw a ghost. He's about to crap his pants somehow, bro. He looks horrified. And along with his horrified reaction, the girl is whispering something to the teacher, and she has like tears in her eyes, and the teacher is immediately like, all right guys, we're gonna work together to search for this this pencil case. So the entire class gets up and is like searching, and naturally everybody who was involved kind of gets together, and they're like telling the dude, where is it, you know, like, where is your thing, where is it, like, let's just give it back. If we just give it back, this will all be done. And that's when they realized why he looked like he was about to poop his pants, bro. He had somehow forgotten where he put it, dude. I don't know if he had like secretly taken it, but he swears even to this day, like they still talk sometimes, that he has no clue where he put the pencil case. So whatever, they obviously are kind of stressed thinking about the fact that like we might not get this pencil case back, and this girl's freaking out, she's crying. But they figure that if the entire class is going to be looking for this thing, that it's going to have to turn up, right? Like, there's no way that it somehow disappeared into thin air. That's literally impossible. Things like that don't just happen. And so for the next hour, dude, they are searching for this pencil case as a class. So like 30 freaking kids are sitting together searching for this damn pencil case. And nobody's able to find it, dude. I don't know if this guy hid it in the back of the wardrobe from Narnia and it was transported to another continent or what. But they can't find it for an hour. And so after that, the teacher is like, clearly seeing that everyone's frantically looking. She was probably checking to see if anybody was like not really looking because they had it, you know. But all the kids that had been in the classroom felt horribly guilty about it, so they're looking too. And on the way out to recess, the other kids in the group kind of went out quick, but the person who sent in the story kind of stayed behind for a second, and the girl who had lost the pencil case is kind of crying to the teacher. And she's saying that like, yeah, all my money for the field trip was in there, and they had an upcoming field trip that was like $100 to go on, and so the girl had $100 in this pencil case that had now gone missing, dude, and they didn't know that. They really were going in there just to try to like take these plastic coins and buy some toys, right? So when he hears that, you know, they were now responsible for this girl losing $100, he feels even worse. So he goes out there and he tells his friends, and they're like, oh my god, what do we do? Because it also happened to be a situation where they also realized that none of their parents had an extra $100 to fix the situation too. And so realizing that there was really nothing they could do, because if they admitted wrongdoing, they were going to make their parents pay for it, which was going to lead to a crap ton of punishment at home, they just all decided to swear to secrecy on the playground. They're like, look, we're going to go back in there. We're going to look for this thing. And if anybody gives us a weird look or says we did it, we're just going to say that they are absolutely delusional. And something about a bond of secrecy where like if anyone finds out you were the people to steal the pencil case, you're all screwed. You just definitely have a different type of loyalty to those people. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, they go back in, and for the rest of the school day, the entire classroom gets turned upside down by this class. They're searching every nook and cranny, and somehow, dude, no joke, It's nowhere to be found. This pencil case has literally disappeared into the 9th dimension. Balthazar the Lizard King now has it somewhere. Like, this thing has vanished. And sure enough, the guys are not snitching. They're not saying who took it. They're not saying a single thing about it. They're like, look, okay, hey, we don't know anything. Because they didn't take it out of the classroom. Like, that's the craziest part of the story, is to this day, none of them have said that they took it, which at this point you would be like, all right, guys, remember when that thing went missing? It was me. No, none of them took it. Like, it's still probably somewhere in this classroom. So they tear the class apart and somehow it's not found. So at the end of the day, the teacher is like, thank you guys very much. You know, it's been really appreciated, all your help. And then she says something about like how the girl needs to be more responsible with her things and not lose thing as much. And she's like crying, you bro. That poor girl probably felt so guilty. And everybody goes home. And I guess at dinner that night, the person who sent in the story's parents were like, are you okay? Like, you're not even touching your food. Because he just felt so bad about what happened that he just didn't want to, you know, eat. So he broke down and like told his parents everything from start to finish, the heist, the entire thing. And his parents were obviously pissed at him for stealing in the first place. You know, they gave him the whole, that's not how we raised you. I'm so disappointed. The fact that you would steal is like disgusting, you know? And then he's like, all right, so tomorrow should I tell? And then his parents were like, well, how much money is your field trip again? And he said $100. And both the parents looked at each other and were like, if you ever steal again, you're going to military school. Do you understand? You're lucky that we don't have $100 to fix your mistake right now. Like, the parents really wanted to do something about it. They just weren't in a position to. So he low-key kind of got away with it. They did make him come clean about stealing the plastic coins, though. Like, they didn't make him admit to having any wrongdoing in the pencil case going missing, because he didn't really steal it. But they did make him give back all the plastic coins that he took. But the teacher was like, for your honesty, you can keep them. Which does go to show you, sometimes it pays to be honest. Sometimes it pays not to be. So you gotta use context clues to figure out what you should do in each given situation. Regardless, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking just a quick second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. It would be very, very appreciated. And if you're new, subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another video. If you want more content, you guys should check out my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. I'll put a link to it in the description down below. And if you enjoyed the intro song, a link to it on Spotify is also down there, with a link to the merch beneath that. If you feel like picking it up, it's pretty fire if you ask me. If you guys have any crazy stories you want to submit, my Instagram is @scrubby. Feel free to drop it a follow. Twitter @scrubby_69. And yeah, on that note, guys, that's gonna do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a subscriber story for y'all that I honestly could not believe when I read it. Basically, this dude was just chilling, minding his own business, vibing, and had a little bit of beef with this kid in one of his classes, and instead of them solving it, fighting amongst themselves, the kid ended up bringing his mom to school to settle it, and the mom tried to fight this kid. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, the apple does not fall too far from the tree if your mom's crazy. And regardless, I figured it would be a good story time, so let's get into it. Press the like button, or no joke, no scam, you'll get kidnapped by Ninja Turtles, and let's go.
Eyes like an eagle, stacking so much money you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now, lay low when you reach, so I'm wiping out, making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound, just so I'm quiet.
Alright, so this story takes place when the person who sent this in to me was in 7th grade, and 7th grade is kind of a weird time, you know? You're not a little kid anymore, but like, you're not a full-blown teenager yet, so, you know, you have the personality of like, I want to go do what I want to do and be independent. But adults really don't like that, you know? So, yeah, naturally, you get a little angsty. It's nothing wrong with that, okay? I'm just saying 7th grade is when the teenage angst kind of starts to kick in. And because of that, you know, a lot of people want to be all tough and oh, I'm awesome, I'm this, I'm that. And the person who sent me in the story wasn't one of those people, but there was this kid in his class that we're gonna name, Stuart. And, Stuart, you know, was definitely one of those kids that wanted to convince everybody he was tough. He was constantly talking about how, like, if anybody had the nerve to talk back to him, he was gonna knock him out, you know, was constantly threatening to fight people.
And mostly people just wouldn't fight him because it wasn't worth it. Like, he talked really tough, but he never actually would do anything that would give anyone a reason to fight him. And you're not just gonna fight this kid who's talking tough for no reason. And so Stuart and the person who sent in the story, who I'm gonna name Jack, they were, you know, not enemies. They weren't friends. They didn't really like each other, but like there wasn't any bad blood there. And then one day they were just kind of in class, and for some reason Stuart decided to start like picking on Jack to look tough in front of everybody. And obviously this like was mostly Stuart saying, oh, you're a nerd, like I could beat you up, da 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 da, all that type of stuff, right? And so Jack, being the type of kid who, you know, wasn't really a fighter, but like could kind of roast people back, just started kind of roasting Stuart in front of everybody. Obviously Stuart, whose plan was to like threaten to fight this guy, him not fight back and look all tough, immediately started to get all embarrassed, you know? Because when your plan is to look all tough and then suddenly somebody starts pointing out that like, dude, why are you being so weird and trying to fight me for no reason? Like, we've normally got along. That's kind of cringe. And everybody starts giggling, you know. Stuart started to get big mad. His plan wasn't to be embarrassed. So he starts to kind of press Jack a little bit more, and he's like, you know, oh, you think you're so tough? You think it's slick that you can, you know, get people to laugh at me? Well, you're not gonna think it's funny when we fight. And he like shoved Jack. And I guess the teacher had been out of the room for whatever reason at this point. So when he shoved Jack, Jack decided that he was gonna shove him back. And what's really bizarre to me is every time I get a story like this, or every time I've experienced somebody that wants to be really tough and like is constantly trying to start fights, is that they're never actually big enough to like really back up what they're doing. I feel like it's probably because people that are giant don't really need to be a bully, because like people are naturally just not gonna mess with them. But the Stewart kid was not big, so when he starts kind of like shoving Jack, Jack shoves him back, and Stewart naturally is affected more by the shove. So he falls down, bro, right on his butt, you know, like a little pop. The entire class starts to giggle once again, and he gets up and he's like, that's it, dude, we're gonna fight after school. And Jack is like, I'm not gonna fight you after school, just calm down. And at that point, the teacher comes back into the room, and all she sees is Jack and Stuart up in each other's faces, kind of arguing. She tells them to settle down because she doesn't want to have to send them to the deans, you know, and both of them, it's hilarious. So we're just willing to like talk about how much they want to fight each other. But as soon as the teacher walks in, since they're both in 7th grade, they're like, oh, yes, ma'am, you know, so they just kind of shut up and sit down. But the entire class, Stuart is kind of like mad dogging Jack, being like, yeah, you know, every time he would look over at him, he would do the thing where he takes his fist and like puts it in his hand, you know, punches his palm, which is probably one of the weirdest intimidation tactics ever, bro. Like, yeah, I'm gonna hit my palm while we make eye contact. Yeah, like, do you want to hit me like that, or do you want to like pound me like that, bro? I'm really confused on the in like the messaging here. Regardless, he was just kind of trying to act all intimidating across the class. So the class ends, they go about their day, and after school, when Jack goes to get on his bus, he's going over there, and Stuart and a group of kids is waiting for him in front of the bus. So he kind of just like walks up and tries to walk past him, and as he does, Stuart grabs him and is like, where you going, chicken? You know, you don't want to fight me, trying to act all tough in front of his friends. And his friends are like, ooh, oh. And that's when Jack once again just shoves him as hard as he can, and the kid once again plops onto his little butt. Not very prepared for this once again, bro. Like, I know I'm saying once again, and I'll stop after that. I got it out of my system. But like, if you're gonna try to fight somebody, wait for them at their bus and start a fight, you've got to be prepared to get pushed, bro. Like, you know this person's bigger than you. They've already once today shoved you and you've fallen on your butt. So at no point did you decide to like brace yourself a little better. I just feel like the Stewart guy is a terrible bully. He has no thinking, no possibility of processing what's going on. It's really pathetic, Stuart. I'm ashamed of you, man. Like, how are you gonna get knocked on your butt twice by the same person? The second time they push you, you should just be prepared and ready for it. Like, how is it gonna catch you off guard? It's already happened. Anyways, when he just shoves Stuart and he falls over again, this time in front of all of his friends and more people, everybody starts laughing, and at that point, Stuart is kind of covering his face with his hands, and Jack realizes that, oh, he's crying. I don't know if it was the fall and the bruise on his tushy, or like the fact that everybody was laughing at him, but something had embarrassed this Stewart kid to the point where he's crying now. And Jack naturally decided that this was the ultimate kill shot. This kid wants to act all tough and bully everybody, so he's like, are you crying? Are you kidding me? And points out to everyone that the kid is crying. So naturally, everybody starts laughing even more, talking about, bro, you wanted to start the fight and you're the one crying? Which I'm not gonna lie is pretty funny. Like, how are you gonna start the fight and then start crying when somebody pushes you. That is kind of hilarious, let's be honest. But it does not exactly help Stuart get less angry. So Stuart gets all mad and he gets up in Jack's face and is like, "You're gonna regret this, man. I'm gonna bring my mom to school tomorrow and she's gonna fight you." And obviously the crowd laughs even harder at that point. And Stuart's like, "I'm not kidding. My mom said that she'll back me up anytime that there's a bully and you're bullying me," which is hilarious, bro. Like, yeah, Jack's the one bullying you. You waited for him outside of his bus for him to walk up and then tried to fight him. But, you know, he's bullying you. Just because you lose doesn't mean that, like, you're the one getting bullied, you know? Just because you're bad at your follow-through, you just can't make fun of people adequately or, like, fight them, doesn't mean that they're bullying you. Like, if you start the fight, you still are the instigator, you know? Anyways, even with all the embarrassment, the kid's like, "My mom's coming tomorrow, get ready." And, obviously, Jack doesn't really believe him, because who actually wants to bring their mom to back him up during a fight? Apparently this kid, but we're getting there. So he gets on the bus, and naturally everybody on the bus starts walking up to him, asking him what happened, you know, if he's nervous, da-da-da-da-da. And then somebody says something like, "Are you nervous to fight his mom tomorrow?" And Jack looks at him and is like, "Dude, there's no way his mom is coming." And he starts to laugh, but the person who asked him if he's ready to fight his mom isn't laughing. And that's when Jack is kind of like, "Oh, that's weird." So he kind of presses him like, "Well, is his mom actually gonna come? Like, there's no way his mom is actually coming, right?" And the person who's talking to him is like, "Look, all I'm saying is that I can definitely attest that when I was in elementary school with the kid, there were definitely times where his mom would come in and get up in the face of kids that he would have problems with and yell at them, so I wouldn't be surprised if his mom actually showed up and wanted to fight." So, you know, if this guy's mom has a reputation for showing up in classes and yelling at kids and trying to fight them, and you just made him look dumb in front of the entire school, there's a decent probability she'll show up. I don't know about you, but if I was in 7th grade and like thought that somebody's parent was actually gonna come try and fight me, I would have been scared. And naturally Jack was too. He's like, I'm not a ginormous fan of the idea of having to fight a grown woman. Homie didn't even have armpit hair yet, and like he was about to fight Karen? No, he loses that fight every time. He would have been devoured. She would have like dementored him and sucked his soul out of his body, you know, and just used it to go yell at more managers at a Subway later in the day. Anyways, he goes home and he's nervous and he's just like picking at his dinner that night, and his parents can tell something's wrong, so they kind of ask him like, "Okay, what's happening?" So he tells his parents the story about how the kid was waiting at his bus and da-da-da-da-da, and apparently his mom's gonna come fight him and he's scared because he doesn't want to have to fight an adult and yada yada yada. And his parents do what most parents do in these situations, which is where they're like, "Okay, you clearly are being very active in your imagination. That's not gonna happen." And that always drove me crazy because my parents would do this too. They'd like ask me and then I'd tell them, and then they just wouldn't believe what I told them. And it's like, all right, well, this is why I'm not telling you. So he's telling his parents about how he's horrified this grown woman's gonna show up and fight him. And instead of like calling the school and trying to get to the bottom of this, or, you know, making sure that this lady can't just show up at the school and fight their son, they just start telling him how that's ridiculous and he has nothing to be afraid of because no logical adult would ever show up at a middle school to fight someone. And while, yeah, technically his parents aren't wrong, you know, no logical adult would ever do it, you do realize that there's a lot of people on this planet that are not very logical, right? Like, the amount of people that are logical is slim to none. It's a very low amount. You think there's no crazy people? I've literally made a video on Scrubby before about a mom who showed up and fought a girl at her daughter's middle school. And that was, like, a news story as well. This has happened multiple times. Yeah, I would kind of be concerned if my son came home telling me about how someone's mom was gonna show up and fight him. But whatever, his parents are like, you got nothing to be afraid of, it's okay. In fact, his dad tells him that, well, if his mom does show up, it won't be that bad, because if she hits you, like, at least you can sue her, you know? Like, they're trying to make a joke out of it. Meanwhile, this kid's picking at his peas at dinner, about to crap his pants at the idea that he's gonna have to throw hands with, like, Pinterest's most badass woman. Dude, she's verified on Pinterest, man. Oh my god, she brought an army of thumbtack moms to come fight you. Like, dude, who knows what little life hacks she's picked up on Pinterest, little battle weapons she's gonna sneak into the school and use. It's all fun and games till you find her Pinterest board and, like, instead of, you know, normal stuff like house decorations or, you know, wedding ideas or whatever people do on Pinterest, it's just like battle weapons, how to make pocket sand that leaves permanent blindness, like stuff like that. She's just preparing to fight this kid, getting everything ready to go. Anyways, his parents don't really help. The kid kind of goes back upstairs and he's just kind of trying to figure this out on his own. He decides tries to hop on Xbox and starts talking to a couple of his friends on there. And they're kind of like, bro, you're gonna have to fight a grown woman. They're not really helping. So he gets off. He tries to go to bed early. And he's just sitting there kind of freaking out at the idea of this grown woman coming to fight him. He finally falls asleep. Next day, wakes up, has to go to school. So he gets in the car the entire way to school. He's just thinking about what's gonna happen. He gets there and gets into class and whatnot, is going about the day. And everybody walks up to him telling him that Stuart isn't at school that day. Like Stuart was gone. And instantly the kid's super relieved. He's like, oh my god, thank goodness. You know, that means his mom's not gonna be here. If he's not here, everything's gonna be fine. And for the rest of the day, he feels this weight off his shoulders. He feels like everything's gonna be good. There's no reason for him to be stressed. And, you know, everything seems normal. So the day's going good. And at the end of the day, he gets ready to start walking to the bus. And he starts going to the bus, like, you know, where they have them all lined up in front of the school. And when he gets to his bus, he realizes that there's a massive group of kids at the bus. And he's like, huh, that's kind of weird. So he kind of starts walking slower and just kind of looking at the crowd, seeing what's up. And he sees a woman that he doesn't really recognize there, and he thinks it's one of the teachers. And he kind of starts looking, and he realizes that, no, the woman is standing next to a kid who looks familiar, and it's Stuart. Yeah, that's right. The Stuart kid hadn't been at school today, but he is sure enough standing right next to this kid's bus with a grown woman who looks an awful lot like him and is probably his mother. The one thing that Stuart had failed to mention, bro, is that his mom wasn't like a normal mom, you know, not some normal 30-year-old woman that was just kind of here at the middle school to yell at some kids that were being mean to her son. No, his mom was like a bodybuilder, bro. His mom was jacked. I think the reason she probably had shown up to elementary school screaming at people is because she had roid rage, dog. Like, you know, the girl, oh my gosh, what's the movie where she's like really jacked. She wears the do-rag. Is it Grown Ups into yoga? You guys know what I'm saying, bro. That lady, the lady on roids, like that's what this chick ended up looking like, you know. Somehow he had left out the fact that his mom was gonna come fight him and that his mom was also, you know, Bruce Banner and was gonna transform into the Hulk and literally rip him in half. So he's like swallowing, realizing that he basically has to get on the bus. If he misses the bus, his parents are gonna have to come get him, and obviously they're not gonna believe him when he says that this dude's mom had shown up to fight him. So he just starts walking up towards the bus, and as he starts walking up, the crowd kind of splits, dude. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea. Everybody just gets out of this way so this guy could walk to his death, I guess. And Stuart points at him and goes, Mom, he's there. And the mom looks, and it's like Anakin when his eyes went evil in Star Wars, bro. That's the hatred in them. So Stuart's mom walks over to Jack, grabs him by the collar of his shirt and starts lifting him up. And she's like, are you the kid that thinks it's funny to like mess with my son? You know, do you think it's funny to like pick on people, huh? How about you pick on somebody your own size? Which is very ironic considering she's large enough to grab this kid by his collar and lift him off the floor, you know, like you're very much bigger than him, but whatever. And at this point, Jack realizes that this lady is pissed. She's going to hurt him. Like he really doesn't know what to do. So he goes for a move that everybody has probably thought of out of desperation. You see, Jack, keep in mind, is in 7th grade, and he's not too familiar with the anatomy of a woman, but his feet happen to be in an area where he can kick her right in the groin. Now, it does not hurt as bad, obviously, but he thinks about it and realizes this is his best bet, winds up his foot as hard as he could, and then just kicks it. Gives her the coochie kick. She recoils in pain and drops him, right? Once she drops him, he kind of like stands there for a second frozen. Didn't really realize that it was gonna work that effectively, you know? She's like, oh my god, you just kicked me! And Stuart goes, Mom! And at that point, the anger kind of rushes back into Jack's blood, and he takes his fist and he just punches Stuart as hard as he can in the face. So Stuart falls over, but, you know, by the grace of God, dude, RNG, luckier than Dream 1 in 7 trillion. Stuart, when he falls over, falls onto his mom, and they kind of, like, flop to the ground. And at that point, everybody's like, oh my god, oh, fight, fight, fight. So the people that are, like, the bus monitors in the area start running over to try to figure out what's going on. So they kind of start, like, bursting through the crowd. They grab Stuart, they grab Jack, and they don't really know what's going on with the lady, but they tell her to come with them, too. So they all go into the principal's office,
office. And Stuart and his mom immediately start trying to like spin it that Jack started it. He's the aggressor, everything his fault automatically. She thinks she's gonna get away with it because she's an adult, but little does she know, and I don't know why people do this, bro. It's like people forget we live in the 21st century. They have security cameras. So sure enough, the Jack kid is like, all right, well, go ahead and check the cameras. If I really just viciously attacked you out of nowhere, then it'll be on the cameras. And as soon as he starts mentioning cameras, dude, this guy's mom's tone just changes. It's like, you know, we can actually just leave. It's okay. It's okay. But no, the principal's like, I think we need to check the cameras. This is obviously an incident. You know, it led to an altercation. So they check the cameras and they see that this lady, you know, walked up, grabbed him, da-da-da-da-da, the entire situation, the coochie kick, all of it is caught in 4K, high definition, fantastic quality. And obviously, as soon as the footage starts playing, the mom and Stuart just go silent because it's obvious that they're the aggressors in this particular situation. So once this is all found out, the principal kind of starts being like, you're not allowed at the school anymore to the mom. They have to call Jack's parents. It's an entire situation. And sure enough, they call Jack's parents and they're like, hi, it's the principal. And they're like, oh no, what did my son do? And the principal has to explain to his parents that like a mom had shown up and tried to fight their kid. And sure enough, his parents end up feeling like morons, rightfully so, because he had literally told them that this dude's mom was going to show up and try to fight him. And they were like, no, that wouldn't happen. No logical adult would show up and try to fight a child. Yeah, no logical adult would, but obviously anyone willing to fight a kid is not considered a logical adult. I don't feel like this is rocket science, bro. So his parents had to come pick him up. They had to decide if they wanted to press charges or not for assault. For some reason, his parents didn't. I'm just saying it. If any parent ever shows up and fights my kid, I'm suing you, bro. I'm taking it all. And I'm not gonna feel bad about it, dog. What do you mean? You're a grown adult showing up to a middle school to start swinging on kids? I will say, though, the only good thing that came out of this from Jack's perspective, at least, was that he became like a legend around school, dude. Anybody that manages to get into a situation where they're fighting an adult and then win is insane. Stuart ended up changing schools shortly thereafter, probably from sheer embarrassment. He ended up getting suspended, like that was his official punishment, but changing schools was probably more at the parents' discretion, bro. I could not imagine the shame of having to come pick up my kid from school when everybody knows that I showed up and tried to fight a student one day. Like, oh, that's gotta be painfully embarrassing, but hey, at least Jack was a legend out of it. If you are gonna get any benefits out of it, there's one. It's not a very good one, but it is one. Anyways, guys, though, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you pressing the like button. This video was longer, and if you guys like the longer videos, a good way to let me know that is like and comment, all that stuff, because it does help the video do better. Subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. And if you're in the market for G Fuel, use code SCRUBBY for 10% off. It's a pretty fantastic system, you know. If you want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find a link to that down below, and a link to the intro song will also be down there as well. And obviously, I'm pretty biased, but if you want to get some of the coolest merch to ever exist, the link to the merch store is down there as well. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna go fight somebody's mom now simply because I can. If anybody wants to recommend me a mom to throw down with, leave it in the comments. But yeah, on that note, as I said, thank you guys for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got quite the story time for y'all. You know, it's not every day that a parent goes out and fights a kid, and it's especially more rare for that to happen in school, but every now and then the stars align, and apparently you get a crazy story time. Regardless, the story time today was sent in by a subscriber named Jared that apparently witnessed the ultimate cringe, you know, a dad coming to school to back up his son. And I figured it would make a good video. That's what we're going to be doing. So, yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. But before we do, be sure to press the like button, or no joke, no scam whatsoever. Your parents are going to come to your school and embarrass you equally as hard. And trust me, you don't want that to happen. So I'd press it. And, yeah, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million, swear.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure everybody has had a stupid argument in middle school or something about like, my dad can beat up your dad, you know what I mean? But honestly, I didn't think most people ever turned that into like, my dad can beat you up. I thought that was especially obvious. I mean, obviously I'm an adult now, but like, yeah, back in the day, dude, your dad probably could beat me up because, you know, I was a child, like if someone ever used this line. Anyways, I guess some people take it a little bit too far. I'm gonna introduce some characters real quick that you gotta know. The kid that ends up calling his dad like a little baby and like, oh, dad, come to school and fight everybody. His name is Edward because, you know, that's his name. And as for his dad name, I'm gonna refer to him exclusively as Baldy Jones because I just feel like that sets the tone incredibly well. So, Edward and Baldy Jones, the bad guys. And Edward was the type of kid who liked to start problems, you know, especially problems that he couldn't solve. Like, he was a smaller kid, but he would also go after and bully the largest kids in school, get them really worked up, very upset, and then run away. And as he's running away, his favorite thing to do would be, like, play the victim, pretend that they were coming after him for no reason to get them in trouble. He was like one of those kids. He just liked to, start problems that he couldn't necessarily handle. And one day, you know, there was one event that he was just insanely jealous of. Basically, it was near the end of the school year and they were doing one of those things where, like, you know, oh, we're gonna have an assembly and all the kids that were really smart and worked hard are gonna get an award. I don't know, like, if other schools had those too. I knew what he was talking about, dude. Like, the AB Honor Roll Awards at the end of the year. And listen, it was going to be a whole assembly. It was going to be this big thing. And, you know, the people that were getting this award, their parents were going to be there. And it was going to be one of those events where the principal gets up and is like, these kids are incredible. I wish everyone would try this hard in school. The future wouldn't scare me so much if kids all acted like these kids. Like, whatever, just parent, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think anyone really likes those assemblies. No one likes sitting in a room full of their peers to celebrate academics or whatever. But the one thing is, like, you just don't destroy it. And as I said, for whatever reason, Edward was just insanely jealous about this event because he didn't win the award. You know, he had been apparently really trying to get an award and he didn't win one and he thought the school had cheated him out of it. So instead of just kind of being like, oh well, I have to sit in this assembly, it is what it is, the entire day before they go, he's just talking about how anti this assembly he is. He's telling everyone that, like, he's pissed off that he didn't win it. He's not even gonna go. If they make him go, he might just ruin the award. Blah, 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 blah. And of course, everyone thought that he was just talking, but secretly, I guess he had decided that, like, if he wasn't gonna be getting the reward, then, you know, he might as well just ruin the entire thing for everybody. I didn't get A's and B's, so therefore I'm gonna ruin the event for everybody else, was his logic for some reason. Which is perfectly good logic to me, you know, if you can't win something fairly, just ruin it for everybody else. That won't have any negative consequences. Nobody's gonna, like, make fun of you for that. Anyways, his ultimate plan to make sure that the event goes sideways and nobody actually cheers for the winner is he goes and takes one of those, like, old ketchup squeeze bottles from the lunchroom and he fills it up with ketchup and vinegar. And he, in his head, nobody knew this at the time, I'm letting you know what his plan is though, he's gonna run up to everybody as they're getting the award and he's going to just spray this bottle of vinegar and ketchup all over them. And you know, all of the kids that are winning the award or like their parents are gonna be there, they're gonna be taking pictures, so obviously they're a little bit more dressed up. Some of them were in suits and his plan is to just ruin everybody's nice clothes by spraying all this stuff on it. And obviously, on the scale of pranks, it's not like dangerous, no one's going to get hurt, but you know, you're winning an award in a nice suit and then somebody runs up spraying you with ketchup and vinegar, you're probably gonna be like, oh, this guy just sucks. Anyways, he like stuffs it in his jacket pocket and then everybody gets to go to the assembly. So they're all getting crowded into this auditorium for the assembly and there's like 15 kids that are winning an award or sitting up on the stage, obviously, and they're dressed up, you know, they're like, oh, look at us, we're fantastic, we're gonna win this award. They're pretty happy looking, not for long with Edward the Ketchuper around the corner. Anyways, everybody gets stuffed in there. You know, like the part in the assembly when there's the block at the door and the teachers are like, all right, guys, let's go. And you literally just feel like cattle getting crowded in. Well, that finally ends. Everybody sits down. The lights go down and the principal walks up to like the podium thing in the middle of the stage. And they start doing the thing that they do, you know, where they're like explaining everything going on and how incredible it is. And the speech is a little something like, these students have worked incredibly hard to get here, okay? They showed up on time. They did their homework. And for that, we give them millions. You know, just like one of those speeches. And as they're in the middle of the speech giving it and like talking about how proud they are, there's a commotion on the side of the stage and Edward is like sprinting up, kind of pushing people out of the way to get up there. And he gets past everybody on the side of the stage and starts running into the middle of it. And as he's running into the middle of the stage, there's like a school aide behind him trying to, you know, like grab him and pull him back so he doesn't interrupt everything. But of course, Edward ends up getting up there. And he's in the middle of the stage and he looks at the crowd and he goes, "This is for not giving me the award." And he turns back to everybody, pulls out the ketchup bottle, and just starts spraying this concoction of crap all over these people that are winning the award. And of course, as soon as you see this middle of the assembly interrupted by this guy just spraying everybody with ketchup, a lot of the crowd is kind of gasping, not really knowing what to do. Wait, what's going on? Everyone's just really, really confused. Anyways, the people that are getting sprayed that were going to win the award have different reactions. Some of them are very upset. One of the girls that was winning the award starts crying. One of the guys starts crying on the other end too. Everyone's just insanely upset. But two of them end up getting up and starting to run after Edward, almost looking for revenge for embarrassing them in front of everybody when they were supposed to be winning the award. And for some reason, I guess Edward didn't think it was going to be possible for him to get beat up for this, but I'm gonna be honest, you just kind of got to expect that. If you spray something all over somebody and know that they're gonna be annoyed with it, they might hit you. I'm not saying I condone violence, alright? YouTube, if you're listening to this, don't hit anyone. Don't do it. I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, alright? That being said, if you spray someone with ketchup and vinegar when they're wearing a suit, they might hit you. It's the reality of life. I can't change the fact that you have to expect to be punched if you do that. Anyways, these two dudes are running after Edward, and Edward is just not very tall or big or fast or anything that you would think someone that would do something like this would be. You would think that alright, if I'm gonna have this plan where I'm gonna piss people off and run, I might as well make sure that I'm fast enough to run away, but he's just not. These two dudes run up on him and they grab him, and one of them instantly just kind of hits him because he's obviously mad about the situation. And at that point, Edward turns into the Tasmanian devil dude. He just starts writhing in every direction, swinging his arms around, just basically doing everything he can to just get out of their arms. Almost you ever seen a deer that's tangled up in a fence, and it's just kind of just going crazy to try to get untangled from whatever it's in? That's basically what he's doing. And so obviously it turns into a little bit of a fight. It's a 2v1, but he's the one that started swinging on both of them. And when they're fighting, the crowd's obviously oh my gosh, freaking out. And they're probably about halfway in between the stage and the auditorium doors at this point because he had tried to escape. And the teachers pull them apart, and just because of how mad the two guys in suits were, they kind of get pulled off of Edward, but Edward doesn't really have anyone holding him back. So he just sprints out the door. He runs out of the auditorium into the parking lot. And when he takes off, the teachers that are holding back the two dudes let go of them, thinking that it's over. Well, the two dudes in suits take off into the parking lot after Edward. They're not done yet, right? And at that point, the subscriber, Jared, wants to see what's going on, so he's like, I'm heading out there. So he takes off after them to get out there. And he gets out there pretty quick before most of the other people had come out. But at that point, all the kids are trying to escape, and that traffic jam happens, where everybody's in the door, you really can't get out, no one's moving. And so the teachers weren't ready to escape, so they're behind this traffic jam. So they're not out there yet. There's no one to break this up. There's no one to see what's going on. And outside, what's currently happening is Edward is now on the phone with his dad. He had called his dad, and he's saying that these two kids are jumping him for no reason, and he needs help. Which definitely is not what happened, alright? He's probably just insanely scared to get beat up, that he's like, whatever, I'm gonna get my dad involved, and my dad's not gonna back me up if I say the truth. So yeah, Dad, these two kids are jumping me for no reason. I'm gonna leave out the part where, I ruined their suit, ruined their award, all that stuff. That's not important. Just come help me now. Anyways, at that point, the two kids start chasing him, and he's literally playing, getaway, tag with these dudes. Just running away from them around the parking lot, trying to just keep his distance. But he must have lived close to the school because his dad pulls up 2 minutes later in this SUV, and he hops out of this SUV in flip-flops. And the crowd at that point has come more out of the auditorium, but the teachers aren't out yet. The kids were kind of strategically to keeping them away from the rest of this so they couldn't break it up. And so the dad's out of the car in flip-flops, and Edward is just running around the parking lot with the two kids chasing him. And the dad at that point probably looks around, looks at the situation, sees his son's getting chased by two people, and he makes a really stupid choice. I understand he thought his kid's getting jumped or whatever, but you can't hit a kid. It's just really illegal. And even then, let's just pause for a second. If your kid is getting jumped, why would there just be a huge crowd of kids standing there watching it, doing nothing? Like, do you really think kids at your school would just watch somebody get jumped and do nothing about it? Like, if somebody was really getting beat up by 2 people at one time and it was not a fight, I feel like people at my school would have broken it up. Maybe that's just me, maybe your guys' school is different, but like, anyways, he just makes the wrong decision to get involved. And so Baldy Jones, Edward's dad over here, runs up behind one of the kids who's trying to chase down Edward and just clotheslines him like there's no tomorrow. Arm out right under the chin, just lays this dude out. And obviously when he smacks the floor, the entire crowd is just kind of in shock and they turn on the grown man who just clotheslines somebody. Like, they don't really know what's happening, but they start booing and screaming at him, telling him to get out of here. And listen, somehow this dad is so bad at fighting that, like, the kid that he just clotheslined gets up and he starts going after the dad. Like, all right, you want to clothesline me? You can have it too. So now this dude is chasing the dad. And the dad, instead of standing and fighting his ground on the dude he just clotheslined, starts trying to run as well. And maybe it's just a family thing, like in that family, if someone's coming at you, you just sprint the other direction as fast as humanly possible. But keep in mind that he hopped out of the SUV in flip-flops. So he's trying to run away from this dude, but he doesn't get very far because he's in flip-flops, and those aren't known for their, like, iconic speed boosting abilities. If anything, it just makes running even more embarrassing, because there's no way to run in flip-flops and look cool. Like, just the way you kind of have to angle your foot to keep it in the shoe, like, you're not looking cool running away from anything in flip-flops. And not to mention, on top of like looking weird running in flip-flops, it also is just the most embarrassing soundtrack to your escape. Like whap 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 whap. Like that's what you sound like as you're trying to run away from somebody that's like beating you up. Oh no, where did he go? We'll never be able to find him. Wait guys, be quiet. Found him, he's over there. Anyways, the kid catches up with Baldy Jones pretty quickly, and the kid, who's not a tiny kid, grabs Baldy Jones by the waist, picks him up, and just slams him down in front of everybody. And listen, bro, it's already bad enough that you're gonna just like clothesline some random kid, but on top of that, if you're gonna clothesline a kid, you then can't let him body slam you. Like, dude, are you serious? You just got body slammed by someone you clotheslined. By the way, it's an 8th grader. Just like, how does it get any worse than this? Anyways, the crowd at that point freaks out. They lose it. They're all screaming. They're like, oh my god, oh. Obviously, the dude that just body slammed this dad is gonna be like the coolest kid in school forever now. And Baldy Jones has now officially acquired the largest L in history. Like, I really don't think there's a way for Baldy Jones to ever live this down, ever. Anyways, as I said, the crowd's going wild. Everyone's screaming, jumping, freaking out. And, you know, the problem with everyone freaking out is that what they were doing to block the teachers at that point is like this group of kids had kind of locked arms together and made a human chain to block off the entrance to this parking lot. And the teachers could either go around and hop the chain link fence or like try to get through this human chain. But when everybody starts jumping, putting their hands in the air, freaking out, the chain obviously breaks. And at that point, teachers start rushing in and they start trying to like, you know, subdue the madness. And they have to pull the kid off Baldy Jones because he's just going savage mode on him. Like, who do you think you are to clothesline me? Blah, 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 blah. They break it up. They pull apart Edward and the other guy. And that's when Edward and Baldy Jones start screaming that, like, they just got jumped. They just got unfairly attacked. They're going to be suing. And listen, I understand that it's America and everybody threatens to sue everyone every 12 seconds, but I just feel like when there's security camera footage of you clotheslining somebody and then that person body slamming you, you might not want to bring up charges. Especially because there's security cameras and a crowd of people that just watched it, bro. Like, listen, I guess it's not okay to lie, but I could understand, like, a little bit more if it had been a situation where there's no cameras and nobody there and you can just say what you want. You're in a parking lot at a school, bro. They've got, like, 50 different angles of that, dude. Like, a literal crowd of 800 people just watched you do it. What are you talking about? Anyways, at that point, the teachers just want to calm it down, so they, like, pull them into the office to discuss what happened. And nobody really knows what goes down in the office, but Edward gets expelled. His dad gets, like, a bar placed on him where he can never come back to the school. but for some reason doesn't get like arrested for it. I guess it's something like the parents of the kids involved have to want to, or like, I don't know, something technicality or whatever. Regardless, I will say that Edward probably learned his lesson. I'm gonna assume that he's never gonna go after and spray anybody with any type of condiment ever again, and if he does, he's definitely not gonna call his dad for backup, because it did not go well last time. But yeah, anyways guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought, of course, and if you really want to help me out, you can check out the intro song down below, along with a link down there to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. Or, of course, you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout if you're going to get the best energy drink for gamers by gamers. You might as well use code SCRUBBY. And last but certainly not least, as we all know, October is upon us, which means Halloween is coming up. And if you take a look at your screen now, you'll see the coolest Halloween merch to ever exist in the history of the planet, which can be yours with a trip down to the description. But yeah, on that note, guys, I think that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a subscriber story that was sent in to me about food fights. You know, I personally have a little bit of experience with this topic. About 2 years ago, I told a story about this food fight that I started one time, and I thought mine was pretty cool. You know, I was like, yeah, not to toot my own horn, but I started a food fight. Considering that, like, mine ended up with the vice principal getting smacked with a trash can, I thought that was pretty out there. But somehow, that seems like child's play compared to what this dude sent in. I'm not even kidding you, dude. Somehow, compared to this, like, mine is nothing. But before we get into it, I'm gonna ask you guys to go ahead and press the like button. It really helps out the channel, and you gotta be sure to press the like button, or no joke, no scam, you guys are going to get smacked in the face by a bratwurst. And not even a cooked one, just a raw one, a raw, sweaty brat smacking you in the cheek. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. So, you know, we all know food fights are pretty iconic at this point. For some reason, American culture has just really grabbed on to, like, flinging food at each other in the middle of a school gymnasium as something that everybody should do at least once. Every movie that I remember growing up had, like, that one scene where kids are lining up, throwing stuff at each other. Some kid in the band ends up using his tuba as a weapon. There's trumpet bazookas, the only time band equipment's ever been useful. Usually it's just, you know, pure chaos. Well, this sub that I'm gonna name Eddie for the rest of this video particularly loved the idea of getting into some rambunctious trouble with a food theme. One thing that he had always wanted to do was, like, start a food fight. And this is the part where, for the purpose of YouTube, you know, and just not being a bad influence, I have to do a little bit of a disclaimer. You should not start a food fight, alright? I really don't think any of you guys should do it. You're gonna get in trouble for it. You're gonna get suspended more than likely. And on top of that, it's just really not cool to do to the janitor. You know, he's gotta clean up a lot of food that he wouldn't have had to otherwise, and I'm gonna take a gander that cleaning up a school already sucks. So that being said, now that I have the disclaimer out of the way and the monetization bot's gonna leave this green, Eddie had decided that because he loved the idea of a food fight so much that he was going to start one. You know, he just felt like certain experiences you just gotta take life by the balls and enjoy, and he felt like slinging mayo at his classmates just happened to be one of them. And he knew he was going to be getting in trouble, he knew he'd probably be getting suspended, and he had also decided to volunteer to clean it after the fact. He was going to get some friends that were going to help him start the food fight. He figured he had a couple dudes that he would recruit, and, you know, he made sure before he thought of anyone that he would bring on board that they would be okay with staying and cleaning too, just because they didn't want the janitors to have to deal with all that mess either. So he comes up with this plan. He knows he's going to need a couple friends just because the odds of one guy being able to start a food fight is slim to none, and, you know, the odds of that same one guy cleaning up the entire food fight if he does start one would also really suck. But one thing that he ends up finding out really quick is, like, not everybody else has this dream that he does of being in a food fight. You know, a lot of people think it's cool, they've seen it in movies, but, like, they don't actually want to be involved in starting it because, you know they're gonna get in trouble, they know they're probably gonna get suspended. So naturally, getting people on board to help him with his little plan is a little bit difficult. So he spends some time kind of like tracking people down. He gets rejected a whole lot. He kind of decides that he's gonna really seriously invite some people. And you know, I almost gotta wonder, like, if he's done this much thought into it, trying to figure out who would be on board, is it a compliment or kind of an insult if he, like, decides to ask you, you know?
I can't lie, obviously, like, I was involved in a food fight too, so I'm an idiot, but I'm openly an idiot. Like, this guy, in order to invite you on board, had to have gone, nah, I'm pretty sure he's stupid enough to get involved in this. Like, the criteria before he asked anybody was they have to at least be, like, this dumb, you know, at least as dumb as that guy on YouTube is. So, you know, I'm not quite sure if I would be complimented or a little bit bothered if I got invited, but nonetheless, he goes around asking people to join, gathering up these people. And finally, once he gets a list of people that are on board, you know, that are interested, not fully committed yet to like actually going through with it, but you know, enough to get a little bit more information, he adds everybody to this group chat. Which probably is not the best idea, bro. Group chats where you're planning something that can get you in trouble just seems like a really bad idea because it just takes one person leaking screenshots for all y'all to get wrecked. But whatever, he opens it up like some weird multi-level marketing pitch, dude. Like, I probably would have left just based on what he said his first message was to this group chat. Basically, he opened it up with like a message, you know, hey guys, I have an amazing opportunity for you guys, and all you have to do is help me with this one thing. Which totally sounds like he's about to ask me to join a, not a pyramid scheme, a triangle business model, you know, whatever they're telling themselves to make them feel better these days. I also love that he called it an amazing opportunity. Like, you know, you would think that an amazing opportunity you're offering to people would be a good job or maybe some training that would make them, you know, have a good experience or something. I wouldn't necessarily call starting a food fight an amazing opportunity. Sorry, my dog's joining. Because, you know, in my opinion, that's just a little bit more risky. You're probably going to get in trouble, and chances are most people are going to look at you like a jerk on the administration after the fact, so just school in general is going to be a lot more difficult. Not amazing, but hey, to each their own. It worked, though, because everybody in the group chat was like, all right, well, what's this amazing opportunity? You've got my interest. Somehow, that's all it takes, dude. That's all it takes to get people on board. I guess that's why he spent so much time thinking of the type of people that would be down. You know, anyone that would have been like, wait a second, what do you mean amazing opportunity that ends up with me in trouble? That wouldn't have been good for the group, so he had to make sure that they would go along with it, I guess. Man, I don't know. I get a lot of weird messages about, like, I have an opportunity for you, and it's every time I've ever replied to it, it's never actually an amazing opportunity, dude. It's always just some dude trying to sell me something weird or try to get me to join some type of pyramid scheme. But hey, I guess that's why they're ending up in this story about the food fight that went wrong, and I'm the one telling it. He says they should start a food fight that Friday, though. You know, he lets the group chat know his little bitty plan, and as soon as he says what the opportunity is, like more in detail, and I'm using air quotes around opportunity, a little bit more apprehension comes up right away. And people are like, okay, well, what if we get in trouble? And all he starts doing is telling everybody that, like, it would be worth it because it would be so funny, you know, it would be really, really hilarious. And, like, some people are buying it. A couple of people leave. They're just not down to get wrapped up in it. However, he ends up with enough people to be like, no, I'm listening after the MLM pitch and then the details of how they should start a food fight. And I will say, everybody that at that point was still on board has to be some of the realest, like, friends around. You know, everybody has that one group of friends that they get, like, especially dumb with, you know? I've got a lot of good friends, a lot of people that I would consider a pal of mine, but, like, there's the boys where the funniest, just dumbest stuff goes down. And I feel like the group of people that ends up after all the negatives have been laid out in one motivational speech are still like, yeah, let's start a food fight, are the definition of the boys for this dude. So he gets his little gang of vandals that's down to commit some stupidity, and they start really coming up with a super detailed plan now. Like, obviously, they knew they were starting a food fight on Friday, but, like, they didn't know exactly how it was going to go down, who was going to do what, all that stuff. So when they start talking about it, they're kind of like, all right, well, we could all sit together at a table, and then, you know, as we're sitting together, we could, like, just start a food fight. And the ringleader of it all, Eddie, is kind of like, no, I don't know if that would really work, because at that point, all it would take is one teacher kind of coming over to us, kind of shutting us down, or other people just looking at us like we're super stupid and not getting involved. So they decide that the best approach is to have everybody kind of split up and sit at different tables. You know what I mean? And so they're gonna have like one guy in one corner, one guy in another corner, one guy in each corner, actually. I'm not gonna just say each one corner 4 times. And then they're gonna have one dude in the middle, because there were 5 people that were super down. And then from there, they were gonna start throwing food in kind of just every direction, not really caring what direction it was getting thrown at, just because they figured if somebody got hit with something that they would probably throw food back. So they synchronized their watches, which had to have felt so cool, dude. I'm sorry, man. Like, that's got to be one of the coolest feelings ever. All right, guys, let's synchronize our watches. And so they decide that at 11:35 on the dot, they're going to start throwing food. And they decide that they're going to go with, like, all using the same type of food that they think would be the best to start a food fight. And the option that they pick is Go-Gurt, which, you know, in my opinion, has got to be one of the nastiest ways to get it started because, like, damn, bro, yogurt is already just kind of gross if you think about it. Getting it in your hair is really gross, but, like, this is the food fight equivalent of a bioweapon. Do you know what I mean? Imagine just getting hit in the head with some Go-Gurt. It gets stuck in your hair. Now your hair is going to smell like yogurt forever. Nobody wants to smell like yogurt. Plus, on top of that, the way that they, like, engineeringly to come up with their plan is that they're kind of going to use it like a grenade. So they're going to throw it, and as it's going, it's going to shoot liquid down and cause a big mess. But then when it lands, it's kind of going to splat and kind of get everything on the table covered. The entire table is going to get splattered, and they're all going to be pissed. So basically, they find out that a Go-Gurt is the basic, like, grenade version that they're going to use in this scenario. And it's also really easy to keep a ton of them in your backpack. Like, really, really incredibly easy. Anyways, Eddie, the ringleader of this all, they're like, all right, I'm down, fine, but I'm not paying for the yogurt. Like, that's the one thing. I'm not going to pay my own money to get the supplies that I'm going to get in trouble for. Like, if I'm going to be an idiot and get suspended for somebody else, they got to pay for it. So Eddie goes to the grocery store and just starts buying tons of Go-Gurt to the point where he has a shopping cart that's like full of Go-Gurt boxes. And you know, when he went to check out, I just want to know what the cashier was probably thinking. Probably that he's just a weirdo with like a yogurt fetish or something. I'm not gonna lie, when I worked at a grocery store for a couple years, I was always judging what people were buying. I wasn't a cashier, but like, you know, if I was bagging groceries or walking by somebody, they had some weird stuff, I definitely took note. So you know that when this dude walked up with a cart full of nothing but Go-Gurt, her thoughts had to have been like, oh boy, I don't know what this guy's up to, but all I know is his parents are gonna be disappointed in it. And out of any type of yogurt you could take a cart full of, it's like Go-Gurt, you know? Like, out of any of them, you know? Not even a variation of yogurt. You can't even be like, I own a restaurant. Like, what possible excuse could you possibly have for having just a cart full of Go-Gurt? I really enjoy handing out free yogurt. Like, that's a little creepy, too. There's no way out of this without seeming weird. That's just what it is. Anyways, he gets all the Go-Gurt, and the next morning before school, they meet up, and everybody gets 3 boxes of the stuff. So they had 15 boxes of it. Everybody gets some, and they end up taking it out of the boxes to the point where it's just kind of like the loose sleeves, and it kind of looks like machine gun ammunition, but if it was yogurt, and they just kind of stuff it in their backpack. They hadn't brought any real school materials that day. They were just kind of planning on using their backpacks to like store all this stuff until lunchtime. So they fill up everything. The Go-Gurt Edition JanSport is a go. Probably felt pretty cool on their back, either like a waterbed, you know, maybe a little bit of a massaging action of like all the Go-Gurt conforming to their back. You never know. And the brave souls get ready for it. Their mission to go down in history as making the food fight. I don't know. You don't really go down in history that much. I don't think anyone really remembers you. Anyways, lunch ends up coming, and everybody goes to their tables where they're going to be sitting until the food fight starts. Everybody's chilling. And 5 minutes before everything's supposed to go down at 11:30, someone ends up texting the group chat, and they say that the entire table that they're sitting with is going to help them throw the Go-Gurt. They're down to do it. So, like, all 6 people at the middle table where that kid are sitting, they're going to help, which honestly just makes it even more likely that this is going to work, because if they're just throwing yogurt in every direction from the middle of the lunchroom, it's hard to tell where it's coming from, and it's just going to help to have a lot more hands helping, you know what I mean? So they're all pretty excited about that. And after that, it kind of goes radio silent, and everybody's just saying their Hail Marys, getting ready for the D-Day of food fighting. And then it happens, dude. It's 11:35, and from the left corner of the lunchroom, the first tube of Go-Gurt just starts flying. And as it's kind of spinning through the air, they had ripped the tops off, and it's like dumping yogurt onto all the tables and everybody in its path, and then one from another corner, and pretty soon, they're just flying through the sky. The sky is filled with Go-Gurt tubes just going everywhere, dude. And it wasn't really like they were aiming. Their goal was to just affect as many tables as humanly possible. So, you know, ripping them open and tossing them like just as far across the lunchroom as they can. I would compare it to kind of trying to fish with a hand grenade. You don't really care where the grenade goes. You're just trying to drop it off the boat because it don't really matter. You're hitting something. The sky looks beautiful, dude. You know, the colors of Go-Gurt tubes filling the air. Just imagine the most beautiful sight you've ever seen. Like the Wizard of Oz with all the flying monkeys. And just as fast as all the tubes are flying, they, like, the first ones that are thrown start to land. And that's when it starts to go a little bit out of control. The splattering tubes are going everywhere. People are getting smacked with it. Like, even people that had somehow avoided being hit with stuff falling from the sky are now just getting it all over the place. People are screaming because they're all getting splattered, and as the tubes are hitting the tables, it's like bow, 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 bow. Starting to sound like a Blue Man Group concert, and as soon as the tubes start landing, other food starts flying back. People are just trying to throw any food back because they're pissed. They just want any type of revenge, even if they don't know where it came from. And the food fight is on. Their plan had worked. Like, as soon as people start throwing back, slices of pizza, you're on, because if you guys are only throwing Go-Gurt, it's really easy to tell when other people get involved. So as other stuff starts flying back and forth, now the sky is just covered in food. Like, what was once just a barrage of Go-Gurt tubes is now turned into just every type of food imaginable. And the teachers are trying to get stuff under control, yelling at kids, threatening detention, but when the entire lunchroom is going crazy, like, none of that stuff matters. It doesn't matter how much you yell at them to please stop. They're just not going to. And the mess is starting to pile up, like the floor is covered in food, it's covered in sauce, it's covered in yogurt. And the principal, who's trying to, contain the mess as much as humanly possible and calm everybody down, he gets up in front of the gymnasium, like at the top of it if it was in a map. And as I said, it's kind of laid out like an auditorium, so they had this little stage up there with a microphone where they could do announcements, tell people to leave, all that stuff. And he hops on and makes this announcement about how, everybody needs to stop doing this in his cafeteria or it's going to be a problem. And keep in mind, he said, don't do this in my cafeteria. And those exact words were probably the biggest mistake he could have possibly made. I don't think he really had any way of knowing it at the time, but he just sealed his fate to a mess much bigger than could be contained, So somebody, when they hear that's not with the original group, by the way. Like, this guy's just kind of somebody who's been throwing food and isn't really involved directly with them, says, okay, if he doesn't want it in the cafeteria, let's go to his office then. And usually in a normal situation where everybody's calm, everybody's thinking things through, they would go, I don't really know if it's worth it to go trash the principal's office with food because, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. But keep in mind, it's just a mob mentality now. Everybody's freaking out. Everyone's been throwing food. So, because everyone's so caught up in the moment, they just go, yeah! And the doors of the, auditorium lunchroom thing swing open, and down the hall is, the office where, the aides are, all the paperwork gets done, vice principals, principals, all that stuff, and they just start going down the hallway towards the office. This mob of food-covered, angry kids just marching down there, screaming stuff like, we're gonna destroy the office, just going absolutely crazy. And obviously, as they're going down the hallway, teachers are kind of looking out, classes that are going on are looking out, and they're trying to stop them like teachers are, but the kids aren't listening, and even some kids from the classroom start, joining them. And they burst into the office, scare the absolute crap out of the secretary, who was expecting to have, a quiet little lunch hour. Now there's just a mob of screaming kids there, and they just start throwing food that some of them still had. Not the Go-Gurt gang. At this point, they're not throwing anything. They're just caught up in the chaos. They're in the office, though. People start throwing everything that they have. They start breaking stuff. They just going bananas in the office. All because the principal said, don't do this in my cafeteria. And technically, they listened to him. They weren't doing it in the cafeteria anymore. And it doesn't matter how many teachers come in and yell. It doesn't matter the secretary yelling anything. The mob is just going crazy. Every adult's trying to stop them, but the office is just getting destroyed. And they're kind of in the front room as the office. But as the mob kind of keeps coming in from the lunchroom, it just keeps coming and coming. They get pushed deeper and deeper into that front office. And pretty soon, literally everything is filled. Basically the vice principal's office, counselor rooms, janitor closets, you name it, kids are in there making messes, smearing food all over the place, breaking stuff. It's literally like a riot is going on now in the front of this school. And now that the angry mob is in here and they're breaking furniture and absolutely going crazy, the Go-Gurt gang, which is what I'm going to call them from now on, is kind of just sitting there looking at each other, realizing that this went way too far. They did not want this to go this crazy. They just wanted a fun food fight, not a prison riot. And over the intercom amongst all this chaos comes, we called the police, you guys need to stop this, this is out of control. And what original plan was for the Go-Gurt gang to kind of turn themselves in and clean up everything, except now they are just kind of yeah, we're not gonna do that. Because it's gotten so absolutely out of control, they're not too keen on getting caught. They were originally going for a food fight. They really did not mean for any of this to happen. So they start trying to find a way to get out of the school. They're just walking through all this chaos in the exit, and as they're going towards the exit, they have to walk past a lot of the offices, and they're kind of realizing just the extent of how crazy the rest of the kids at the school have gotten. There's like broken fax machines, there's printers that have been thrown, there's desks are all broken, holes in walls. Like, they're kind of in shock just looking at all of this because it's literally like, you would have thought a mini tornado came through here. The Tasmanian Devil from Space Jam 2 pulled up and started spinning. Like, it looks like there was just absolute chaos going on in here. They're kind of in shock. They're not really talking, but they finally get outside the doors towards the parking lot. And once they're in the parking lot, they just start sprinting to the car as fast as humanly possible. Now, instead of like food flying through the air, only the sound of sirens is filling it, you know, just absolutely dreading the fact that there's a lot of cops coming to calm it down. I don't really know what they must have said to the police, like, hey, we have a riot at the school or something. All I know is sirens are never a very relaxing feeling, but I'm sure when you're the people that low-key started this food fight, they're even more horrifying. So they hop in the car and they're trying to leave, but they're kind of looking behind them. And it looks like a lot of other kids that might have been throwing food or doing something bad are also trying to leave. So the parking lot's pretty clogged up because, you know, there's cops coming in, there's people trying to leave. No one can get in or out. So at that point, they're like, all right, well, we're stuck here, so we just have to sit in the car and wait and just try to act normal, you know? Except they knew as a group that it would be more suspicious if they were acting normal. So they have the two people in the front act normal and the two people in the back like get down and start hiding. And then they had two kids crawl into the trunk to hide. Obviously, I don't recommend any of this. It's very, very dangerous. I wouldn't do it. But they were just trying to think of ways to look as less or least suspicious as possible. And in the silence, the guy in the front kind of starts talking and everybody's talking. The guy in the passenger seat, the guys in the back. And they're all talking about how stuff escalated way more quickly than they expected, and like this was a big mistake and how stupid it was and how much they regret it. And as they're talking about how much they're regretting it, the two people in the front are the only ones that can see, and they're just watching all these cops kind of come in and calm the school. They're pulling up, kind of yelling at people, getting everybody to chillax. It looked like most of the school had kind of been evacuated fire alarm style, like to this giant field, and was lining up. And as that's happening, one of them happened to have their window cracked and the intercom goes off and it's like, everyone in the parking lot, come back in, don't leave the school, you know, if you leave, you will be marked absent, all that stuff. And the Go-Gurt gang is like, all right, well, we're already in the car and it would be a lot easier for us to just leave and risk getting marked absent than it would be to like go back in and explain you guys getting out of the trunk because somebody's gonna see us. So they decide to just wait, and a lot of the other cars at that point also just aren't leaving, but like traffic starts to clear up, they start getting moving, some of the people just repark and aren't leaving, and as soon as they can, they get out of there. They're like, all right, we're gone, we're not sticking around to figure out what happens, that's for sure. And the most surprising part about all of this is usually when I get these stories at the end, it's like, da-da-da, somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut and we got in trouble, but apparently, as far as I can tell from what they sent in, Eddie and his boys have not gotten in trouble. I think the key to that is just keeping your mouth shut, you know? Like, don't go around bragging to everybody that you were the guys that started the food fight that destroyed the office, because somebody's going to turn you in to try to get, like, you know, a grade boost or something. If you guys just know that you guys started the food fight and you're cool with just keeping that between you guys, then by all means, chances are it's a lot less likely to get you in trouble. And I will also say it's probably also not priority number one. Priority number one for the school is trying to find the people that broke the fax machines and the printers, if I had to guess. I guess I'm not running a school, so I don't really know, but do you know what I mean? No matter what happened, though, this definitely got way too far. I don't recommend anyone destroying their school. That just seems dumb to me because you're the people that need the school. Like, if you just make your principal's job harder to do, that's only going to affect you in a negative way, but hey, whatever. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button, comment down below, and subscribe. If you don't know what to comment, go ahead and comment the word air duster down there. It helps the video do better and hit recommended. Also, while I got your attention, I ended up starting up a little bit of a shorts channel so I can just post, you know, minute-long videos, story times in shorter format, all that good stuff on there. I'll put a link to that in the description. And other than that, you can also get yourself some of the merch on screen now. It's pretty cool if you ask me. That can also be found down there. And last but certainly not least, I got a podcast too, and if you use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout, you get yourself a bit of a discount. Yeah, that's right, the best energy drink for gamers gets yourself a discount with code SCRUBBY. Don't you forget it. And yeah, on that note, guys, like, comment, subscribe. That's everything I got for today. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
All right, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time that was sent in to me by a subscriber about a neighborhood kid that he knew that was a little bit too addicted to Minecraft and ended up destroying his house because his parents didn't want him to play it anymore. I figured it would be perfect for the channel, so without further ado, let's get into it. The one thing that really sucks about having crappy neighbors is that, you know, you don't really get to do much about it. You don't get to pick the people that live next to you. I know how that is. Sometimes neighbors can be weird, a little bit crazy, and you're just kind of stuck with it because they bought the house next door. And especially when you're younger, it sucks to have like a weird kid in the neighborhood because you really can't do much to escape them. If you and your friends are riding bikes outside and the weird kid comes outside and starts telling you guys how his scabs taste, you really can't do much other than ride your bikes away. But even then, he could still follow you, you know? Nothing sucked more than back in the day when the weird neighborhood kid would show up and be like, "You guys want to know what the demons in my head have been saying?" No, not really, Jack. I really don't want to know. We're just trying to play 3 flags up here. I don't care about what the demons in your heads are saying. But that's another story. Anyways, the subscriber had a kid in the neighborhood like that. Not necessarily with the demons, just someone that sucked to hang out with. And I'm gonna name him Eric with a K, alright? It doesn't really matter if it's a C or a K, but I'm specifying. I don't want anyone to say the Scrubs universe lore isn't detailed. I'm specifying how the Eric was spelt, alright? I'm committed to detail. And Eric was the type of kid to get really hyper aggressive for no reason. Like if the neighborhood kids were playing with Nerf guns, he would just start chasing people around with the Nerf gun, using it as a bat, like the plastic Nerf gun, just swinging it at people as hard as he could. He would be chasing kids around with Nerf guns, swinging it like Babe Ruth. And listen, it doesn't matter how many times you smack everybody on the other team with the Nerf gun, your batting average isn't gonna go up because you're not playing baseball. Obviously, that type of attitude made him pretty unpopular with the rest of the neighbors. Believe it or not, people don't like being beaten with hard plastic during games where that's not the objective, or even in games where that is the objective. What type of games people are playing where they want to be smacked with plastic bats doesn't make sense to me, but hey, maybe people out there are, I don't know, into that type of thing. Seriously though, most of the neighborhood kids didn't really like hanging out with them after that. If you have a notebook where you write down how to make friends, go ahead and jot that down in the notes section. Don't smack people with Nerf guns, okay? Either way, Eric didn't really care if people wanted to hang out or not because he had gotten a new obsession and had stopped spending as much time outside as he used to. Minecraft was relatively new at the time this story takes place. It's a little bit older now. I think Minecraft came out in like 2009, so this is 2010, 2011. Either way, it doesn't matter because no matter what the game was, Eric basically treated it like it was crack cocaine. You know the Pee Wee Herman PSA where he's like, "Now this is crack." It was the same vibe, the way that Eric was addicted to Minecraft. You would have thought that someone had managed to put some nicotine on the screen. He literally would eat, sleep, and breathe Minecraft. You know the annoying people on Instagram that are like, "I eat, sleep, and breathe hustling. All I do is grind." That was him with Minecraft, but legitimately. You know, he wasn't even just hyping it up for the gram. He basically was so addicted to Minecraft that if he could have, he would have legally changed his name to Steve, that level of addiction. But for some reason, it wasn't just like he was really into the video game. He started to think that some of the things you could do in Minecraft somehow also applied to reality. Like, sure, I think everybody went through a Minecraft phase when they were younger. Nothing that weird about that, you know. I played a crap ton of Call of Duty when I was younger, a little bit too into it, kinda cringe. But whatever, that just kinda happens when you're young. But he kind of reached the point where, yeah, reality started to bend a little bit. He was starting to have a Matrix moment. What if the world actually is a block game where physics don't exist? Dreaming that Notch was coming to him and being like, "You will find Herobrine, my son. He is real. You are him. Minecraft is reality." You know, a level of delusion that you just hope nobody ever hits when they get into a video game. I think any video game, it would be especially cringe. Imagine some dude's insanely into Call of Duty. He starts like running around the hallways. Frag out! Some guy gets really into Sims, stops speaking English and only speaks in Sim talk. Like
Like, no matter what game you're into, if it starts to change the way you look at the real world, it's probably time you wrap up playing it and move on to something else. And video games are video games. It should always be obvious that it's not reality. But out of every video game that you're gonna have like a reality bending time with, I feel like Minecraft is the most obviously fake. Graphics aren't good, you know. Not that it would matter what the graphics looked like, but Minecraft doesn't even look close to reality. It's just classic. Also, it's obvious it's not real because there's just blocks floating in the sky. That doesn't really happen. But either way, Eric started letting it change the way he looked at reality. And one of the biggest problems it caused, and the first time they kind of realized he was way too into Minecraft, was when he decided that he was going to tame a coyote. And listen, anybody who's grown up in the desert probably knows that, like, coyotes, for the most part, unless they got rabies or something, are way more afraid of you than you are of them. We're a lot bigger than them, they're pretty tiny, so, you know, there's not many situations where you have a chance to be close to one. And even though they are afraid of humans, it's not necessarily a type of animal I'd be wanting to run after and try to make my friend, because it still is a coyote, and if it bit you, it wouldn't feel very good. But for some reason, Eric had decided that Minecraft had really nailed how to make a wild dog your friend. You know, he was just going to be able to give it some treats, and then all of a sudden, the coyote would want to be his best friend. You know, in Minecraft, you can walk up to a wild wolf, give it some bones, and then it's just like, yes, I will be loyal to you until the day that I die. He decides that he's going to do that with a coyote, and the biggest problem with that is I just don't necessarily think that's how it works. Like, the only thing you might be taking home if you try to corner a coyote and throw treats at it is rabies or a hole in your arm. I don't think you're going to get the pet dog that you think you're going to be getting out of this, but hey, it is what it is. Good luck, bro. And Eric starts telling everyone in the neighborhood that he's gonna have a pet coyote soon, and they're all gonna be jealous because he's gonna have a pet coyote that will protect him, and if anyone messes with him, the coyote will attack them, blah, 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 blah. And obviously, people are asking him how he plans to go about getting a pet coyote, and he just explains that he's going to give it treats until it trusts him, and then it'll be easy to take him home. And when his parents see that the coyote trusts him, then they'll just let him keep it, because obviously, if you're a parent, you'd be totally cool with your kid bringing home a wild animal into the house and being like, no, mom, you don't understand. I gave him enough milk bones. He's really chill now. Like, listen, this isn't a Disney movie, bro. Snow White might have been able to make all the forest animals help her with chores, but I don't think there's any chance that that's how it's going to work out for you. I would have loved to have been like a fly on the wall when that went down, you know? Come here, coyote. I have treats. Why is your mouth foaming, little guy? What's wrong? Anyways, Eric is bragging to anyone in the neighborhood about how he's gonna get this pet coyote, and even though he wasn't very popular in the neighborhood, he had a lot of issues with people, everyone's telling him not to do it. Hey, that's a really bad idea. I wouldn't go try to make friends with a coyote. It's gonna end up biting you, da-da-da-da-da. They don't even really like the dude, but no one wants to see this guy go be an idiot and get eaten by a coyote. And listen, as much as I appreciate them trying to help Eric, sometimes you just gotta let survival of the fittest happen. If someone's dumb enough to think they can go give treats to a coyote and then they're gonna argue with you and you tell them not to do it, good luck, man. Hey, I told you not to at the end of the day, right? Eric is just arguing with everyone, saying that it's going to work because he had seen it work in Minecraft, once again not really understanding that the video game isn't real, but then he takes it a step further and starts asking if any of the neighborhood kids want to help him do it. And obviously, no one's jumping for joy at the idea of wanting to help this dude go corner a wild coyote and throw treats at it, because it wasn't a very fun mission. Not only was he not very fun to hang out with, but the mission itself was insanely stupid. It's not like he came along with a Goonies offer, hey guys, I found a treasure map, let's go find some buried gold. No, it was, hey, let's go harass a wild animal. When nobody jumps for joy to join him and to go on his mission though, he decides that he's just gonna set off alone, so he takes his treats, gets on his bike, and pedals off saying that they'll all see. Next time they see him, he's gonna have a pet coyote. And because he went off alone, nobody necessarily knew what had gone down. The next day, though, the subscriber's outside hanging out with some of his friends playing football, and they see Eric come out of his house with this, like, wrap on his arm. And obviously, it's an injury. So they kind of ask, like, hey, what happened? What's the injury from? Did you end up getting your pet coyote? And he says that he did find a coyote, and he had chased after it on his bike, but the treats didn't work for it, and it had ended ended up biting him when he cornered it. Wow, who could have possibly seen that happening? Oh my goodness, you're telling me an animal was running away from you, so you cornered it and it bit you? Listen, obviously, I don't think it's great that coyotes are out there biting people. But what do you expect to happen? This is like those people that walk up to a tiger in the jungle and like slap it and then are surprised they get mauled. Yeah, I don't think a tiger should maul you, but it is an animal at the end of the day. You probably shouldn't be doing that. It's a coyote, not a golden retriever, but even if you freak out a golden retriever enough, it probably will bite you. I really don't know what he was expecting to happen. They ask for more details, so Eric proceeds to explain that he was on his bike on the trail and he saw a coyote, so he started chasing after it on his bike and it had started running away, as any animal would if you started chasing after it. Imagine you're a coyote just trying to do your coyote thing, you know, eat some trash, and all of a sudden some maniac is chasing after you saying he's going to own you now and he has some treats for you. You'd probably be freaking out running away too. Regardless, he ends up cornering it somehow on his bike and it's backed into the corner and it's snarling at him, not looking too happy, and he had cornered it in one of those areas where there's like the electrical box and the concrete walls around it, so it really had nowhere to go. And it's snarling at him, which is obviously a warning saying, do not get closer to me, I'm an angry coyote. But he got closer and tried to feed it treats. And when he reached out his hand with the treats, instead of taking the treats and saying, thanks man, it had bit him. And he had driven back to his parents' house on his bike and told them that it was a stray dog that had bit him, so they took him to the hospital and he ended up getting taken care of. But the entire time he had stuck to his lie that it had been a stray dog, not a coyote, because he was embarrassed and didn't want his parents to know what had actually happened. And listen, I understand being embarrassed, okay? You thought Minecraft was reality and you were gonna get a coyote to be your pet. I get why you wouldn't want people to know. But then why are you over here just telling everybody about how you managed to corner a coyote and then tried to feed it and are surprised that it bit you? I'm all for not telling people embarrassing stories, but if you don't want people to know the embarrassing story, you can't go around telling them all about it. After that event, though, they kind of didn't know what to say, so they just said, oh wow, that sucks, I'm glad you're okay though. And then Eric spent less and less time outside, which isn't surprising. I didn't think that him being bitten by a coyote would encourage him to be riding around on his bike even more. Especially because he was already wanting Minecraft to be real. If it wasn't real, then he could just go play Minecraft even more, and that's exactly what he did. He spent so much less time outside that he became basically a hermit. Started going full zombie mode, playing Minecraft as much as humanly possible, which, listen, I'm not saying Minecraft is the worst game to be addicted to, but isn't good for anyone. If you're playing any game for like 15, 16 hours a day, it's not good for you. That's kind of a problem. And his parents didn't support it, as his parents shouldn't. If your parents are letting you just play Minecraft for 18 hours a day and not do your homework and are just like, nah, it's totally cool, then they're not doing very good at the whole parenting thing. So his parents end up saying something and say that he's not allowed to play Minecraft that long anymore. They would make him go outside and take breaks from playing games, which is what parents have to do. I'm not gonna fault them for it, but every time Eric would come outside when his parents would kick him off Minecraft, he would act like they were taking away his human rights, man. My mom made me get off Minecraft after only 14 hours of playing. Isn't that ridiculous? It's my right as an American to play video games as long as I want. And all the neighborhood kids that were outside would be like, okay, man, listen, I know that probably sucks, but 14 hours is a very long time to be playing a video game. And he would just say that he hated it and it was so unfair, but it didn't matter because he would wait until everyone else in the house had fallen asleep and then he would go play Minecraft all night, which is once again showing that this guy is insanely addicted to Minecraft. I think everybody had taken their DS and played it late into the night. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if you're setting alarms on your phone to like time your Minecraft playtime so you can play it while your parents are sleeping and then go and pretend to be asleep when they wake up for work every single night, yeah, that's a pretty next level video game addiction you got going on, especially if you're doing it after you convinced yourself that you would make friends with a coyote by throwing treats at it. And this went on for a while, and every time his parents would kick him out to go play outside and take a break from playing video games, he would get angrier and angrier about it. And one day he comes outside and is literally beet red, saying that his parents took his computer away and it was bullcrap because it was his computer and they had no right to do that. Even though his parents had bought it for him and he was probably like sneaking playing Minecraft at 3 in the morning and they caught him or something. He's raging, saying that his parents taking away his computer was basically the equivalent of them not letting him eat, which it's really not the same thing at all. One of them you need to survive, one of them you don't. And everybody that's listening to him rant really doesn't know what to say, but he is insanely pissed, just ranting about how they shouldn't have let him not play Minecraft. It's ridiculous, and he's gonna teach them a lesson. And if they're not gonna let him play, then he might as well just destroy their entire house because they don't deserve it anyways. When he says he's gonna destroy their house, though, everyone he's talking to cringes and tells him that it's not that deep and it's not worth destroying his house, which should be obvious. I mean, I guess it would be annoying, but it's not worth destroying a house over, especially when you live there. Kind of like punching yourself in the face. Like, does he realize if you destroy the house, you still have to live in it, right? If you flood the basement, you still have to live in it. You light the kitchen on fire, you still gotta cook in it. There's literally no benefit to destroying anyone's house if you don't live there, because destroying someone's home is next level, but destroying your own home is especially stupid. Next level stupid. It'd be like buying a car to crash it. No one would learn a lesson but you. Yep, cars still crash even if you're an idiot. Anyways, Eric isn't having it though, and says that when his parents go to work, he was gonna destroy the house. And it was spring break, so there was going to be a couple days this week where all the kids would be home while the parents were gone at work. And everyone in the neighborhood tells Eric not to do it. They say, look, dude, it's really gonna mess up not only your house, but your parents are gonna be even angrier if you destroy everything, so just don't do it if you actually want to be able to play Minecraft more. But they're not close enough to say a whole lot more than that. They don't actually have any pull over him because no one really knows him or is close to him, so they can't really tell him what to do. So he goes back inside pretty confident that, nope, this is the right idea. I'm gonna destroy my house. And the next day, everyone is hanging out because it's spring break and everyone's home for the week, and they're outside playing football. And Eric comes outside of his house beaming from ear to ear, but not like a good smile, a creepy smile. That 500-yard stare, you know, just looking like he definitely just robbed a bank or something. And he's giggling a little bit, but it's a creepy giggle, the type of giggle where you know whatever he thinks is funny isn't that funny. He's gonna be the only person that finds it entertaining. And as he gets closer, it's pretty obvious that he had gone insane on something in the house because he's covered in this white dust. So either he has the worst dandruff of all time and is just shedding skin from the top of his head at a rate that has never been seen, or he's covered in drywall from destroying the house. And as he gets closer, he says that, oh, my living room is destroyed, and he's still smiling as he says it. And that creeps out everybody because why would you be so happy that your living room is destroyed? And one of the other guys in the group says that he doesn't believe that he destroyed his living room and he hopes that he was kidding. And Eric pulls out his phone and decides that he's gonna show them proof. So he goes to photos and turns the phone, and what everybody sees on the screen leaves them shocked. On the screen is photos of his living room, or I guess it would be better to say what's left of his living room, because there are huge holes in the drywall. It's never good to have holes in drywall. I would say it's one of those things that you don't want to have. Holes in the wall, I would say, ranks up there as something you don't want to have in your house. But it's not like there was just little holes where he had punched a hole in the wall. It looked like he had punched into the wall, spread out his hand to grab it, and then like yank it off the wall. There's literally chunks of drywall missing in the living room. The floor is just covered in pieces of it. But it's not like he just stopped at destroying the drywall either. No, apparently he was so mad about not being able to play Minecraft that he had to take it to a level even further than just destroying the drywall, because he had started to rip up giant chunks of the carpet in the living room and ruined it. I mean, just grabbed huge pieces and just ripped it up. Not the entire carpet, but just had like pulled out a foot of carpet here, 2 feet of carpet there, just absolutely ruined it.
And then he slides to a different photo, which is of a different angle, and it shows that the carpet and the wall aren't the only things he's messed with either. Apparently, he had decided to take paint to the couch, because it looked like it had been an insanely nice leather couch at one point. Looked pretty comfortable, and now it's just covered in paint from Eric's little rampage. On this leather couch in paint, he had written that it was so unfair or something like that. Which, yeah, okay, man, it was really unfair that they didn't want you on Minecraft 14 hours a day, so you decided to destroy their entire living room as payback. I'm not saying that I'm in charge of the scales of justice, but even if you think being banned from Minecraft was insanely unfair, destroying the living room is more unfair. I don't think it's very even. One of them is for your own good, because you just don't need to be doing anything for 15 hours a day, and one of them is expensive and destructive and makes everyone not feel safe in the home. And the rest of everyone that he's showing the pictures to tell Eric that it wasn't cool, and he's surprised that they don't think it was the coolest thing ever. Which, obviously, a bunch of strangers aren't going to think it's a good idea to destroy your living room, Eric. And he tries to explain to them that they don't understand. His parents took his computer away and wouldn't let him play Minecraft, so he had to teach him a lesson. I'm gonna say that I disagree with that. Sure. You're really mad that they took away your computer, so you destroyed the living room. Say it again very slowly. If you can repeat that 5 times and don't notice a problem, then there's no helping you anyways. Yeah, I said it 5 times slowly, but I don't get what the issue is. My parents deserve to have their home destroyed. Sure, I have to use the living room too, but I don't regret it. If you don't notice the problem, man, then you're even dumber than I thought. And everyone is stunned by what he's showing them, so the subscriber decides to ask him a question and asks, what are you gonna do when your parents get home and they see this? Which is a fair question. You thought they were mad before because you were playing too much Minecraft. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they're not gonna take too kindly to the whole living room being destroyed with "it's so unfair" written on the couch. But Eric doesn't really have an answer to that question, probably hadn't thought that far ahead, because he just says something about how they'll have to let him play Minecraft more now. And someone else chimes in and asks Eric another fair question, which was, why would they let him play more Minecraft now? Seriously, it's probably the most poorly thought out plan in history if you want your PC back. Should have decided to do some extra chores, maybe clean your room or something, write a letter apologizing. I don't think destroying the entire house is gonna get them more on your side. Listen, Mom and Dad, I thought you guys were drastically unfair. So now I've forced you into a situation where you have to max out the credit card. Deal with it, you absolute morons. And as everyone's telling him that his parents are going to be more pissed and it's not actually going to get him any more Minecraft time, Eric finally gets all wide-eyed because his brain is registering the situation at hand and that it's not going to look very good to anyone. So he starts asking everybody if they would help him. It was like once they pointed out that he was going to get in trouble, it clicked. And he's desperate. Guys, please help me fix the house. I really need help. Come on, you guys gotta help me get out of trouble. And none of these guys know how to fix a house. It's not like they're drywall repairmen. Even if they did know how to fix it, I'm sure fixing a small hole in the drywall is easy. Once you start ripping off entire panels of drywall and ripping up carpet, I think it's a little bit above the standard person's pay grade in terms of what they can repair. And they don't really want to get involved. The last thing you want to do is have a situation where Eric throws you under the bus. And to make matters even worse, it's not like it's the middle of the morning anymore. It's late afternoon, so everyone's parents are going to be home in about 2 hours. So no, they don't want to be involved, and it's up to him to fix it. So he starts freaking out, saying that he's going to find a way to avoid getting in trouble, and runs back into his house, and everyone is left standing there like, wow, that guy's probably screwed. And they probably wouldn't have helped under any circumstance, but they're especially not going to help when the parents are only an hour or 2 away from coming home, because you don't want to be involved in that. Imagine Eric's parents come into the living room all destroyed and all of them just trying to fix it. They're trying to like glue the carpet back together. We're out of Elmer's glue. We used 9 bottles. Oh, hey, your parents are home. I think Eric and his stupid Bob the Builder crew would have gotten in more trouble trying to fix it together. And to be honest, I just wouldn't want to be there when they start yelling at him for destroying the living room. About 4 hours later, though, they know Eric's parents got home and have decided to start arguing with him because they hear yelling. They were in one of their other friends' backyard that was 2 houses away from Eric's house when they start hearing yelling about, like, what did you do? And then Eric yells back about how he wanted to show them why he should be able to play Minecraft more, which is a classic situation. I think everyone's been there, let's be honest. If you have never destroyed your living room to try to earn some more Minecraft time, you're not an American. Anyways, there's a bunch of screaming back and forth, and Eric is not doing a very good job at winning the argument. He's getting shredded because there's really no way to win that argument. How do you prove to your parents that destroying the living room was a good response to them saying you couldn't play Minecraft? So because he's losing, I think he decided to try to escape, so he goes into the backyard, and his parents follow him out there to talk to him. And now they're yelling in the backyard, which makes it a lot easier for them to hear from one backyard over. And as they're going back and forth, Eric starts yelling out that he's gonna go live with his grandma so that he could play more video games, and his mom yells back that he can go ahead because his grandma has no Wi-Fi anyways. And so if he went there, he'd be playing even less video games. And then Eric started yelling at his mom that it was unfair, and if he moved into his grandma's house, they had to pay for the Wi-Fi. Like, what, dude? Okay, you're gonna demand to basically run away, not live with your parents. And then you're also gonna demand that they start picking up the bills so you can continue to play Minecraft at the new house you live at. Yeah, seems fair to me. They're probably gonna be really on board with that one, especially because they're about to have to shell out a bunch of money to fix everything you broke in the living room. What's even more money on top of that, you know? If they really loved you, they would definitely pay for your internet. After that, they ended up going back inside, so the yelling wasn't as clear anymore, and it stopped about an hour later, and Eric didn't end up moving out. He still lived there. But he obviously got in a metric crap ton of trouble, definitely didn't make a good case to end up playing more Minecraft, and he didn't really come outside to play anymore after that. He got a lot weirder at school and just kind of avoided everyone in the neighborhood as if they had the bubonic plague. I don't know if that was more from embarrassment or just thinking that they were haters or what. They don't understand how serious Minecraft can be. The sheer fact that they don't support me and needing to destroy my parents' house to earn more gaming time is why I don't hang out with them. I don't need unsupportive losers in my life. Overall, I would just recommend not destroying your house over Minecraft. It's never gonna help you win an argument with your parents to destroy a bunch of stuff and then be like, hey, if you guys would have just let me do what I wanted, I wouldn't have destroyed anything. If anything, you're just gonna prove their point on why you should not have access to it anymore and look addicted. This guy basically had a Minecraft crack problem. I'm willing to destroy my house if it means getting more of it. Like, okay, yeah, taking away the PC was a good idea. Usually in these stories, the parents that hate video games are over the top, but I think in this situation, they didn't even do anything that bad. Hey, you can't play for 14 hours a day. What? Are you serious right now, Mom? Are you for real? How am I supposed to find diamonds if I'm not playing at least 27 hours a day? I actually want to invent something to slow down the rotation of the earth so days take even longer. So that way I can play even more Minecraft. And if you don't let me, then I'm gonna burn the house down, alright? Last time it was the living room. This time it's pyromania. You don't understand, Mom. I will never become a PvP god if you keep trying to prevent me from gaming 19 hours a day. I'm just saying, I know playing video games all day, every day is fun, but like staying up all night, every night, having a timer to know when your family goes to sleep, that's just next level. I would not recommend taking it that far. It just makes you look like you've got a problem. Anyways, guys, that'll do it for the video, though. If you did enjoy it, I would really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. I've been trying to make the videos longer and longer. This is the second 30-minute video this week, so if you could press the like button to let me know you guys like the longer videos, I would really appreciate it. And also, I didn't want to do it too early in the video. It's also my birthday, so you have to press the like button. I'm guilt tripping all of you because it is my birthday. You have to like and comment, all right? I get to do this once a year, so I'm pulling out the big guns. After you press the like button, go ahead and comment Minecraft down below. I would greatly appreciate it. It just helps the video do better and hit recommended, and obviously I like views because I do this as a job, and views equals money. And rumor has it that if you like and comment on the video, you get a metric crap ton of swag points. I've tested it myself, so go ahead and check it out.
And if you're new and you're not subscribed to the channel, then be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications so you never miss another video. I post one of these every other day. And one other thing I wanted to announce, a lot of you guys have said you want like the reaction stuff back. My third channel, Scrubby, I've been posting once, twice every day, just kind of reacting to news articles and stuff, so feel free to check that out. And other than that, I also do post the audio versions of my story times on Spotify, so if you want to check that out, a link can be found in the description. And there's also a playlist that I made with some of my favorite story times of the year so far, so if you're doing homework, you know, playing video games, want something to listen to, feel free to check that out, link also down below. And on that note, thank you all so much for watching. As I said, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time for y'all about basically the most insane snow fort I've ever heard of. I'm not from a place that has snow. This is a subscriber story that was sent into my Instagram at Scrubby. But regardless, it's a tale of betrayal, fighting, and a little bit of boogies. So yeah, without further ado, I figured it should be something you guys will really enjoy, and let's get into it.
The sun's down and I'm feeling it right. So tell me, little mama, what you doing tonight? You know I'm trying to hit it, I'm not being polite.
Alright, so as I said, I don't know a whole lot about snow forts. I'm from Las Vegas, you know, we have a little bit different stuff going on out here. In all my years of schooling, I only had one snow day in 3rd grade when it was literally 2 inches of snow and we had to shut down because the city doesn't have snow plows. However, the guy who sent in this story and his friends were pros at it apparently, dude. Like all winter, they would start with one fort in somebody's backyard and kind of like connect it to other people's and make underground tunnels in the snow and whatnot. Homie was really out here playing real life Minecraft with the snow. However, one winter, I guess the boys had to come into some conflict, sadly. Basically, for some reason, this particular winter, after they had already kind of started working on the fort, half the group started beefing with the other half. This started before like too much work had really gotten done on the fort. It was just kind of like the main little room, I guess, that they had made at that point. And at one point, while they're waiting for it to be completed, one of the group says something about somebody in the other group's mom. And because it's a bunch of like teenage boys that have very awkward beef with each other, it immediately like turns into fisticuffs. Usually jokes slip and slide when you're with the boys, but once there's some tension, you know, this one's stuck. And somehow the two groups end up like fist fighting inside of this tiny snow fort they're building. There's this brawl going on in the snow fort, basically like a 4v4 in this tiny little room. Probably felt like Luke in the ice cave when that one monster took him there in Star Wars. There's this brawl going on in this fort, dude. I've never fought in a snow fort, but I'm guessing it's gotta be pretty hard. People are like punching the walls on accident, you know? Not that the walls are super hard, they are just kind of icy snow, but I've never punched icy snow. Would that hurt? And finally, it like makes its way out of the fort, and the two groups kind of separate and are now just kind of staring at each other, talking crap back and forth. They're kind of scared to continue fighting now that they're out there. And one of them from the other group says to the group of the kid who sent in the story, like, we can build a better fort than you anyways. Which is honestly a pretty lame way to end a fight. Like, how are you guys gonna have a bench clearing brawl in the middle of your snow fort and then end it with, I'm gonna build a better snow fort than you? Like, come on, you literally just fought with your friends that you've made snow forts with for years, and now that's how you're gonna end the friendship, is like some silly snow fort competition. However, I guess the vibe with everybody kind of being scared to continue fighting, like it just made sense for everybody to agree to kind of like, no, we could build a better fort than you. So suddenly the fist fight kind of turned into them like yelling at each other about who could make the better fort and who would actually be useful, and they split up. So now there's two groups, right? And they're kind of in this turf war, I don't really know what you would call it, over their snow forts. They're in the battle of the ages, dude. You know, one day 900 years from now, historians will sit together and regale the tale of the time the kids in the snow fort ended up fighting. And as I've said, this group of kids did live pretty close to each other, so the one group of kids that had splintered off from the main group went a few backyards down to start working on their fort to be better than theirs. And you know, one thing we don't really have in Vegas, along with the lack of snow, is big backyards. Like, our backyards aren't big, but apparently these guys were big enough to the point where, like, by the time they got 2-3 backyards away, they could just kind of barely make out the other group working on their fort. So the original group is kind of standing there realizing that they're working on a fort, and they're like, all right, well, we should probably fix what we had so far so we have a head start and start connecting it to different things. So they start building tunnels, just different places, trying to just, you know, strategically place like foxholes for somebody to be able to pop up with some snowballs. I'm gonna be honest, the fact you can even build tunnels, like connecting forts, is insane to me. As I said, bro, I never had the opportunity to do it. I didn't realize that Snow was basically just like a build your own fort game. Y'all are lucky I was never born anywhere with a crap ton of snow, or it would have been over for y'all. I would have been making forts so big, the United States government itself would have been knocking on my door like, please come work for the government. We need you designing forts, son. And you know what I would have told him? Hey, okay, maybe for the bag. You think I'm gonna be designing forts for free? Hell nah. So they start making their new forts and connecting the two together. And the other fort had been kind of up this hill in somebody else's backyard to kind of get a little bit of a high ground. And the way they had built it was to look as inconspicuous as possible, try to blend it into the landscape. One of the guys ends up put on snowball duty, and his job was to just make snowballs and leave them everywhere, I guess, so that way they always had ammunition. And they spend a few days just kind of working on this tunnel in the new fort, refortifying their current fort, making tunnels, making snowballs. It honestly must have felt like a really old school siege battle, dude. I wish I could have been there. Like, knowing that you're preparing for battle and being able to see the enemy team and just know they're doing the same thing, but like not actually being able to see what they're up to. So the two forts are growing. And, you know, they're nearing the completion of their secret tunnel to connect the two forts, the one that kind of had the high ground and the one on the low ground, when the guy who's in charge of making snowballs runs in, like, all frantic. He's like, guys, I can't see the other team anymore. Like, they didn't really know what they were up to specifically, but one thing that was consistent is that they could kind of watch each other work on their forts. Like, you could see people going in and out or moving back and forth, but the snowball kid ran in and said that everybody had, like, stopped moving. There was no movement whatsoever from the other fort. And listen, as somebody who's had my fair share of fort battles with Nerf and whatnot, usually when the other team goes missing, bro, it means they're on their way to attack. Because if they weren't, like, why would they fake an attack, bro? That just wastes everybody's time if everybody gets super paranoid or, like, you know what I'm saying? So chances are they're on the way. So Snowball Guy is talking to him, kind of being like, I think people are coming. And at that point, when they know an attack's coming, they start scrambling to their battle stations, bro. They start running all over the place, picking up snowballs, like moving to all these different places, closing doors. And that's when it happens. Snowballs start smacking this like blanket thing they had as a door on their main entrance. And they are throwing snowballs so fast, like the other team, and so many of them, that the blanket is just kind of like fluffing, just boom, 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 side to side, because so much stuff and hitting it. And as one of the snowballs hit the blanket, I guess it like moved to the right. And as it moved to the right, another one of the snowballs comes like sailing through the little gap in the blanket, flies by the door, and smacks one of the kids right in the face, like dead center, nose, mouth, upper lip area. Just the perfect shot. Honestly, there's no way anyone outside the door could have aimed a shot that well, to be honest. But regardless, he gets smacked in the face really, really hard. He is, like, just on the ground. Now, I don't know if this is normal. Like I said, I've never really had a crazy intense snowball fight. But he said that they had basically frozen their snowballs and, like, put ice in the middle. And the purpose of doing that is to make it hurt way, way more. So while a snowball is usually supposed to, like, pop, you know, I'm imagining something kind of similar to the cartoon. This one had just kind of smacked the kid in the face, and it was like getting hit in the face with a chunk of ice, like solid rock. So the kid who it hit now has a bloody nose, there's blood going everywhere, and he's pissed off. He's like, those assholes, you know, how dare they, like, throw ice at my face? I'm bleeding. This is supposed to be a fun game. Are you kidding me? And at this point, it's basically war, dude. If you start throwing frozen snowballs at people to, like, hurt them more, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're asking for just all-out 1v1 war situation. I guess, like, 4v4 in this particular instance. But regardless, bro, you just can't go around pelting people in the nose with, like, a rock and then expecting them not to get mad and retaliate at you whatsoever. That's just wishful thinking. All right, guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for a second. On screen now is actually a PlayStation gift card. I give away away one of these gift cards every single video here on this channel. I give one of them away, sorry, as a way to just say thank you to everyone who's subscribed with notifications on. So if you haven't already done that, subscribe, turn on notifications so you never miss another video. It's free and you got nothing to lose. And if you're already a member of the sub squad, the notification squad, all that good stuff, then thank you so much. You help out the channel a ton, and I'll let you guys get back to the video. Thanks. So at this point, they start digging through their snowballs to find the most frozen ones to return fire and like hurt them back. So they start grabbing some, and at that point, the other crew starts like coming into the fort. So they start throwing snowballs back at them point blank a lot closer, and obviously, regardless of like whether or not you guys started it, in the moment when you start getting hit in the face with frozen snowballs, I doubt you're like, oh, haha, we have started this, we have this coming. No, you're just getting hit in the face with frozen snowballs, so you just start like swinging on people, bro. So there's another fist fight just going brazy in the middle of this fort, dude. Round 2, it's the same fort that they kind of had done it in originally. And now there's other kids that are bleeding because getting hit in the head with like a frozen ice ball point blank does do that sometimes. So everyone's fighting, there's blood all over the snow, and now they start destroying the fort. They start like kicking it, they start breaking it. They're like, you guys are idiots, you wanted it this way, like you hurt us, now we're gonna destroy your fort. And they just start destroying the fort as the original team is like fighting them back not to. And it's at that point he realizes that one of the kids in his group has gone missing. They don't know where he went. And as they're destroying the fort, they like tear down the roof, and where the other fort is kind of up on the hill, and it can look down into the original fort. And when they break the roof, he sees a kid in a beanie sitting in their fort, and he tells his team to run, and they run out. And right when that happens, the dude on top of the hill just starts lighting up the middle of this fort with an airsoft gun, bro. He had like seen that it was getting crazy in there. He went, gets his airsoft gun, and now he's just full autoing into this hole in the roof where all of the other kids are. And they're screaming, they're like, ow, oh my god, what is going on? And they start running back out, but when they run back out, those kids are still sitting there. They start throwing like the ice snowballs at them. And finally, they're like, stop, 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 truce, we give up, we give up. And like they all stop, and they're all sitting there, bro. They're all bruised, they're all messed up, and they're realizing that like they just destroyed this snow fort, bro. It's gotten so crazy that this is the second time they've had fisticuffs over a snow fort. And I'm just saying, I don't care how dope the snow fort is, it's not worth losing the boys, genuinely. So they decided at that point to forgive each other. The fact that they were able to squash the beef is pretty impressive. I'm petty, bro. I'm gonna be honest. If somebody had like shot me with an airsoft gun at point blank range and then made my nose bleed, I don't know if I'd be able to just be cool with it. But I guess since they all went crazy, they agreed to forgive each other. Kind of like mutually assured destruction. Like, okay, we all just turned into cavemen over a snow fort, so none of us really have the right to judge anyone else who turned into a caveman over a snow fort. It's like that scene from Step Brothers. I had to watch my own son use a bike as a weapon. Like, these kids are in the backyard with wiffle ball bats beating each other in the name of snow fort superiority. What really is crazy, though, is how that one kid just decided to go up and JFK it, dude. He's like, hey, if I get my airsoft gun, I know they're gonna destroy the fort and I'll get my chance. He was waiting for that moment, dude. Real life Call of Duty, I got him flank executed. Realistically, though, I just want to know where the parents were during all this. Like, you're telling me there's basically too many gang wars going on in your backyard and none of the parents ever stepped out to make sure everything was okay? They just took your guys' word for it? Hey, I guess that's the way the ball bounces sometimes. At least it was a pretty good story time, you know? Ah, Jeremy, why is your nose bleeding? Nothing, Dad. Me and my friends just beating each other at point blank with rods made out of ice. Sounds like fun. Boys will be boys. This does make me wish I'd grown up in a place with a winter, though. If this is actually real, like if you can build snow forts like this, please let me know in the comment section. Like, I want to believe it's true, but it just seems like it would be way too cool to actually be real. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button, and as I've said, let me know in the comment section down below what you thought, and if you're new, subscribe and turn on those notifications so you never miss another video. You got nothing to lose. If you want more content, I do have a lot of story times on the channel, or I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find a link to that down below in the description, along with a link to the intro song. If you are enjoying that, feel free to go give it a listen. And also in the description is a link to the merch store. I'm pretty biased myself, but the merch is pretty swag-tastic. Like I said, a small bias though. Other than that, guys, the Instagram is @scrubby. If you've got a story you think would be good here on the channel, you can send it to me. I try my best to read
read all of them. I've been getting a lot of them recently. The channel's been growing fast, 1.4 million we just hit. Thank you very much. So I promise I'm trying my best, but you can send me that on there, or my Twitter is at scrubby_69. Use code scrubby at the G Fuel checkout, and yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's poppin', guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video, and today I'm going to be telling y'all the story of the most insane Nerf war I was ever a part of. Alright, I was young, but trust me when I tell you that it was, probably the craziest Nerf war I've ever experienced. Alright, I just figured y'all would enjoy it, so without further ado, let's go.
I'm getting quiet now. Lay low when you reach, so I'm wiping down. Making out, stack the bread.
Alright, so this story takes place at a friend's birthday party. You know, when you're a young kid, birthday parties are pretty much the coolest thing to ever exist. Alright, you get to hang out with the homies outside of school, get up to some shenanigans, everyone's hyped. And at school, this one particular friend had been telling me that we were gonna have a Nerf war at his birthday party, so I better come prepared. And obviously, being a little kid in the 2000s, 2010s, it was very, very obvious that I was always ready for a Nerf war, bro. I just feel like everybody was. So I pull up to this dude's birthday party with my Recon CS6 ready to go, expecting it to be like a fun day of normal Nerf wars where everybody kind of blasts at each other until they're out of ammo, and then you just kind of slowly run around picking up other darts and blasting each other until everybody gets bored and it just kind of ends. That was kind of what I was expecting, because that's just all the Nerf wars that I had been a part of so far. But no, I walk into this dude's house and it's obvious that that's not his plan in the slightest. You see, when I knocked on the door and walked in, his mom had answered, and when his mom answered, she just looked at me and said, "Are you ready for the war?" And I was like, yeah. She handed me a pack of 50 Nerf darts, unsealed, but like 50 Nerf darts in this little ammo pack thing, and is like, "Alright, you're on the blue team." Hands me a blue shirt and says, "Your base is in the backyard." So obviously I'm a little bit confused. I know I'm a part of blue team now, and I head out into the backyard and I see a bunch of other dudes in blue shirts, including the birthday boy. So I walk up to him and I'm like, "Hey man, what's up? Happy birthday." And just trying to like say hi to him. And as I'm explaining to him like, "Hey, what's up? Happy birthday," just saying hello, he grabs me and pulls me down behind this little fort thing that the blue team was hiding behind. And he's like, "Are you crazy? Red team snipers could be anywhere, what's wrong with you just walking up and saying happy birthday out in the open?" And obviously I'm like, "What are you talking about, dude? What?" And like, as I'm asking him what he's talking about and what does he mean by red team snipers, a Nerf dart flies and just smacks right where I was standing. And he's like, "Get down!" And so everybody hits the deck. One dude starts to like shoot Nerf darts back in the general area it came from. And I turn around and look up, and the way his backyard was set up, there was like a balcony above the backyard. And there's a little kid in a red shirt, like our age, one of the friends on the other team, with a Nerf sniper who's like running off the balcony back inside to go to their base. And at that point, I'm like, oh, okay, we're having like a Nerf war. He wasn't kidding when he said that the red team had snipers watching us. Obviously, this is a little bit more intense than what I was expecting. And so I'm kind of like, all right, fill me in on what's gone on so far. What's up? And he starts to tell me that, everyone was spending the night and their plan was to have an overnight Nerf war. Basically the teams right now where the bases was going to be the entire game played the whole time. So like 24 hours straight of a Nerf war. Both teams had a flag in their base, I guess, and the goal was obviously to get to the other team's base and take their flag before they stole yours. A little capture the flag moment. And so I start looking around the blue base, and it becomes obvious to me that these dudes were not here to play. They had literally like fortified our position with boxes and like playground equipment. People were like sitting around drinking Coca-Cola, acting like it was, a bottle of beer, being like, "Oh, what are you gonna do when we get out of the war?" Just little kids being dumb, pretending that like the Nerf war was real life. So we start like, talking about our strategy for how we're gonna win capture the flag. And that's when the birthday boy busts out something that made me realize this was about to be a great time. He says, "Come with me." And we go into this little tent thing, and it's me, the birthday boy, and like 3 other kids on the blue team, right? And he goes, "I made this before the party just so we would have an advantage." And there's this little table in this tent, and he rolls out this piece of paper, and he had taken the time to draw an insanely detailed map of his house, and he had chosen where the red team base was. So he had basically like made this map, and he had literally made a graph, so there was like quadrants, dude. You could make callouts based on this thing. It was like a war zone map, and he's like, "This is what I have, so that way we can plan operations." And obviously everyone's all like, "Okay, well, you're the birthday boy, so you're kind of in
in charge, you know, you gotta let us know what's going on. I feel like that's just the default. Like, if it's someone's birthday party, they get to be in charge of the stupid Nerf war all of you guys are gonna have for the next 24 hours. I feel like that's the least you could do if it's their birthday. And so he starts telling us that, like, we're gonna break up into squadrons, you know, and each squadron's gonna be 3 people on the blue team, and there's 3 squadrons. He was having 18 people spend the night, which honestly, kudos to his mom, bro. The idea of 18 screaming kids running around my house having a Nerf war for 24 hours sounds terrible. Literally, I would like nothing less. You know, I'm glad that she let this story go down, but at the same time, I don't know why she agreed to that. Anyways, we were gonna break up into 3 squadrons of 3, and, you know, that's the blue team, and we were gonna, like, attack the red base, you know, and obviously, we were feeling like we're the coolest people in the planet, dude. I'm drinking Pixie Sticks, I'm drinking Dr. Pepper, and on top of that, I'm planning, like, some top secret Nerf mission. You could have put a purple hat on me and called me Buzz Lightyear, dude. I am ready to run Space Command.
Anyways, we're coming up with what we think is a genius plan. And like I said, it's like me and 3 other dudes in the tent planning this out. And that's when we hear like the 5 other people on the team outside start being like, come out, we're under attack. Bro, and we step out of this like little tent. And when I say tent, I don't want you guys to think that like, you know, he had some command tent in his backyard. You know those little pop-up tents with like the metal frame that have Spider-Man on the outside? That's what we were in planning, right? Anyways, we come out of this tent, dude, and it's almost like somebody had blocked out a portion of the sky with foam. There's just Nerf bullets flying everywhere. It's just doof, 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 doof. And I look up and I see in the balcony that there's like 3 dudes up there. And I don't know if this guy before I came over had the coolest Nerf collection or what, but he had like 3 of the battery powered blasters that fire really fast, and they're just raining down foam. And then, like, as they're raining down foam, obviously we're having to hide a little bit, because if Obi-Wan taught you anything, it's Star Wars, and it's that you can't win a fight if you don't have the high ground. We hear the back door open, and the rest of the red team just comes, like, pouring out to our base, man. And I'm telling you, it was, like, the weirdest feeling ever. We're like, no, they're coming! And blue team, ready to play. We just started firing back, and it was just, like, a Nerf battle, man. People just trying to make runs for it from, like, cover to cover, just getting shredded by foam, you know? And obviously we're all little kids, so we're being dramatic. Like if somebody gets hit by the foam, they fall over, they're like, my leg! It was just the most absurd thing ever. And so finally, after about 10 minutes of being under siege, we had like managed to hold them off. They hadn't really gotten any closer than like they had like this little picnic table thing, like one of those small plastic ones that they had tipped over about 15 feet away, and they were kind of stuck behind that. And finally we heard the leader of the red team on the balcony call a retreat, so they leave, dude. But it was like, you know, unless you've been in a 9v9 giant Nerf war when you're a kid who still loves Nerf guns, you just don't know how awesome it is. And so after that, you know, we're just kind of vibing, doing our thing, coming up with our plan, because we stayed off an attack. And obviously we're a little bit hyped. You know, maybe blue team, I can't lie, was getting a little bit cocky out here. We're like, dude, they sucked. They didn't even get close to our flag. Like, are you kidding me? That was so sad, LOL. And that's when the birthday boy is like, all right, well, when we launch in our attack, you know, we can't underestimate them. We have to make sure that we win this game. And he says that he's going to do a secret plan for when we go invade them, and he needs someone's help with it. And we're all like, well, what's your plan? And he says that, like, he's been watching this movie. And when I explain what he wants to do, probably a couple of you will know what the movie is. He was watching this movie where he had convinced the other team, like in the movie, the bad guy, that he was going to surrender, and he had taped a gun to his back. And so that way, when he got close, he could, like, pull it off. So he wanted us to, like, tape a Nerf pistol onto his back. So that way, just in case during our invasion we got pinned down, he could, like, pretend to surrender and then get them. And for those of you that don't know what movie I'm talking about, it's Die Hard, right? There's the scene where he, like, has the MP5 taped to his back, you know, and surprises the dude. But I hadn't seen Die Hard at that point. I'm 9, you know. It's my favorite Christmas movie now, but at the time I didn't know what was popping. So we're all like, dude, that's so smart. That's the most genius thing I've ever heard. You know, they're not going to check your back, so then you can surprise them. And so we, like, go back into the tent, and we're taping this gun onto his back, this Nerf gun, by the way, just to be clear. I don't know why anyone would think that we're just, like, playing in the backyard with Glocks. It was a Nerf gun. But we're taping this to his back, you know, and we're like, all right, this is going to be such a good idea. And finally, the time comes. There was a couple little more back and forth, like, skirmish type of things, but the time finally came where it was dark enough where we were going to do our little excursion, mission, capture the flag, attack on the red team, right? So
it's nighttime. We start to like creep up to the back door and we get into the house, you know, and it's not late enough for the family to be asleep or anything, but I'll never forget like creeping through this dude's living room, literally army crawling with all of our Nerf guns in a row of 9 people while his mom and dad were just like sitting on the couch watching TV. I don't know how they managed to act normal the entire time. Maybe they didn't see us, but like, you know, in our minds, we are in the middle of the most intense Nerf war of all time, dude. People are gonna write books about this, maybe a YouTube video one day, and like meanwhile his parents are just watching Grey's Anatomy, just like, these kids are so weird. Like, why are they crawling on the floor with Nerf guns? Anyways, we're like sneaking our way through the house, and the way it worked is like to go up the stairs, you kind of had to like cover the stairs while you were going up the stairs, because the way it was set up, the stairs didn't have like any cover. There was this big balcony that overlooked the stairs, and like you were just kind of on your own. So the birthday boy like holds the corner and he tells everybody to start going up the stairs, and we're going up the stairs, and as we're going up the stairs, bro, the red team flips the light on, and I look up, and I instantly know that like, all right, my time in the Nerf war has been completed, boys. I was doing my best to be sneaky, but as I look up, I just see a Nerf gun coming over the edge of the banister on the stairs, pointing down and just blasting me as soon as the lights turn on. And the way it worked is you had to go back to your base for 15 seconds if you got blasted. So like, I'm like, oh, I'm out. I start going back to the base, you know, and our team's just getting slaughtered. I can't even lie. All that planning didn't really matter, dude. You're only as sneaky as a 9-year-old can be in this situation. So the red team was pretty ready for it. And so whatever, I go back to my base. I'm waiting my 15 seconds to respawn. More and more of my team keeps coming out to the point where there's only 2 people on the blue team still in there. And so by the time the other people come out, I'm going back in, and I come around the corner and I see that like a bunch of the red team is also out, and they're kind of standing in the hallway, and there's 2 red team and 2 blue team left. And I see our one blue team guy that's not the birthday boy do this like sprint thing and shoot one of the red team guys, but he gets shot back, so they're both out. Now it's a 1v1 situation, and so obviously everybody's looking, and I knew what was about to go down, okay? I was part of the secret plan out there. And so the birthday boy puts his gun on the ground and kind of like slides it on the tile out all dramatically, so you know he doesn't have anything on him, and he's like, I'm out of ammo, I surrender. And the guy on the red team, being an absolute idiot, having never seen Die Hard, I mean, come on, dude, if you haven't seen Die Hard, get with the times, am I right? Is like, all right, well, come out with your hands up. Guess what? When the gun's taped to your back, buddy, you can do that. So the birthday boy comes around with his hands up, and he's like, is it all right if I come upstairs to surrender? And that should have been like the problem number 1. That should have been suspect, but for some reason the red team's like, yeah, come on up, bro, feel free, whatever. So whatever, I'm watching our team leader get like halfway up the stairs, and when he gets halfway up, the guy on the red team is coming around, so they're both on the stairs now. And I swear, dude, like obviously it wasn't in slow motion, but little kid me swore it was cool enough to be. He just kind of like reaches into his shirt, pulls it off his back, flicks it out, and boom, 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 fires it, gets the red kid out. And instantly the red kid's like, did you just shoot me? And he's like, yeah, I had a Nerf gun on my back. And he just kind of walks past him, walks past all the red team that's still in the hall yet, grabs the flag and goes, thanks guys, and starts to walk back down the stairs. Now, I think in his mind, 15 seconds is a lot longer than that, because like at that point, the red team could come back and they're like, get back here. And the look of just, oh, did you guys see how cool that was? Look at how smooth that was, turned into, oh crap, they're gonna get us. We have to get out of here with the flag now. And so now it's like me, him, and the 2 other kids that have come back in because they've waited their 15 seconds, and we're now running through the house, and about 2 seconds behind us is the rest of the red team hot on our tail, just firing foam darts the entire time. And this time we're running through the living room back past his parents, but instead of like army crawling and being all sneaky, we're just sprinting, and they're like, hey, no running in the house, and we're like, sorry. And then, you know, the rest of the squad comes after us, just still firing. And what was hilarious is the mom's like, hey guys, and as she's talking, of course the red team's just trying to get their flag back, so they're just kind of firing these Nerf bullets. A Nerf bullet just goes right into his mom's mouth, and she's like, oh my gosh. And so we're just running into the living room. We burst out the back door, and at that point there was still a couple more of like the blue team that had gotten out in the backyard already, like they hadn't walked back inside yet, and we're like, start shooting, and they're like, what? And they see us with the flag running, so they just start shooting kind of like over our heads a little bit. We're kind of ducking down, and obviously, you know, I'm sure it looked really lame. Like if you were a
real person standing there watching this probably looks stupid. It's a bunch of little kids running with a flag that doesn't mean anything. But in that moment, dude, I was basically felt like as James Bond as I've ever been in my entire life, dude. I'm just like seriously out here winning this incredibly strategic game of Nerf capture the flag. Obviously, yeah, it was pretty dumb. But at the time, little kid me was feeling like an absolute G, so let me have it. So whatever, we're running, and then like I hear a guy next to me go, I'm hit, and I'm realizing they're catching up on us. So I like do a move to start running behind the guy with the flag, right? And I feel myself get hit, and I'm like, I'm hit. And so I go to like move out of the way, and at that point I tell the birthday boy like, dive. And he looks back and he realizes that we're all down, bro. We were taking Nerf bullets for him, and he looks and he's pretty close to this like thing they had set up that was this little half wall, and he literally like takes a couple more steps. And then I don't know how many of you guys have played the original Black Ops, but back in the day the dolphin dive was very funny, okay? Black Ops hadn't come out yet, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like there was obviously a little bit of a meme of people diving. That's the dive that he did. Like straight up launched off the ground, planted, jump, just woof, dolphin dived basically over this little barrier while holding the flag. And as he's dolphin diving, there's still like Nerf bullets flying past him, dude. Anyways, he swan dives over the table and he doesn't get hit, and they hear the red team being like, go, go, go. And then, you know, he doesn't pop up, and all of us are like, what's happening? And so I kind of like jumped to get a peek over the little barrier, and he's now crawling to the tent. He had to get the flag back to the tent, but he figured if he stood up, then like they were probably just gonna shoot him in the back. So he's now just crawling with the flag in his hands, and everybody's just like, go, go, go. We're cheering on him, crawling as slow as possible while the red team's running over. And sure enough, he finally gets the flag into the tent, and that makes my team freak out. We're like, let's go, we win, this is awesome. But we're kind of confused because the birthday boy didn't look too thrilled, right? And that's when we look and we're like, oh no. You know, dolphin diving is probably pretty easy if you're like a real Black Ops soldier, but when you're unathletic and small, sometimes it can lead to bad situations. And let's just say that when the birthday boy had dolphin dived, he hadn't come down very correctly, and a lot of the weight had gone onto his wrist. And you know, I wasn't a doctor at the time, and I'm only able to know that he came down on his wrist because he's in tears, not very happy, and his wrist is bending a direction that, you know, it just shouldn't really bend. Like, you know, when a wrist is doing a thing where it's looking like it's got some elastic inside of it? Yeah, it was not very pretty, and he's screaming. And so his parents come outside and they're like, what happened? What happened? And they look and they see him holding his wrist, and they're like, ah! And so they're like, we gotta go to the hospital. So, you know, the mom gets him. She's like, we're gonna go. The dad is like, all right, I'll wait with these kids while we call their parents, you know? And so obviously we're all just kind of standing there in shock now. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's like reacting. Everybody's like, what do we do, right? And so whatever. He leaves with his mom to leave, and we're all just kind of sitting there in the living room with this dude's dad, and he's called our parents to come pick us up now, right? And he's like, what happened? What happened? Like, was there a fight? And we're like, no, there was no fight. And, you know, we kind of tell him what happened, and he's like, I knew that it was a bad idea to let there be a giant game of capture the flag. I knew somebody was going to get hurt. I just didn't think it was going to be my kid, which, you know, I thought at the time was normal, but in retrospect, it's like, so it was cool if it wasn't your kid to get hurt? I don't know. He probably didn't mean it like that, but regardless, we just kind of waited for our parents to come pick us up, and when they picked us up, they were like, hey, I thought you guys were spending the night. What happened? And the dad's like, yeah, my son broke his wrist during the Nerf war, so everybody had to go home. And honestly, we all felt really bad for the guy. Like, don't get it twisted. I still talk to this dude sometimes. You know, he's fine. And what's really wild is that, like, you think he would regret it. He would have hated Nerf wars. No, the next time I actually hung out with him, obviously I was little, he's like, I don't regret it because we won, you know? That was all that really mattered to him. Obviously, breaking his wrist sucked, but pain is temporary. Victory in a Nerf war is forever. And on top of that, I don't know, I think when you're a little kid and, like, you have a cast on and everybody at school signing it, it's probably pretty cool. I don't know, I never, like, had a cast on that everybody was signing. But I'm assuming, dude, it's your birthday party, you win an awesome Nerf war, then you got a cast everybody's gonna sign and you get to leave class early. Pretty solid wombo combo. Moral of the story, though, you know, always be careful in a Nerf war that somebody doesn't have a gun taped to their back, because you never want to get John John McClane and Die Hearted, all right? That's not a good thing to be. Being Hans Gruber is not the goal, even though he fell. And all in all, you know, in the grand scheme of things, what is a broken wrist for permanent glory like that? That's a joke, by the way. Do not break your wrist for a Nerf war. It definitely was not worth it in the grand scheme of things. It's just like, it was a little too late, you know? Once the wrist is snapped, this isn't Harry Potter. You can't just, like, eat a slug and grow it back real quick, you know? Regardless, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. If you did, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. In fact, go ahead and leave a comment down below. I'm going to pick the funniest one and read it in the next video. Yeah, that's right. Other than that, if you really want to help me out, you could subscribe, turn on notifications so you never miss another video. If you like the intro song, a link to it is going to be down below in the description, so go click it. Other than that, a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, is also down there, and if you use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout between now and the 21st, it's actually 30% off, so be sure to go do that. And the two last things down in the description, one of which is a link to my Spotify show. If you ever want to listen to the stories offline without gameplay, that link's at the top of the description. Feel free to go give it a listen, because, you know, I'd appreciate it. And, of course, we have a link to the merch store, and may I say, it's the coolest looking merch to ever exist in the history of the planet. That's also down below. Be sure to go get yourself a piece of merch if you don't mind. I'd appreciate ya. But, yeah, on that note, I guess that'll officially do it for the video, guys. Thank you so much once again. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And remember, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time in another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a pretty fun story time for y'all. It's basically about this Nerf war me and my cousins had at a family reunion, and my side was getting the beat down put on us until my much cooler older cousin pulled the ultimate swag out move. And, I don't know, I made a video like this before, you guys really liked it, so I figured why not do another one. So without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so every like 5-6 years, my dad's side of the family does this big reunion where literally everybody goes. And I had never really been to one before, and one had happened when I was like 1, 2, 3, like one of those ages. And so I think I was 8 or 9 years old when it ended up coming up, and my dad said that we were going to be heading on down to where his family's from, and I was hyped because he told me that there was going to be like 30, 40 cousins around my age, and I had only been around like the 2 cousins I have on my mom's side before this, so I was pretty excited. Anyways, we get there, I meet my cousin, and it's very, very fun, except they are all super hyped for this Nerf war that they do every single time that they have one of these reunions. Only issue is the way that they have the team set up doesn't seem very fair. Basically, it's all of the cousins that are like, I don't know, 10 and up versus all the cousins that are 10 and younger. And listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like being young. That being said, it's definitely a little bit unfair to have like a bunch of 14-year-olds in a war with a bunch of like 7, 8-year-olds. Something tells me they might not have the tactical know-how. It'd be horrifying, though, if somehow the younger cousins ended up winning this. Like, that's how you know that your family has the next Napoleon in your bloodline right now. You guys are accidentally going to be reconquering Louisiana with your relative. Like some 7-year-old just outmaneuvers everyone. Anyways, I wasn't too thrilled on the teams, but there wasn't much we could do about it. So we ended up like loading up our Nerf guns, and we had to protect this barn that they had on the property. And listen, while I was taking my mission very seriously, there's only so much you can do when the people A, know where they are and what they're doing, and B, are twice your age. I didn't grow up in these woods at all. I had never spent any time like wandering around here. These guys were spending time on my grandpa's farm like it was some type of sport, dude. They were literally here all the time. So of course they know how to like be in the ridge line, run along the trees where they can't be seen but can still see us, all these things that you just learn over time of like goofing off on the land. So we end up getting clapped. I'll never forget it. There was like 4 of us in front of the barn, like garage door thing, and we had flipped some tables on their side to use them as cover. And out of nowhere, there was this whistling, and I was like, huh, what's that? And I look over, and everybody else looked scared, and that's when I realized something was wrong. And dude, you know the scene from Mulan when they shoot the arrows, and it's just like a literal wave coming down? That's how it felt, except instead of arrows, it was Nerf darts, man.
It was like the sky opened up, and for 2 seconds, instead of raining water, it just rained foam. There were just so many Nerf bullets. I get behind the table, and like Nerf bullets don't go very fast. They're not very loud, but I'm behind this plastic table, and all I hear is like as they're hitting into the table. And obviously, I'm like, what do we do? What do we do? And my older cousin, who was like the oldest person on our team, says, return fire. So we start trying to shoot our Nerf guns back. And it's not really doing anything, bro, because as we start shooting back, they start like maneuvering. Except, you know, they're older than us, so they're a lot more capable to maneuver, and it looked like they had practiced this a lot. Because they're just doing hand signals and moving up and like, 2 over here, and then like screaming numbers out, and they know what it means. And we just get yeeted and beated on, and they end up kicking us out of the garage pretty quick. And the rules were that they were going to come take the garage, and then we had like 3 hours to try to take it back. And so we go inside and we're like, bro, we're getting smoked. There's no way that we're going to win this. Like, these ages are so unfair, blah, 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 blah. And the cutoff for the game was 18. Like, you couldn't be our 45-year-old uncle out here with a thermal sight on your Nerf gun. Like, that wasn't allowed. And one of our cousins, who was like 19 years old, super cool dude, had been the most fun to hang out with, showing us around and whatnot. He says that he doesn't think the teams were very unfair, and he remembers being our age, so he's gonna help us. And so he starts helping us like plan our assault on the barn. And obviously our plan was pretty much going to be like, run in there, because we're just a bunch of young kids. There's no planning. And he starts telling us that we've got to be careful and like take out the guards and blah, 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 blah. And then he says something that I think we were all very excited to hear. He said that we needed the element of surprise. And so we're trying to think about how we can surprise them. We don't really know how we're going to do it, because they basically know that we're going to have to come take the barn. Like, if we actually want to play in the game, there's no way around it. We have to take the barn. And so he says, well, I know how we can surprise them, but only if you guys are down to let me help you. And obviously we're down to let you help us. You're helping us plan this. Come on. And he says that there's a golf cart that has these doors on it that can close up, so that way if it's raining, they can still drive it. And the windows roll down. And so what he was going to do is, it's in the garage, pull around front. We were going to get in it. And the roof had this sunroof thing. And we had one of those like Nerf miniguns. They don't shoot very well, but you know, we had one. And he said that we should get up in that golf cart and make like a little technical type of thing. And for those of you that don't know what a technical is, it's just like a truck with a machine gun in the back. But we were basically going to use this golf cart to make ourselves a little moving tank with this Nerf chain gun thing that we had. So we say, yes, this is a great idea. We go out into the garage. They can't see us. Like, the way the barn and garage are positioned, you can't see into the garage from the barn. And we start messing around with this, and we don't need to like put anything on it. It's only Nerf bullets at the end of the day, so the normal stuff will be fine. We just end up taking some paracord and like tying the legs of this little Nerf machine gun down so it won't slide off the top. And then we had the older cousin, who was the oldest person on our team. He was gonna man it. And then we had the rest of the older cousins, which was me and 3 others, and we were going to be sitting in the side, like, shooting out the window. And we all got in, and my cousin was like, all right, the older one who was driving. Okay, you guys know the plan. We're going to ride by. You guys have to just open it up, you know, try to hit them. If we miss them, it's still okay, because it'll catch them off guard, and they'll move. And so we're, like, ready to go. And he gets in, and he starts up the go-kart, bro. And obviously, in retrospect, it's not a big deal to just kind of ride past someone in a go-kart and shoot him with a Nerf gun. But at the time, dude, little kid me, I had butterflies in my stomach. I basically felt like I was going to a Navy SEAL mission. At the time, you think this stuff is the coolest ever. Like, yes, in retrospect, it is just a Nerf war. It is just an older cousin trying to help. But when you're in that moment, you're like, okay, this is very serious. No messing around anymore. I'm going to have to man up. I'm going to war. Like 9 years old, ready to go. So whatever, we start rolling towards him. And the way that he was going to do it is go pretty fast and then cut the engine and drop it into neutral, so he would just roll up that last little bit. And so we get going a little bit. Sure enough, he turns it off, cuts off the lights. We start rolling. And we get probably like 30 feet away from this barn door. And there's like 3 people outside. And as soon as we get close enough, my cousin gives us the signal, which was just turning on the floodlights. And we start letting foam fly in return. Yeah, that's right. I used to cower in fear on the other side of that plastic table, but now it is me blasting the foam into the plastic table, you know, just feeling silly.
and they're freaking out. They're like, what in the world? They got a tank. They got a tank. And we're just do. And finally, obviously, Nerf guns only carry so much ammunition, so we run out. My cousin says get in. We like pull our older cousin back in from the roof. And we just get out of there. And thankfully, I don't know how, and like the fear of it all, I don't think any of them had even really shot back, or if they did, it didn't get in. I had not rolled up my window or rolled down my window all the way. I had kind of put my little Nerf gun in it and then rolled it up so there wasn't much room to fire back in. But whatever, we're all sitting there and we're like, all right, I think we did it. But while we were sitting there, the rest of our little army, like the rest of our younger cousins, a few people our same age, they started running up and like were continuing the assault. So we reload our little Nerf guns and we run up and we start helping them too. And it had gotten dark at that point, so I had remembered I took some electrical tape and I like put the cheap little like Walmart flashlight on the end of my Nerf gun and just tape. And I turn it on, and I remember as soon as I turned the light on, I just saw one of my cousins walking out of the barn who was older and on the other team. So I just shot the Nerf gun because I was like, oh, he's on the other team. And it just literally went and like bounced off his cheek. And he must have been having a bad night or something, because he looked at me and was like, I'm out already. And I was like, okay, man, listen, it's an accident. Believe it or not, in a Nerf war, I have no way to tell if you've been hit or not, bro. If you're just walking out of the barn, your arms aren't up or anything, what do you want me to do? He gets really mad. He's yelling that, like, this wasn't fair because we got to use a golf cart, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know what else isn't fair? Having teams that consist of a bunch of 7-year-olds and then people that can probably drive a car already. It's not our fault you didn't think about using the golf cart. You guys just got outplayed. Either way, we kind of storm the barn, and at that point, it's just a numbers game. Yeah, they're a lot older than us, but like half of them are already out. There's a lot of us. And if anything, in the middle of the night, their age kind of plays against them. Think about how horrifying it would be to have like a squad of 7-year-olds just storming you in the middle of the night. You thought it was hard to see people in the dark before, now they're half the height. Either way, we storm the barn and we take it, and they're kind of shocked because they've never lost before. Like, they've been doing this at a lot of family reunions, and of course, usually the older kids win. That's why they love the game so much. Because usually they just put the beat down on and they're like, haha, we're better than you. But we take back the barn, which means we win. And so we end up going back inside. And all the parents are kind of giving the older kids some crap. They're like, wow, you guys lost to all your little brothers. Way to go. Just kind of making fun of them. And it's not serious. It's not like anyone was actually upset. But one of my cousins gets all pissed off and he like slaps the table and says, well, if they wouldn't have cheated, then I think we would have won. And that's why that they cheated. And all the adults are kind of confused and they're like, what do you mean they cheated? So they tell them that we took the golf cart and like went and used it as a little tank. And all the adults start laughing and they're like, that's not cheating. That's just thinking ahead. Listen, bro, if we're playing a war game, I don't know if you know this or not, but sometimes militaries use vehicles, all right? Yeah, we were using Nerf guns, but what? We're just not supposed to use a golf cart? It's not our fault that you guys didn't think about it. Either way, it was really fun. It's like one of my fondest memories of all my cousins. I didn't see them a whole lot. They live like across the country, but it was definitely a really good time. And I did eventually do one more before I was too old for it. I was on the other side. Not nearly as eventful, no go-kart this time. We won. Yeah, this was a one-time thing. The upset only happened once. They didn't let it happen again. Either way, it was super fun. I know this was a shorter video, but I just thought it was a good story time y'all would enjoy. So, yeah, if you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought, and of course, subscribe if you're new, and turn on those notifications. If you like listening to the story times, I do post the audio on Spotify, link down below, and there's also a playlist in the description if you need a bunch of stuff to listen to here on YouTube. But, yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. I'm officially starting to move today, so this video was made ahead of time. It's been a long time since I've told a long story like this. Oh, I should probably finish my intro. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. If you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam. You will actually be conscripted into the North Korean army by Kim Jong-un and kidnapped from your family. Anyways, guys, as I was saying, it's been a while since I've made like a long story time for sure, and I don't really know if a lot of people are gonna find this story interesting, but it was a really fun time from my childhood, and it's a long story, so I figured right now when I'm not gonna be able to look at how bad it's doing anyways, I'd upload it and just hope for the best, straight YOLO mode. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into the story of the most epic Nerf war to ever exist in the history of Nerf wars.
Hey, I've been thinking about you, all the things that we could do, if you let it slide through. So
Anyways, guys, back in the day, we took Nerf wars pretty seriously. When I was like 10 years old, me and some of my best friends that I'd known for most of my life, like seriously convinced ourselves that we had a Nerf army. We had ranks and stuff. We would like practice in the backyard, like what we would do in a Nerf war situation. We took that pretty seriously, which obviously is super cringe in retrospect. But at the time, like pretending, you know, you're this renegade band of people with Nerf guns that are gonna like protect your house from robbers. It's just a good vibe, you know, like it's just fun. We had actually just all watched the movie Red Dawn together, and like in that movie it's a ragtag group of kids who like defend their homeland from the Russian invaders, you know, so we were just like, yo, we're basically gonna be the Wolverines with Nerf guns and it's gonna be a great time. So we were all hanging out at my friend's house. He had a pool in the biggest backyard, so like whenever we were able to hang out over there, that's obviously where we wanted to go. That was like the best place to hang out. Not only could you swim, there was the big backyard. He had a bunch of Nerf guns and you could bring your own. So like you never have to worry about running out of bullets or anything like that. All the stuff that sucks about Nerf wars, you know? Everybody has had that one like friend who only has like 12 Nerf bullets and he wants to have a Nerf war and half the Nerf war is spent reloading. Okay, that's not what we're about here. All right? Me and my boys go hard in the Nerf department. So we were all hanging out at his house having ourselves a good time, and he had this neighborhood kid that he really didn't get along with too well. They had gotten in a couple of fights, you know, just childhood stuff, just some rough and tumble fighting. And one of these neighbor kids, he was like pretty close. We could hear them in the backyard, and we could hear some stuff that sounded like a Nerf war. So my friend, you know, is like, I'm gonna go see. So he goes over and checks, and sure enough, they are having a Nerf war with the equal amount of people that we have. So obviously, because this guy has beef with this kid, you know, he's like, look, my squad versus your squad, Nerf war, all right? All weekend. Because, you know, back in the day when you're like 10, 11, you just would spend the night all weekend. You would go to your friend's house, and whoever's friend's house you guys ended up at first, you would basically just be there all weekend. It's what we would do all the time. We would always do this. So he's like, your boys are staying here all weekend, mine are here all weekend. We're having a Nerf war till the very bitter end. Do you understand? And they're like, yeah, screw you guys. You know, we're all trash talking, taking Nerf wars very seriously. Obviously, in retrospect, Nerf wars don't mean anything. But when you're a little kid, okay, this is very serious stuff. Like, Codename Kids Next Door was really my inspiration. And I'm telling you, I honestly felt like I was going into combat in this situation. So basically, me and all my friends immediately are like, all right, well, we need to build a fort for this. So like we go into his house and we start taking all these sheets and stuff that his mom said we could use. And we start taking them outside and like building this massive fort tent thing in the backyard that was gonna be our base of operations. Like, we go into the house, into this playroom, and his little brother had a couple friends over, and they were playing with Nerf guns, and we were basically like, look, you guys are gonna be our privates in the army. You're gonna be under our command, okay? So, like, you guys are gonna come with us, but help us move all this stuff. So, now, not only do we have, like, us 5, but we have an army of 5 kids that are, like, 3 years younger than us, which, I mean, low-key might have been cheating, but whatever. War has no rules, you know? War is hell. Like, that's what the saying is, okay? Even Nerf wars are like that. So, we have our little army. We're moving all this stuff into the tent, you know? His mom comes in the backyard and is like, what's going on? And we tell her very seriously. Her name was Barb, and we're like, Barb, listen, we're going to war, okay? Stop asking questions. Get back inside, all right? Like, it's not safe out here. There could be sniper fire at any moment. You know how the Nerf snipers are. They've gotten way more accurate, so you might want to go inside. Like, we were not playing games. So we built our fort, and basically they were like one house over on the back wall. So to go around to the front of the house and talk to them, you had to like walk around and then go to the front of the house on the other side of the street. You know what I mean? But the back wall was only like 6 feet tall on both sides. So we could like jump up and see over the wall. So we are like serious, dude. We are like, all right, we've got our army. So our like leader, the kid whose house it is, goes over and talks to the kid, and he basically is like, look, we have 2 hours of peace to get ready. So, you know, we're like getting ready, and we have to train these little kids. And these little kids, by the way, are like 7, maybe. Most of them are probably 6. Like, they're little kids, dude. And oh, this is so funny. I don't know what we decided to do, but I guess we were like, all right, so we've seen war movies, and what do soldiers do to get ready for war? And we're like, okay, they do push-ups with all their gear on to prove how tough they are. So we give these kids like backpacks full of Nerf bullets, which probably did not weigh a lot, but we were like, oh yeah, this is what they'll have to carry into battle. And we start making these like 6 and 7-year-old kids do push-ups, and we're like, don't stop, okay? Like, you have to get tough for the war, you know? This will make you tough. Not understanding that, you know, you have to do push-ups for like more than 20 minutes to get super ripped. So like, we're making these little kids do push-ups, so they're like, oh, this kind of sucks. We're like, well, if you don't, you know, then you're not going to be good in battle. So whatever, that's up to you. If you want to be a pathetic weenie on the battlefield, then by all means go for it. But if not, keep doing push-ups. So like, we're definitely violating child labor laws before combat has even begun, okay? So like, we're training these kids, and basically the rules that we had agreed upon for the Nerf war is once you've been hit with a Nerf bullet, you're out. Like, that's it, you're done, you have to go inside, you're not allowed to play anymore, and whichever group has the people around the longest wins. So like, we're teaching people how to, you know, dodge Nerf bullets and stuff, all that good stuff. And obviously, we're like teaching these little kids how to fight, how to aim and stuff, but like, you can't even aim Nerf guns. It's ridiculous. We were definitely hyping ourselves up way too much. So, you know, we're like, all right, we have this sick army, we're good. So after all this training and building our fort and stuff, we are ready to go. So the 2 hours is up, the like timer that we had goes off, and we start getting ready to be attacked at any moment, dude. We're like getting all cautious, you know, it's dead silent, everybody is on edge, you know, like, little kids are scared. One of the little kids seriously started crying. He's like, I'm scared, you know, and we're like, man up, you know. We were so horrible to those little kids, dude. I feel so bad for them. We were really trying to live out our Call of Duty fantasies, okay? So after like 2 minutes of nothing happening, after, you know, we were supposed to like start fighting, one of our friends who has like this Nerf sniper rifle is like, I'm gonna climb into the tree. And there's not very big trees where we live, but like, my friend, for whatever reason, had the only pine tree I have ever seen in someone's backyard here. Like, literally, you do not see pine trees very often in Las Vegas. I mean, obviously, some of them exist, but like, none of my other friends had any in their backyard. So, my friend, with this Nerf sniper rifle on his back in a sling, like, climbs up this pine tree haphazardly, because none of us know how to climb trees. Kids in Las Vegas never learn how to climb trees. It's not in our repertoire, okay? Like, you know, catching snakes, I can do that all day, but climbing trees, out of my repertoire, all right? I'm not a spider monkey. I hate to break it to everyone. So the person who climbed the tree happened to be the friend who also, like, owned the house, because, you know, he was the only person that had ever learned to climb a tree. So, like, he climbs up in the tree, and he pulls out his little, like, Nerf scope and is looking around, which, in retrospect, is even funnier, dude, because we honestly were like, oh, he's scanning the area. But those Nerf scopes don't magnify anything. Like, you're literally just looking through a plastic tube for no reason, dude. We just wanted to feel cool. So he's looking through a plastic tube for no reason, and he's like, you know, signaling to us with his hand stuff that we were pretending that we understood, that like we definitely didn't communicate, you know? Like, he's doing bird signals with his hands, and we're like, oh yeah, 2 of them underneath the canopy for sure. That's what that one means. I don't even know what a canopy is, man. Like, we were just assuming that we were figuring out what these hand signals meant. We had never practiced them before. We just assumed that, like, when you were in a super cool Nerf war, everybody just suddenly learned hand signals and could communicate. And anyways, we're all dead silent in the tree, dude. But as he's up there, like, trying to be all stealthy, his mom comes outside and sees him in the tree and starts screaming, oh my god, what are you doing in the tree? You're gonna fall, because, like, he's pretty high up in this tree. So obviously, the other team, who's like bases over, realizes that someone's in the tree because there's a shrieking middle-aged woman, like, freaking out that her kid has somehow gotten up into a tree with a Nerf gun on his back. So they start shooting back, and he's like trying to climb down the tree as fast as he can. And he like finally gets down, and as he's hopping off the tree to like get back onto the ground, dude, a Nerf bullet like comes out of nowhere and like hits him in the shoulder, and he dramatically basketball flops to the ground, and he's like, poof, I'm hit! And so, like, dude, we all run over to him, you know? We had this one friend who like, oh, I almost said a naughty word that was gonna get me demonetized, who seriously had a first aid kit on him, and he like breaks it out, you know, busts out a band-aid and puts it on his shoulder. He's like, "You think you're gonna make it?" He's like, "Yeah." Because we had made a rule before the game started that like shoulder shots, like arm shots, you know, you had to be hit in a place that would actually take you out of combat. And I guess actually getting shot in the shoulder definitely takes you out of combat. But whatever, Nerf War rules are different. Who cares? I was a little kid. So whatever, we patch him up, and the rule is that you have to go inside for 30 minutes if you get like wounded. So he goes inside, and his mom is like lecturing him about how stupid he was to be in the tree, and like, look how he fell when he got to the bottom. He's like, "Mom, I got shot. Like, that's why I fell, obviously." As if a Nerf bullet is enough to like actually knock you off a tree, you know? He probably barely even felt it. So we are like, leader is gone now, and we're all like, oh my god, what are we gonna do, you know? And obviously, knowing that they've like taken somebody out, they launch an attack. And I'm not even kidding you, dude. It was terrifying. You know, like in medieval times when you would just hear a battle horn and then ladders would start popping up on the castle and people start climbing up? A ladder comes up onto the wall, dude, and people, like the other team is like climbing over the wall. So all the little privates are like freaking out. All the little kids are freaking out and just like shooting their Nerf bullets everywhere, missing, you know, just like crazy. So the big kids come over the wall and drop and like just start shooting their Nerf bullets. So all the little kids are getting massacred, man. It honestly felt like that scene in episode 3 of Star Wars when Anakin goes back to visit the Jedi younglings, you know, that scene. Like, that's honestly what goes down. The little kids just get absolutely massacred, dude. They stood no chance. Our training was awful. Maybe they would have had more of a chance if they weren't so sore from the like 200 push-ups we had made them do earlier, which definitely did not help make them better for battle, okay? Like, if we're being honest, that might have been a slight oversight in my management abilities, okay? Maybe exhausting the troops was not good. So like half of our troops just got decimated, dude, and we are hiding in our tent now. And basically, like, they are just outside taunting us, you know. They have 25 minutes left until our other guy comes back. And so they kind of know that they've got us outnumbered because, surprisingly, the 7-year-olds didn't do much. Like, it didn't slow them down at all right? They were kind of useless, I'm not gonna lie. Might have been our fault. So we're, like, hiding in our tent, and they're taunting us, you know, and just shooting all these Nerf bullets in. And, like, sheets don't actually make the best bulletproof material, surprisingly. So they eventually just, like, pull the sheets off. And now it's them, like, all looking at us. And the only thing that we had done other than the sheets is we had put all these empty plastic coolers inside to, like, give us some cover inside and have stuff to sit on and keep drinks cool. Because, you know, in the Las Vegas summer, it's, pretty hot, so you need ice and water to make sure you don't get heat stroke while you're having your Nerf war. Typical things that happen. So we're behind these coolers, and most of them are empty, and they had this Nerf gun at the time that was like, I guess a little bit older, but still relatively new, called the Vulcan. And I'm not even kidding you. When I described this Nerf gun to you, it was probably like 20 pounds because it took 6D batteries, or it felt like 20 pounds to a little kid. And it really had a belt-fed machine gun. Like, you would load a belt into it with 100 Nerf bullets, and it would chain gun it out. And they had 2 of them. And they were just blapping these things. And because the coolers are empty, all you hear was like, boom, 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 boom. And it sounds like we're under fire. And because we, you know, we're not really prepared, like, we knew it was coming, but not super well. All of us only have, like, 1 gun each with, like, 35 darts in it for our Nerf war. So we're shooting back, but they have 2 chain guns with, like, 100 belts. And after they run out, we could shoot back for a bit. But they had also brought over this backpack just full of the chains to load it up. So we are pinned down, dude. And, like, honestly, you know, I was ready to lose. I was prepared to lose because all these chain guns are shooting at us. It's loud, it's noisy, and I'm like, wow, maybe this entire, like, war thing is not as much fun as I thought it was gonna be. So I decide at this moment that I'm gonna be the hero, okay? I'm gonna bail my friends out of this situation. Our soldiers might be gone, all right? But it's up to me to make this happen. So I'm like, guys, I'm gonna make a break for it. And they're like, no, don't, Ryan, don't, seriously, don't. And I'm like, I'm gonna do it to save us all. They're like, no. And I go to, like, dive out and start shooting back with my Nerf gun, and my friend, like, grabbed my leg and pulls me down. He's like, eventually they're gonna run out of bullets. They're shooting too much. Don't be a hero. And I'm like, but I think I can stop them. And they're like, listen, if you go out there, you're gonna get shot. It's gonna happen. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. All right, yeah, good point. So
I keep hiding, you know, my bravery leaves, and I realize how stupid of an idea that was gonna be, dude. I really thought I was gonna be a hero, but, you know, moral to that little bit right there was just to tell you guys, you don't always have to try to sacrifice yourself, okay? Sometimes you can let them run out of bullets. So they keep, like, just shooting bullets at us, and obviously, eventually they run out because Nerf guns don't shoot forever. So they go back over the wall, and we're like, oh my god. So all of my friend's little brothers are out, and after a little bit, he comes back, and he sees that, like, most of our tent is destroyed. You know, we're hiding behind the coolers, there's Nerf bullets all over the floor, and he's like, what happened? And so we tell him, and he's like, you guys didn't fight back, and starts insulting us. And listen, man, after watching a bunch of Jedi younglings get massacred in this Nerf war, alright, the last thing I was about to do was go run in front of a bunch of bullets. Even though that was definitely what I was about to do before I got stopped, like, I don't understand why he's mad at us, okay? So he kind of is like, well, we gotta go attack them now. It's our turn. And we're like, you know, dude, listen, it's getting kind of late in the day. It's getting kind of late. Why don't we just make a camp, you know? And we had decided that we were gonna sleep outside because that's apparently what you do during a Nerf war. And we decided we were gonna, like, grill weenies. So we make this, like, little fire in this fire pit, and we make hot dogs. And it was actually a bunch of fun because, like, you know, we were all talking about, oh yeah, next time we get them in the Nerf war, we're like grilling weenies. I can't even say the word weenies, dude. What is this? So we like make this dinner and we have a good time. So we decide that we are going to raid them in the middle of the night because they were also sleeping in their backyard. So nobody attacks each other all night, and everybody's like standing guard and whatnot. And probably about 3 in the morning, we decide that we're gonna go attack them now. Like, it's our turn to launch a surprise attack while they're sleeping. Blop, 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 take them out. Everybody, you know, understands that the war is over and we've won. Win in the middle of the night. That's the ultimate strategy, sneak attack. We're gonna try to go ahead and Pearl Harbor my friends' neighbors because that's what's up. So we, like, climb over this little wall. We're all boosting each other over. We use this little table that they had for, like, their patio furniture to jump over the wall. And we start, like, creeping up on this tent that they had. And they didn't make their tent out of, like, sheets and stuff. They actually, like, just got a camping tent. So we're, like, quietly unzipping this camping tent, right? And as we're quietly unzipping the tent, it opens, and sure enough, everybody is there sleeping, but there's only 4 of them. So, like, we shoot all 4 of them, you know, and they wake up, and we're like, well, all of you guys are out, okay? You are all out. Get out. You're done. Congrats. The war is over. Like, all 4 of you are done. So we're feeling pretty gangster, and that's when we hear it, dude. So the one thing about that Nerf chain gun I was telling you earlier is that it was loud as hell, and it took a little bit to get going. So we hear the noise, and I'm like, get down, and sure enough, the Nerf bullets start flying, and, like, it rips across our group, dude, and 3 of us get smacked. And me and my friend, who happened to be this guy's neighbor, are, like, the only 2 left now. Our other 3 dudes get nailed by this Nerf chain gun that started blasting, and, you know, they're being all dramatic, like, I'm hit! Ah! Like, you know, all that stuff. It was very dramatic, but it was fun. So, like, whatever. We're being all dramatic and stupid. And me and my friend are like, get down. So we start running across the lawn. And I guess for whatever reason, at night in Nevada during the summer, they water the lawns at night. So we're running across this big lawn, right? And the sprinklers turn on. And so, like, we're getting soaking wet running across the lawn. There's Nerf bullets zipping past my head. And finally, I, like, dive behind this bush. But I've been running and, like, diving and slipping and sliding on wet grass now to get across here. So my leg is, like, itchy as hell. You know that itch you get when you've touched grass that's just, especially, like, wet grass, and it's just itchy and uncomfortable. And I, like, have my Nerf gun in my hand and it's all wet. And when I dove behind the bush, there was rocks, so I've cut my knee, and I'm like, dude, all of this for a Nerf war is just not worth it. So I hear the dude coming with, like, his, you know, ginormous chain gun, and I, like, peek around the bush and just start shooting my Nerf gun. I'm not really aiming. It's dark. I'm in pain. I'm itchy. Like, I'm just kind of shooting it. And he turns and just starts shooting it in my direction. And sure enough, I get hit. I'm like, up, I'm out. And I, like, walk out from the bush and walk over to everybody else. And now it's just these 2 kids that don't like each other in. And honestly, I'm not even that mad that I got out. Like I said, the only thought I had while sitting behind that bush was, like, this is a lot of pain to be in for a Nerf war. Like, I did not think it was very worth it. So I'm out, whatever. I go over there and I'm standing there, and we're kind of talking to this guy's friends, and we're realizing that all of us get along pretty well. The only people that really have beef are the 2 people that are left. So they're, like, shooting back and forth at each other, screaming insults. Keep in mind, it's the middle of the night. And, you know, we were all caught up in the adrenaline rush, I think, of, like, being in the fight and whatnot, because, you know, we're dumb kids.
And the war never actually had an ending because the kids' parents wake up and are like, what the hell is going on? Why are their kids screaming in the backyard, shooting each other with Nerf guns? So they come out and are like, what's going on? We have to explain what's up and like what's happening. They actually look at me and like my leg is low-key gushing blood because it's all wet. So like the blood can't clot right. So they take me into their house and like band-aid up my knee and stuff. They call my friend's parents. They come over. We're all talking about it because obviously they're like, you know, are you guys fighting? Like, is this a gang thing? And we're like, no, this is not a gang thing. I don't know why that's everybody's first thought. Like whenever kids have any disagreement as a group, it's like, are you guys in a gang? It's like, no, we're not in a gang. Why? What? But yeah, it was a very eventful Nerf war, dude. It basically lasted at least 2 days. Because it was in the middle of the night. It was past midnight, so it lasted 2 days. It was a very fun Nerf war, other than the fact that I like cut my knee really bad and got a couple rocks stuck in it that I had to get pulled out with tweezers. That was not fun, but I mean, that's life sometimes. Sometimes you gotta get hurt for a good story. But yeah, on that note, guys, that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of the video. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter, all that good stuff. Today's notification shout out goes to the very awesome Jason R. Big thank you for having notifications on. If you turn on notifications and send a screenshot to my Instagram or Twitter, then yeah, I shout someone out every day. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow with another video. Get yourself some of the OG Sub Club merch. It is the last day to get the tie-dye version. And the intro song will be linked down below. I'll see you guys next time with another video. Don't get anyone pregnant, and if you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am, and if you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam. You're gonna get stuck in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater permanently. You'll never be able to see anyone you love again because you'll be stuck being controlled by me and failing constantly, and you don't want that to happen. Real talk, guys, today I have a story about a Nerf war I had one time at one of my friend's birthday parties. I made another video about Nerf wars I had in college one time, and you guys really liked it, so I figured I would make this one, just give it a shot. Regardless, this one definitely is the most legendary. There were people using Nerf guns in the pool and stuff, and overall it was just a good time. And yeah, without further ado, let's get right into some savage Nerf gun war existence.
It's not good. Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a feeling.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, what's poppin' and oppin'? So, when I was a young gentleman, Nerf guns were basically the coolest thing ever. From the ages of like 9 to 12, I unironically thought Nerf guns were dope. I was playing with them all the time, and I'm gonna be honest, even as an adult, I still think that they're unironically fun. I went through this weird period when I was a teenager where like, I pretended they weren't really fun to mess around with, but trust me, they are. But regardless, this story takes place during my friend Logan's 11th birthday. He was basically the goat of Nerf guns. His parents, you know, basically gave this dude a small armory and were like, all right, you know, do whatever you want, be responsible, don't shoot each other in the eye, and have a great time. So whenever he would have like a get-together or a birthday party, it was always well known as like about to get crazy because he just had so many Nerf guns and so many bullets, and he had a dope house and a pool, so like it was just always a really good time. And regardless, his birthday party was coming up, and sure enough, we all got invited, and he told everybody to bring their favorite Nerf gun and some ammunition because we were gonna be having a Nerf war. And I know a lot of you guys are thinking like, oh, you guys were gonna chase around each other in the backyard for a bit and, you know, just goof off that way. And I'm gonna be honest, yeah, that's what most people think when they think of a Nerf war, but us in our 11-year-old minds accidentally launched a Nerf war that lasted the whole weekend. Like, it started Friday night and it ended Sunday when my parents came to pick me up type of situation, you know? Like, we got a little bit too into it. Regardless, though, I felt like a G.I. Joe kid for the weekend, so that was pretty fun. And yeah, so basically, I pull up to this birthday party with my Nerf gun in tow. I'm ready to get oppin' and droppin'. I'm not ready to get messed around and pushed around by anybody else here. I don't know who they are, but, you know, they clearly are not on the same elite level of Nerf gunnery as I am because I'm just the GOAT Nerfer at this point, or at least my little kid self is thinking that. I don't know what it is about being a little kid, but I swear, I just thought I was, like, secretly really good at everything, dude. It was too many Disney Channel movies where, like, the kid is secretly really good at the thing he wants to be good at,
that. And yeah, sometimes you have a secret talent, but sometimes you're just not talented, and that's okay. And I was not built to be a commando. I was not actually good at being in a Nerf war because, I don't know, I was a child. But for some reason, dude, I was like acting all cool with my Nerf gun, prepared to, you know, be the greatest G.I. Joe that I could possibly be. And it was go time. And one of the things that Logan didn't tell me before he invited me to this birthday party was how many people were going to be there. Like, usually when you're hanging out at somebody's house, the max group is 5, 6 people. But no, I don't know how he managed to convince his parents this was a good idea, or how his parents thought this was a good idea. But there were like 30 of us there. And I'm not saying that, you know, his parents weren't capable of doing it. I'm just saying the idea now as an adult of having to watch like 30 11-year-olds sounds absolutely horrifying, dude. Like, when I was 11, I literally thought I was a commando because I had a Nerf gun. Trying to imagine controlling 30 of me just does not sound very pleasant, dude. Like, yeah, some 11-year-olds are absolutely dope, I'm sure, but I mean, the idea of having 30 of them running around my house does not seem super dope. But regardless, I get there. There's like 30 kids, and sure enough, right within everybody getting there, Logan rounds everybody up, and he basically is like, look, we're going to do 2 different teams on the Nerf war. Here are the rules, and he outlines the rules. And basically, each team is going to get to pick a base, and then you have a flag, and you can't let anybody take your flag. If you're shot, you have to go inside the house for 20 minutes, which is you being gone until you respawn. Like, he had this entire rulebook printed out. I'm not gonna lie, in retrospect, that's pretty impressive, because it was some pretty in-depth rules. It seems like he had thought about basically every complaint that most people have about normal Nerf wars, of like, hey, you're not out, or like, oh, once I'm out permanently. Nah, none of that. So sure enough, he sets to pick one team because it's his birthday, and he lets another kid pick his team. And I was one of his first picks, probably because, you know, I was an elite Dragon Force Nerf level sniper out there. Regardless, I really don't know why he picked me, but I appreciated it. And he decides that our base is going to be upstairs inside of the house in this playroom thing, because there was only one way in and it was really easy to guard. So sure enough, that's our base. And the other team, they decide that they're going to have their base in the hot tub of the pool, which, you know, Nerf guns in the pool probably don't sound like they mix, but if everybody's being very careful and not dropping them in, it's not that bad. Like, the bullets can basically get wet, really. You just can't put them in the gun right when they're wet, but for the most part, it's okay. So they decide to have their base behind the hot tub because it's impossible for us to really sneak up on them. Like, we have to walk around the pool, and there's no way to be really sneaky by the pool. So sure enough, we're like, all right, it's war. So we get our 15 people, and we go upstairs, and we're setting up booby traps and whatnot, dude. And we were getting pretty Home Alone with it, I'm not gonna lie. At one point, one of the 15 kids, I don't remember which one of us it was exactly, rigged up this thing where when they opened the door into this playroom, there was a Nerf gun aiming at the door that was just gonna pop off and like hit whoever had opened the door, you know? And he had rigged it with like dental floss, which some humans are dumb, like most of us now can just know how to check Twitter notification, but kids low-key be ingenuitive, dude. Like, we were setting up booby traps with Nerf guns to make sure our flag couldn't get captured. I wish I could have put in half the amount of effort I did into Nerf wars as I did into school, and I probably wouldn't have barely graduated. I might have actually gotten into a good college with a scholarship. But whatever, school is lame. I'd much rather spend my time doing Nerf wars, apparently. So we get our base set up, and we're kind of looking out the window because we can see into the backyard from our base, which low-key, big strategic advantage if I can see what the enemy team is planning, and we're kind of watching them set up their defenses and the flag and whatnot, and we're just keeping an eye on them. And sure enough, that whole day is kind of just back and forth. Like, they would launch an attack on our base, it wouldn't go well. We'd launch an attack on their base, it wouldn't go well. And it gets to the point where it's like 9 p.m. and nobody's won or lost yet. Everybody still has their flag. And I really, to this day, don't know how this is possible, but somehow all like 30 people, I think 2 people went home, but 28 people managed to get their parents to let them spend the night so we could finish this Nerf game, dude. Like, it was intense. And what's even more intense about it is like the way that we were launching the assaults on each other and whatnot wasn't just like kids running at the door with Nerf guns, dude. Like, unironically, they would be checking corners, going up the stairs and stuff, just all pretending to be, you know, some Call of Duty operators. Keep in mind, we're like 10, so imagine being this kid's
parents and like walking out of your master bedroom and seeing 3 10-year-olds just covered in Nerf gear, like army crawling on the floor trying not to be spotted by the enemy team at the other end of the hall, and realizing that you got yourself in over your head. Like, genuinely, I don't know what this kid's parents must have been thinking for these 2 days, because we were taking it so seriously, like unironically treating it like it was a real matter of life and death. And yes, that's ridiculous that, you know, we were treating it that seriously, but hey, 10-year-olds take Nerf wars very seriously, alright? It is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. Anyways, the first night comes and we decide that we're gonna launch like this giant nighttime assault with strobe lights on the tops of our Nerf guns and stuff. So we go find all these flashlights and we get them like in a strobing formation. And this was the birthday boy's plan. It was his plan that this was gonna be able to get us the flag. So we were all like super down. We thought it was gonna be a good time, dude. So we go outside and we turn on the strobe lights and we start running towards the hot tub. And we get to the hot tub and we realize that there's literally nobody there. Like, where there used to be this flag and all these people is empty now, and the flag is just kind of sitting there by the hot tub, dude. And it really felt like something out of an action movie. Everything's all still. We could hear the water kind of flowing out of the hot tub into the pool, and the flag was just kind of there, and we all have our flashlights on, we're looking around, and then all of a sudden, dude, there's screaming, and people pop out of the water, grab their Nerf guns off the edge of the water, and start shooting us with Nerf bullets. These kids had heard us coming and gotten into the pool and held their breath until we were all by the hot tub, and because it was dark out and like we just expected them to be in the hot tub, we weren't paying attention, you know. Their hiding wasn't necessarily good, but like these kids were so committed to the game that they were hiding underwater just to make sure they could get the drop on us, dude. So we get absolutely obliterated. You know, we're all crouched down like, we're under fire. Somebody's like, I'm gonna distract him. And he stands up and gets hit by, you know, 4 Nerf bullets and is like, no. We're all being all dramatic about it because we're 11 and we think this is what war's like. Like, obviously just being ridiculous little kids, because that's just what you do. So we're like getting eaten alive, and sure enough, basically all of us get out except for the 4 people that we had left back to guard the base. So they don't get our flag, but we get obliterated after trying our little nighttime raid thing. And after the nighttime raid, the birthday boy got all discouraged because it was his plan that had failed, you know. So he's like, look, we're just going to play defense and try to outlast them, you know. I think we can do it. Like, he had basically given up all hope of actually winning by stealing their flag, which, come on, man, that's pretty lame. If you start a Nerf capture the flag war, you got to follow through with it. It can't be your birthday and you give up and just say, oh, play defense. Like, nah, dude, we're gonna score, we're gonna take care of this. But he was kind of like, I'm not coming up with any more plans, you know, you guys are kind of got to be in charge of anything on attack, and I'm keeping 6 people here, da-da-da-da-da. And a bunch of the people who were on my team also decided, they were like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay here and play defense, I don't feel like getting embarrassed again, you know. They were all scared. So me and one other kid are like the only people on our team now, after we get obliterated, that still want to go try to take their flag. And the second day, we were just kind of like trying to come up with the plan. Sure enough, nothing's really happening. So on Saturday night, we decide that we're going to get something into gear. And so that entire day, I'm racking my brain, trying to come up with a plan. And finally, the only other kid who was willing to go on and attack their base with me, I'm going to name him Austin. Austin comes up with this idea. He's like, hear me out, okay? So they waited underwater last time, remember? Like, we were trying to get the flag, and when we came out, they were just waiting underneath the water for us to pass. And I'm like, yeah. And he says, well, what if we got straws from the kitchen and we like held our breath and went underwater to the jacuzzi, got the flag, and then went back underwater like a stealth mission, you know? And I was like, okay, I'm listening. And he says, and then once we get the flag in the water, we have everybody else launch a normal assault, right? To like cause a distraction, and they'll be so distracted by everybody attacking them that they won't even notice that the flag is gone until it's back at our base. And I'm like, okay, this seems like a fantastic plan. I'm going to be honest, it has everything that you look for in a plan. It's something that they would do in an action movie, which means it's probably not actually good for winning, but like it's going to be fun to do. And B, it just sounds cool, dude. Me and him are going to get straws and sneak up to their base and steal their goods, and then our team's going to launch a fake assault to distract them while we get the flag back to base. Like, tell me that just doesn't sound dope. I'm trying to be like James Bond, but me being nice, I decide that I'm gonna let Logan, the birthday boy, be one of the people that goes underwater. So it's gonna be him and Austin. They're going to be the ones that go underwater and go grab the flag. And I'm going to be in charge of leading the assault on their base to like cause the distraction for once they get the flag. So obviously the rest of the day on Saturday we fight off a couple attacks, but we're basically just preparing for our plan. We were leaving 6 people behind. Like we weren't gonna, risk it for the biscuit entirely. Like we knew we wanted to win, but we also didn't want to get screwed on defense. So it basically is gonna be Austin and Logan in the water, and then me and 4 other guys that were gonna like launch the attack diversion thing. So we're getting all ready, dude. Everyone's all nervous. We're all loading up our Nerf guns, double checking to make sure. Oh my goodness, Caleb, I'm recording, sir. Anyways, yeah, we're all double checking our Nerf guns, making sure that they're all loaded. Everybody's making sure they have extra ammo. And sure enough, about 10 minutes before I'm supposed to like launch my assault on their base, they leave and they're like, oh my goodness, Caleb is just not gonna let me do this. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I have conquered the ginormous beast that can be found on my Instagram, my corgi. But regardless, we're ready, and about 10 minutes before we're supposed to go down, they leave, and I'm watching out the window, and I'm seeing them, like, creep into the pool, and one end of the pool was covered in, like, all these trees. They had this alcove type of thing that was providing shade for the pool. It looked really cool, probably a giant pain to clean, but whatever. And they're kind of, like, creeping into the pool, dude, and they each had, like, 4 silly straws in their mouth. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to be the guy who can breathe underwater with a straw. It's really hard. Like, the human body needs a little bit more oxygen that can be provided through a straw. So they get in, and sure enough, they both kind of realize that this kind of sucks. So they're trying to come up with something else. And finally, one of them sees like a 10-gallon bucket behind them that had been used to, I don't know, carry something to the pool or whatnot. And they like flip it upside down and make one of those de facto, oh my goodness, Caleb! All right, now the beast has been conquered. Regardless, they take this bucket and they make like a little submarine and put it on their heads. And they are going underwater. Only one of them, though, Logan, is going. And he's kind of making his way across the water. But sure enough, the other people don't notice. There are ripples in the water. Like, it's kind of obvious that there's something. But they haven't seen the back door open or like anyone get in the water. So it's not like they're really looking for it. And also, we're 11, so we're really dumb. Like, look, they're all distracted. They've been up all night, they're tired, they're all goofing off, and like you want them to notice some ripples in the water just slowly moving towards them? The answer is no. There's a reason every death in Jaws is somebody not paying attention, and it's because those are the only people that don't see the shark coming, like, hey, obviously, man-eating shark in the water. Just stay out of it. For some people, that's difficult knowledge. I'm not saying that Logan is a man-eating shark, but he's pretty close. Regardless, he gets to the edge of the jacuzzi, his head creeps up, he grabs the flag, and as soon as I see that, I'm like, alright, let's go. So, me and my little squad run out, dude, and we might as well have just, like, painted our bodies with targets and let them hit bullseyes, because I'm not even kidding. We open the door and we step out, and we just start getting lit up immediately. At one point, I'm hiding behind one of the deck chairs, dude, and it is literally shaking with the amount of Nerf bullets that are hitting it. And Nerf bullets aren't very strong. There was just, 14 people just blasting at me with all of their might, and like everybody else in my little squad had gotten out except for one other guy. So it's me and this dude, and I basically, we're just in survive mode. We just have to survive till they get the flag inside, because once they do that, they're gonna have to get past us to go stop them, and they're gonna be running, and like the odds of them getting stopped are fine, but I basically just have to hold out, dude. And that Halo Reach mission at the end where it's just like last until the end? That's basically what it felt like, dude. They're just all taking shots at me. I'm kind of just ghost firing, sticking my Nerf gun over and just letting it spray everywhere because I just, did not feel like getting blasted in the face with a Nerf dart. Call me a pansy all you want, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's what I did. The other guy had this moment where he looked at me and he's like, I'm doing it for the team, and he jumped out from behind cover and started running towards them, and I watched him get smacked 90 times with Nerf bullets, and he was like, ow, stop, and they wouldn't stop. So yeah, I was fine. I was just hiding behind there, and they were also too scared to approach me because everyone was afraid to get hit with Nerf bullets for some reason. Like, now it's not scary, but it felt very serious when I was a kid, okay? Regardless, finally, after I felt like forever sitting there, I finally get tagged and I'm out and I go inside. And as I go inside, I see Logan and Austin going upstairs. Like, they are going upstairs. So I knew that we got the W, and as soon as I come inside, I hear them being like, the flag's gone. So they all just rush inside as fast as humanly possible, and they're trying to make a beeline for the stairs. But I think even in their mind, they knew it was too late. And when they were about halfway up the stairs, my team started cheering and being like, yeah, and it was GG. And I'm going to be honest with you, this all happened, I'm not even kidding, at like, 1 in the morning on a Sunday, just a bunch of 10-year-olds playing Nerf. We had started Saturday night, but by the time all of this got executed, it was like the middle of Sunday night. So really, I was in a 2-day long Nerf war that ended with somebody sneaking across a pool and grabbing the flag because, I don't know, apparently we were just really bored. Like, really, I wish I could go back in time and relive all this stuff now, dude. Maybe that'll be the first fan meetup I have after the world goes back to normal, is just an insane Nerf war with people, like, sneaking across pools and whatnot. But that also sounds like a giant pain to organize, so maybe not. I'm also not trying to get sued by somebody's Karen mom. Like, that just sounds awful. Regardless, guys, hopefully you enjoyed the video about this Nerf war. It was good. It was good. So it deserves a like and a comment, please. I'm kidding, guys. All jokes aside, if you wouldn't mind taking a second to comment the word Nerf down below, Nerf or nothing, it helps the video do better and I'd appreciate it. Check out this haha merch. It is pretty dope. You can go ahead and get that at the Teespring store that is down below. Other than that, if you are a new subscriber, I personally would recommend subscribing and turning on notifications so that way you never miss a video. I upload videos like this every single day, and that's not a joke. I'm on like a 3-month streak on this channel. The other ones I might get off sometimes, but I'm actually kind of popping on this one. Regardless, thank you all so much for the support. I wouldn't be able to do my dream job or any of this without you. If you want to follow me on any other social medias, the Twitter is at @scrubby_69. The Instagram is just @scrubby. And check out Scrubby Stories on TikTok. It's the TikTok where I've been posting highlights of some of my older videos. I'm just trying to get the channel growing again. So if you wouldn't mind checking that out, I would appreciate it. That's everything I got to plug. Thank you so much. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all tomorrow with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am, and if you are having a fantastic day, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, you'll get turned into a Nerf football with a conscience that can only say it's Nerf or nothing in different emotions to try to convey what you mean, and it's gonna suck, so press the like button. Anyways, guys, today's probably gonna be a little bit more of a chill story, just a nice vibe. I'm listening to some chill hop as I'm recording this, just kind of chilling. And it reminded me of a time in college where me and some people on my dorm floor held a Nerf war over the course of a weekend where there was very strict rules. And I'm basically, a veteran of the great Nerf war of the dorm at this point. And it's just a fun story, so I figured I'd share with you guys. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. So one night, me and some of my friends are sitting on the couch in like the dorm common room area, and we're just being nostalgic about what once was, like the greatness of like, oh, remember when you were a kid and Star Wars The Clone Wars would come on Nickelodeon and you would be playing with like your Lego Star Wars while you watched it and you're all like, yeah, that was so sick. Oh, remember in MW2 when every kid would call you every expletive that has ever been created and you would just like try to come back, but there really wasn't a good way to do it, so you guys would just end up screaming at each other as 12-year-olds, and you're like, oh, yeah, I remember. Just going on an absolute nostalgia wave, and then somebody goes, dude, do you remember Nerf Wars? And we're all like, dude, yes, of course. I mean, if you're a kid, if you're a boy or a girl, Nerf Wars are epic, all right? For those of you who don't understand the glory of getting a Nerf War and making it last like 2 hours, going behind cover, having to reload your guns, dude, like trying to organize with your boys to, take over their base, like, it's a vibe. That's a really fun time when you're a little kid. It's an absolute blast. So we're all sitting there being nostalgic, and I look at everyone and I'm like, well, why don't we just have a Nerf War this weekend? We had a 3-day weekend. We didn't have to go back to class till Tuesday, so I was like, look, let's go to Walmart, get some Nerf guns, and have ourselves a good time. Nobody had to work because it was snowing a ton outside, so there really wasn't, like, people didn't have anywhere to go, so everybody looks at me, they're like, all right, bet. So let's see how many people we can get involved, though. So we start going door to door on the floor of our dorm and just being like,
hey, do you guys want to have a Nerf war? We tell them, we let them know what happened. We let them know, like, hey, we want to have a Nerf war. And surprisingly, a lot of people are down. Like, a surprising amount of people are like, yeah, sure, I have nothing to do this weekend, sure. You know, so we get probably half the floor involved in this Nerf war. Everybody's like, all right, bet. So now we have to get Nerf guns. And this is before I was a YouTuber, you know, I didn't exactly have that ad rev going for me, so buying like 45 Nerf guns wasn't exactly something that I had the budget for, alright, you know, my wallet was a little bit strapped at the moment. I was like, look, man, I might be able to swing like 3 Nerf guns, but I don't know if I can do like 50. So we do the only logical thing, and there were some kids that were from the city we were in, and they're like, look, I have some at home. You guys come with me. We'll just take them. So at like, you know, 10 at night, there's just groups of kids going into like these houses, you know, and taking like their little brother's Nerf guns and bullets. Parents are waking up like, what are you doing? And the kids are looking at them like, oh, I'm just borrowing the Nerf guns, you know? So through just sheer pirate ability, really, like, you could have called us Blackbeard the way we were stealing Nerf guns from kids that night. You know, we get enough Nerf guns for everybody. We come back to the dorm, we load up, and immediately, you know, we're like, all right, so how do we decide teams? And it gets broken up. There's 2 teams, and we're gonna do like a capture the flag type of situation, all right? So we split up into opposite sides of the dorm hall, and we say that we have an hour to get our bases ready. So, you know, we're like building sheet forts, you know, we're like stacking beds in front of some like stuff to build cover. We're going crazy, and our floor RA, you know, somehow doesn't wake up during all of this, because this is a big no-no. We're not supposed to like block doorways more than halfway. Like, we're not supposed to leave our doors open for a certain amount of time, but obviously when there's a Nerf war at stake, there's more important things, you know, like safety. Meh. Who needs that when you're in the middle of a Nerf war? Not me. That's a joke, by the way. Safety is important. Do not disregard safety information just because I made a joke about it, all right? I need to make that clear, because I feel like YouTube, you know, is going to send me an email. You promoted dangerous behavior. No, don't do what I do, okay? This is not a guide. Don't do it, all right? There's the official warning. I am not responsible if you're an idiot like me. Anyways, so the bases get established and the teams break apart, right? And we start immediately, like, you know, start planning on how we're gonna take their flag. I'm like, all right, I could take 3 of you around the back, inside the stairs on their side, and we could, like, flank with the flag. And, you know, I'm sure that they're sitting there trying to strategize, like, okay, what's their plan? And obviously, every now and then, there's, like, random fighting. Somebody will be dumb and try to charge, so Nerf bullets will be flying everywhere. You're like, we're under attack. People are jumping under mattresses, you know? We all have bunk beds, so, like, people are hiding on the bunk beds and waiting for you to come into a room and, like, trying to assassinate you. It's just a blast, man. It's goofy. It's fun. Everything's dumb. Like, yeah, it's not that serious, okay? Is it a little bit childish to be walking around in college being, like, trying to negotiate for your friend who got taken hostage? Absolutely. Is it a good time? Absolutely. I don't regret it at all, you know? Childish? 100%. Fun? Hell yeah. So the first like 6 hours of the game, nothing really comes through. I tried to do my plan to go around the outside of the building and then come up behind them on their stairs, but they said it was cheating and against the rules since they couldn't defend it. So, you know, I guess that doesn't count. But I would have won if it would have been for those meddling kids. Scooby-Doo and the gang really messed with my Nerf war vibe. So the first like 6 hours is just random fighting. They would try stuff, we would try stuff. Nobody has captured any flags yet. And, you know, we started at like 11, so it's 5, 6 in the morning at this point, and people are starting to get tired, bro. There are people taking shifts sleeping in the middle of this Nerf war, dude. Like, you're actually in combat. There's people taking watches. I'll take first watch. You sleep first. Like, it really felt like we were in a war zone, okay? I felt like I was, you know, Ghost in Modern Warfare 2, bro, trying to stick to the shadows while me and my crew were, like, planning how to win this Nerf war, bro. So once I see people low-key taking this so seriously that they're gonna be committed for, like, a couple days, I'm like, all right, man, I gotta make a hero play, okay? Because as great as this is, as fun as this has been for, you know, 6, 7 hours now, I'm not really trying to have a Nerf war, like, all weekend. Like, it's been lit, boys, but I want to plan. So we come up with this idea where I'm going to be a double agent. I'm going to go pretend to go help the other team and be a spy, bro. And everyone's going to believe it because, you know, I'm always trying to get the dub, man. I'll take L's out here. Ugh. No, so I'm going to go over there and pretend to be a spy and just gain his trust. And after a bit, dude, I'm just going to, like, pull out my yeet, shoot their leader, take the flag, and walk back because everybody else would have trusted me. You know, it's going to be a ninja spy maneuver. Think about it. They all trust me. I go into a room to have a private conversation with the guy who guards the flag, blop him, take the flag and walk out. Nobody knows. I just like stuff it in my pocket. It's genius. It's the most brilliant capture the flag play you've ever seen. I know what you're thinking. Ryan, why are you a YouTuber if you're a tactical genius? I don't really know, but that was the plan. So I start going over and just feeding this dude like kind of important information, but not really for the Nerf war. You know, I ain't gonna sell out my boys like that, but look, I gotta get him to trust me a little bit. So I'm telling him, and after like 3 more hours, he finally trusts me, and I can talk to him alone. Like if I have like, I'm like, look, I can't have people know when I'm talking to you, you know, like, look, can we go talk in there? And he's like, yeah. So he's starting to trust me. However, there's a problem, dude. He's not letting me take a Nerf gun in with me. He's smart enough to know if I get him alone, bro, I'm probably going to shoot him. Because, like, I like chaos, you know? I'm not going to lie. It's kind of fun. So whatever. He's being wise. He's like, look, you can talk to me alone, but you ain't bringing a Nerf gun if we're alone. Because I know you, and I know you're probably just going to shoot me and take the flag. And I'm like, okay, bet. So I go back to, you know, my side, and I tell him, look, I need a way to get a Nerf gun over there that they won't be able to find, dude. And at the time, it was like right before winter break, so there, like I said, there's snow everywhere, so it's about to be winter break. So people are starting to get Christmassy, they're in the mood, and we're like kind of just chilling, trying to think of something, and somebody is watching Die Hard on their laptop, bro, and there's the scene where he has the gun duct taped to his back, and we all look at each other, and we're like, all right, we'll try it, you know? So we're digging through all the Nerf guns that like are still out, and people are, you know, just kind of like coming through and asking what's going on, and we're like, shut up, we're doing something cool. So finally we rig this contraption where there's like a tiny little Nerf gun that has 1 bullet in it, you know, and they're like, look, it's hidden, you know, underneath, like on the back of my thigh, bro, and I realize that it's duct tape. So if I'm gonna take this shot, man, I'm ripping out some leg hair, but that's what I'm willing to do for the team, you know. I'm willing to lose a little bit of leg hair for the boys, for a victory, for the dub. So I go back and I hand them my Nerf gun. I'm like, look, I need to talk to you. And he's like, okay, bet. So we go into the room with the flag, and he's like, all right, what did you want to tell me? And like, I pull this duct tape off my leg, and it hurts so bad. And I shoot him in the chest, and I go, you're dead. You can't talk now. Like, you can't say anything, you know? And he's like looking at me like, bro, come on. So I like limp over to the flag because I just ripped half of my leg hair off the back of my thigh, you know, just to be an absolute G and be a spy and get away with the execution of a lifetime. But I'm feeling like a G, you know, I just snuck a weapon into enemy territories, you know, I infiltrated the gang. So I take the flag and I stuff it in my pocket, and I leave the gun on the floor with my duct tape with my leg hair on it, just to add insult to injury. Like, I'm not even coming back for this, bro. You're gonna pick up my disgusting leg hair duct tape that I had to use to, you know, sneak into your base, bros. Like, that's what's up. I'm adding insult to injury. And I walk back out. I'm like, yeah, he needs to be alone for a sec. And I start walking across back to the other side of the dorm. But as I'm getting back across, I hear like, hold on, stop him. And I start hearing like Nerf guns get like aimed at me, you know, because they're pretty crappily made, so they like rattle when you move them really quick. And I'm like, oh crap. And I start hearing like feeling and hearing Nerf bullets start whizzing past me. So I start running down the hallway as fast as I can. I'm jumping over like bunk beds that are half out in the hallway to provide cover, bro. My team's like shooting back at them. I felt like I was, you know, that scene in the beginning of Star Wars where like the rebels and the stormtroopers are firing back and forth, dude. That's what it feels like. I'm running the other way. I get back into, you know, our base, which wasn't my room, but it was our friend's room. I put the flag down and I'm like, hey, bro, GG. Like, that's just how it is, dude. And, you know, my side was like, yo, we won. But, yeah, we had a Nerf war for a solid 15 hours overnight. Our RA did have some questions when she woke up, and like half the beds were in the hallway with nothing around them. But hey, that's life sometimes. Sometimes you gotta break rules to have a good time. This story doesn't really have a meaning, like it's not that deep, but I just figured that you guys would enjoy it and probably get a giggle out of it. So yeah, that's why I decided to make it. Thank you guys for watching. If you're new, press the like button, comment, subscribe, and turn on notifications. And if you turn on those notifications and send a screenshot to my Instagram @Scrubby, you got a chance at getting a shout out. Today's notification shout out goes to JJ Hedgehog 26. Big thank you for having on notifications. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, cop the merch. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. If you guys are, then it's about to get better, because today I've got a story time for you guys that I think you're going to enjoy. It's about the time that me and my friends decided to have a Nerf war at the park, and some guy ended up bringing like darts with thumbtacks in them. Not the coolest story ever, you know, the guy was kind of a jerk, but it is funny nonetheless, because nothing strikes fear into your heart quite like realizing somebody's doing that. I do not recommend
recommend doing this at home, okay? I want to make that very clear to everybody. You should not do this, but it will be an entertaining story time nonetheless. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and let's get into it.
Stacking so much money, you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now. Lay low when you're rich, so I'm piping down. Making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound.
All right, so back when I was a younger kid, our neighborhood would like be swagged out hype to have Nerf wars together, right? Especially after like Christmas or whatever, all the kids would come out with their Nerf guns and we would have wars throughout the entire neighborhood. Like the day after, there would be Nerf bullets in the street. We would clean them up as best as we can. Obviously, you always miss some though, bro. I don't know what it is about like cleaning up after a Nerf war, but without fail, you will always be missing a dart that will turn up like 6 months later. It's just how it works, and we would have a bunch of fun doing it. And there was this new kid that had moved in a little bit in between us having a couple big Nerf wars. We would go through phases. It was kind of like every couple months when your friend group has a Minecraft phase. Every couple months we would have a Nerf phase in the neighborhood and have like a bunch of wars. And a kid had moved into the neighborhood in between us having Nerf wars who was one of those kids that always took things a little bit too far, you know what I mean? Like the neighborhood would be playing hockey and he would be like, guys, we should check each other. And we'd be like, no, we're not wearing pads. And the next thing you know, he's like knocking kids out with his hockey stick. Those types of situations definitely occurred. He was always the kid to take it too far. So when it came time for us to kind of get back into our Nerf phase, we intentionally didn't tell him, bro. We just knew that he was going to take it too far and make things not fun, and that's exactly what happened, because sometimes people, like, just shouldn't be included. I know a lot of people in the comments, he was probably mean because you guys didn't include him. No, we didn't include him because he would have done the exact thing that he did. So one day we were out playing Nerf, and I don't think the kid was home yet, but he happened to get home from sports practice as the neighborhood was playing with Nerf guns. And he walks over and he's like, hey, can I play? And I wasn't really in charge of the game. I didn't organize it, but the guy who did was kind of like, I don't know. Some people have been afraid that, you know, you're gonna cheat or like make things not fun or take things too far. And he's like, no, I would never. I understand sometimes I've been mean to some kids in the neighborhood, but I promise that, like, if you guys let me play with you, it'll be no problem. It'll be a good time. And so the guy running it is like, I don't know. And a lot of the kids were apprehensive about it, but finally he busts down and he's like, fine, you're allowed to play with us tomorrow. And the next day happened to be the first game we were ever gonna play of like capture the flag in our neighborhood. We would usually just do like a free-for-all type of thing, but we were actually gonna have games and whatnot. So he was allowed to play then, and we made him swear that like he wasn't gonna do anything shady or stupid. Obviously he didn't hold up his end of the bargain. That's why there's a story time about it, but it is pretty funny. So the next day comes, bro, we get broken up into teams, and I happen to be put on the guy who is going to be causing the problems team. So he's not going to be causing the problems for me. He's going to be causing the problems for the other people, at least at first. You know, like we were on the same team. And when we're like breaking apart to go hide our flag and set up our little base, he starts telling everybody that like he's got a surprise for the other team that's going to give us an advantage. And like he knows that nobody is going to touch our flag. And we were kind of curious. So we were asking him like, hey, what is it? Like, what did you do? What's your secret advantage? Because obviously when somebody on your team starts talking about like, I have an elite secret advantage that only the most elite ninjas are available to know, you kind of want to know what's up. And for some reason, bro, he's not telling anybody. He was being very suspicious about it. He was just saying ominous things like, just trust me when I say it'll be a very painful surprise. So whatever, we get all set up and the Nerf game starts and the kids are like coming to capture our flag, and the guy is being very conservative with like his Nerf ammo, bro. He's really not firing too much. And that's kind of weird in a Nerf war, considering you can like pick bullets up off the ground and reload. You don't really have to be super careful with your ammunition. But this guy is really not shooting. And that's when one of the players on the other team gets like super close to our flag. And for the first time in the game, I see this kid that's kind of known for being a jerk take his Nerf gun, aim it, and shoot at this kid. Except when the bullet like hits this kid, it's not a Velcro dart or anything. It sticks into his shirt and it like doesn't move. You know what I'm saying? It very clearly like sinks into his shirt a little bit, and I'm like, that's weird. I've never seen that before. And that's when I hear the kid go, oh my god, what was that? And then the bullet isn't moving. It's still stuck in him. And that's when the kid reloads and goes, hurts, huh? And then shoots it again, and the kid's like, ow! And another dart gets stuck in his back, and the kid just runs away from the flag. And as he's running away, he's like, the kid has thumbtacks in his dart. He has thumbtacks in his dart. And the kid like starts smiling and is like, oops, I told you guys I had a surprise that'll keep him away from our flag. And everybody on our team is just kind of standing there like, that's not very cool, dude. Like, I don't really know if we want to be vibing with the guy who's going to be shooting people with thumbtacks in the middle of a Nerf war. And that literally just makes things so unfun for everybody, dude. Like, come on, bro. I understand it might be fun if you and everybody's on the same page, but you can't just run around putting thumbtacks in your Nerf darts and not telling people, bro. I'm pretty sure that's a crime. I don't know what you would call the police and say, but it could be, maybe. Hello, officer. My friend took this Nerf war a little bit too far. Oh my god, we'll be there in minutes, Jimmy. Why didn't you call sooner? Anyways, at that point, everybody is like really uncomfortable and doesn't know what to do. He's hyped though, and that's when we decide that we're like, okay, well, we're not gonna play anymore. Like, we don't want to be on the team of the guy who's doing this. So we went over to the guys on the other team, let them know what was up, and they were like, okay, well, yeah, we're not gonna come try to take your flag anymore. We're not down for that. And we thought that was the end of it, dude. So everybody just kind of like reconvened. Well, apparently this guy was upset at the fact that we had like told everybody that he was planning to shoot them with thumbtacks when they came in, because he like walked over to the group and just started like firing the thumbtack darts into the group of people, bro, and everybody just scattered like crazy. Everyone's like, oh my god, what is going on? Some dude got hit with what, he's like, ow, because obviously we're all little kids. Obviously this isn't super painful now, but when you're a child, this is horrifying. So we're all scattering and he's like chasing people down with this modified Nerf gun shooting thumbtacks, being like, dude, you guys don't want to play with me, huh? You guys don't want to play with me, huh? And it's like, yes, this is why. This is exactly why no one wanted to play with you, bro. Like, exactly. Because you do stuff like this. Let me get this straight. We tentatively invited you to hang out with us, and you were like, if I ruin everything, they'll want to hang out more. All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is actually a Roblox gift card. I give away a gift card every upload here on this channel as a way to just say thank you to everyone who's subscribed with those notifications on. So if you don't have them on already, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never missed another post. But if you're one of the people who already has them on, I really do appreciate you a lot. You make my channel possible, and I'll shut up and get back to the story now. Let's go. So in the chaos, a bunch of kids had run home and like told their mom what was going on, that the one kid was running around shooting people with thumbtacks. So parents start coming outside to try to like figure out what's going on, because I'm sure the kid meant to say it calmly, but it probably came more out as, Mom, thumbtack, Nerf gun, like just scared, dude. So parents start coming out and trying to figure out what's going on, and he's like, yeah, I put thumbtacks in the darts. Like, he's bragging to the parents that he did it. And obviously the parents are like, all right, well, we don't want you to be playing Nerf with our kids if you're gonna like put thumbtacks in the darts. And he starts getting mad, saying that we were ruining the fun. And listen, dude, I've played paintball, I've played airsoft, it's all golden. Like, I'm not saying that there isn't times for that, but yeah, bro, when people are having a Nerf war, it's not the proper time to put thumbtacks in darts, especially if nobody knows. And like, oh, you guys are ruining my fun. Bro, it's not fun to be the person getting shot with the darts. You know that, right? So obviously the party gets shut down and this dude is pissed, and he starts like going around the neighborhood after that, basically trying to get people to sign up for his like super fun Nerf league where they're gonna shoot each other with thumbtack darts. And obviously nobody signed up for it. But what makes it even funnier is after this situation, he like would tell people that we were excluding him and making him feel bad. But he would leave out this story, you know? Like, he would tell people the kids in his neighborhood are super mean, but leave out the part where he was chasing everybody, shooting thumbtacks at them. And I'm not saying that, like, you can never forgive the guy, but this wasn't even the first time he'd done some crazy stuff. Like, this guy one time convinced 4 people to get in a go-kart and then tried to flip it on purpose, and, like, a bunch of kids ended up getting hurt. He was just known for always doing dumb stuff, bro, so I'm not surprised his little league didn't work out, because it's all fun and games till next time he's like, dude, hear me out. What if we just hit each other with staplers instead? Regardless, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know this one was a shorter one. I'm just not gonna lie, bro, I've been having a lot of fun with these videos recently. It's been a good time. So yeah, I'm sorry, I guess. If you enjoyed, I would really appreciate you pressing the like button, commenting down below. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment the word turd blossom down below. It helps the video do better. If you guys want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find the link to that down below in the description, along with the link to the intro song if you enjoyed. And if you're really feeling supportive, the merch link is also down there. It's pretty fire if
if you ask me, but I am 100% biased. Other than that, couple more things I gotta plug. The Instagram is just @Scrubby. Drop me a follow if you don't already. And the Twitter is just @Scrubby_69. Be sure to check me out so you never miss out. And yeah, if you're new, subscribe and turn on notifications so you never ever miss another video. I'm gonna go modify a Nerf gun to be so powerful I can literally land a dart on the moon. Then I'm gonna take it to a Nerf war with a bunch of, maybe, we'll keep it fresh, kindergartners and blast them with it because it would be really funny to see them fly into orbit. On that note, though, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. Thank you all so much for the support. I'm out. Peace.